everyone, and welcome back to Miss Azrael's Gaming. So we're going to jump into a new game today. It's Agatha Christie's Murder on the Orient Express, and I'm really excited to play this game. I love puzzle games, murder mystery, I mean, just all that wrapped up together. I like a lot of Agatha Christie's games. I've played quite a few of them. Mostly on my Xbox though, but well, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so Totaklian Hotel, Istanbul, December 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. So it's modern day, that's unusual.
The development you predicted in the Kastner case happened unexpectedly. Please come back immediately.
How can it be unexpected if I have predicted it?
Poirot, my friend, is that you?
Why, of course, it is me. Okay, go to M. Book at the reception desk. Okay, so...
Poirot!
Ooh, I don't like how that slowed it down. That was weird in my ear. Ooh, a little sensitive there. Can I run? No, there's no running
Poirot,
feature.
it is
I am coming. Okay, press E.
Book, it is indeed me.
What brings you so far from home?
A little affair in Syria.
An affair of the heart?
No, a modest affair of recovering stolen artifacts. But now I am summoned home to England and must leave immediately.
This evening? You travel on the Orient Express, I hope.
I have made no arrangements yet, as I just learned that an emergency has arisen, and I must return to England immediately.
Very well. It will be my pleasure to secure you a sleeper on the Orient Express.
If the director of the line insists, I accept with pleasure.
And we'll dine together. For I too depart this afternoon. We'll have plenty of time to catch up. I'll have the hotel transfer our luggage.
Excuse me, sir. You are the director of the line? The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if she may keep her mina in her compartment on the train.
Good morning, Princess. It is an honor to welcome you aboard. There is absolutely no problem for your pet.
You will ask about his food?
Oh, yes. The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if there is
She don't
food
talk
for
for
minors
herself.
on board. Insects, small amphibians, baby rodents.
Baby rodents? Of course, Princess. Don't worry. Your bird will be fed as you demand.
You there, desk clerk.
One moment, sir.
Listen to me. Call the police. My train ticket has been stolen.
Stolen? Oh dear. Oh dear.
You travel by the Orient Express, monsieur?
Arbuthnot. Captain Archibald Arbuthnot, formerly British Army, now retired. And yes, I'm taking the Orient Express to Paris. But what business is that of yours?
My name is Book. I am the director of the line at your service. And perhaps this gentleman could assist you. He is Hercule Poirot.
But I must make that train.
I have a feeling it doesn't have a train ticket.
Yesterday I recovered artifacts worth several millions.
Please, my friend. It's not just any ticket. It's an Orient Express ticket.
Very well, I will investigate.
Thank you, Poirot. I will arrange a car to Cirkeci station for us.
Okay, the stolen ticket. Okay, the player's current objective is represented by this icon. Open the mind map for more details. Okay, so talk to Captain Abernuth. I suppose I should offer my assistance. Captain Abernuth has lost his ticket to the Orient Express. My friend Brooke has asked me to investigate. Okay, so we have to talk to the captain.
How do you know your ticket has been stolen, monsieur?
I put it on a table in my room. I came down here to breakfast, and when I got back, my ticket was gone, and other things were on the floor as if they'd been tossed about.
Alors, monsieur, I suggest we begin in your room. Will you lead the way?
Okay, so press the tab to open the mind map. Can now access this workshop, open and complete it. What can be done to find the captain's ticket? Connect the elements on the left with those on the right. The neighbors, the door, the bedroom. Well, you would probably search the bedroom? Interrogate the door. The neighbors and inspect the door.
Et voilà.
Congratulations. The dude couldn't push the door for us? It was her. She did it.
Floor, Captain Arbuthnot?
4th floor.
Oh, one mystery solved.
So he said 4th. Wonder what happens if you push the wrong one.
I suppose I can exercise my powers of observation while we wait.
Okay, analyze this character to learn more about him. Nationality, French. He said he was British. Gardner, he's a retired captain. Oh, now his age. Well, he's not 70 and he's not 21. I'm going to go with 45.
My little gray cells did not let me
Well
down.
done. Okay, so character analysis are special workshops. Once completed, the Analyze Character will appear on the Characters tab in the pause menu. Press the Escape button to open the pause menu and navigate to the Characters tab. Okay, so he's Book is 52 years old, Belgian, and director of the Wagon Lids Company. Archibald Abernoth is 45 years old, British captain, retired. British and retired captain. So we have inventory. Mustaches collected. Oh my gosh, do we find mustaches? And then that's the system. Okay. Is that her dress or is those tattoos? Because they look like tattoos, but I think that's supposed to be her dress.
My room's along here. 411. In a hotel of this quality, a thief.
Okay, I need to adjust. Hold on. Let me, turn... Wait, that'll turn it up, won't it? I want to lower the sensitivity.
Come on, don't dawdle.
Hey, don't boss me around.
It'll be a disaster if I miss
There's
that
so many
train.
people talking in that room. People
have
are in here
locked the door,
loud.
monsieur?
Naturally. This is a foreign country.
You have the key card?
Of course.
We will enter.
Really, you can't open the door. I mean, come on, man.
The lock has not been tampered with.
Okay, so examine the door to the captain's room. Oh, he peed on the floor.
Water with traces of soap. The water is scented.
This is awful large just for a powder room. Mustache.
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
Didn't know he collected mustaches. And the shower's in a room by itself. That's kind of strange.
A perfume bottle. Empty. Suggestive.
Oh, wasn't that woman, didn't she have an earring just like
This
that?
earring, it is not the first time I've seen it, but where?
On the woman in the dress that looked like it was tattoos? Ooh. It's got some $100 bills in
The
there.
wallet is somewhat worn. It contains just over $200 and the usual cards. A fact sheet from a tour of Saint Sophia. A stamped reservation for the Bosphorus ferry.
Excuse me. Stuck. Things to do in Istanbul.
A brochure
Used to be known as
for this
Constantinople.
fascinating city.
Ooh, choco bars. A mustache.
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
Oh, it's a service medal.
A conspicuous gallantry cross for meritorious service in Iraq, yet he only retired as a captain.
Wonder why they chose modern day for this story. It's quite interesting because usually these were like back in, oh, she was writing like early, I think it was 1900s.
List of travel expenses.
1920s, I
But
could be
how
wrong.
did these papers end up on the floor?
Because I think Poirot served in World War I, so it'd been like the 1920s, 30s.
4 floors. It's impossible for a thief to have exited through the window. The bed is skillfully made.
Okay, so we've searched his room completely. I like that it lets me know that. Okay, so how could a thief get into the room? Okay, is it possible that in this busy hotel a thief got in unseen? Choose the right answer. So a thief may have entered through the window, a thief may have forced the whole door, a thief may have entered using a key card. Well, the way those doors work, the only way you're getting in is with a key card. And he mentioned how they probably didn't come through the door, so they probably entered using a key card.
That's the right answer.
Oh, thank you. I'm so smart. Okay, so how to enter the room. What is... The door was locked and the window is unreachable from the outside. Only a person with a pass key could have entered the room. Okay, I should ask the nearest neighbors, so let's go and ask the neighbors. Perhaps on this side?
Go away, please.
A brief word, sir.
I will give you 2 brief words. Go away.
Monsieur.
I've been traveling all night from New York. Must I call the management?
Pardon, monsieur.
I do not believe we have awakened a thief.
Rude. Okay, so they're not in there. Please clean up my
It's
room.
apparently empty. I will leave it for the moment.
Okay, so we've interrogated all the neighbors. Talked to the captain.
How long were you at breakfast, Captain?
A half an hour or so. Just a roll and some coffee.
Why was there an earring in your room?
An earring? A previous guest, I suspect. I don't wear them.
Well, I mean, I knew that, but I would hope they cleaned a little bit better.
Did you leave the window open?
No. That must be how the thief escaped.
I think not. Unless the thief had wings. The bed is very neatly made, but the corners are not military style.
The price we paid for this hotel? I'm not going to make my own bloody bed.
Interesting pronoun, that. We.
Yeah, who was with you, sir? The woman who was wearing the earring? She's stooping out on her husband? Okay, so how could the ticket have disappeared? It's like 2 elements that reveal how the ticket could have disappeared. Somebody stole it. Okay. That reveal how the ticket could have disappeared. A woman spent the night in the room.
This is wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what...
I'm never far from the truth.
Do I need another... Select 2 elements that reveal how the ticket could have disappeared?
I do not think that's the right answer.
Well, I'm curious,
This is wrong.
Is it maybe 2 other ones?
I'm never far from the truth.
Oh, okay, it was two separate ends. Okay, so the wind blew on the papers. This is what pushed them down. Select 2 elements that reveal how the ticket could have disappeared. So conclude.
The wind probably blew the papers on the floor as it came in through the window. Moreover, the door is closed. And I found an earring on the bedside table. The captain invited a woman into his room. Maybe she is our culprit.
That's the right answer.
There we go. Okay, it took me just a couple seconds. I wasn't sure how we were going about doing that one, so. Could the wind have blown the ticket from the desk? I think the woman the captain is protecting stole the ticket. I think the wind... I think it's this one.
This direction looks promising.
Who's the woman that entered the room? It was her.
Think, Poirot.
Oh, was it her?
That is not a good answer.
I know I saw the... Oh, okay, she had the earrings. Okay, I knew one of them had
That
it.
was easy.
I knew it wasn't the older lady. Okay, and question the captain. Okay. I knew one of those women did, but I could not remember which one it was.
Captain Arbuthnot, I have examined your room. Much was revealed, possibly more than you expected. Rest assured, we will soon find your ticket.
It's about bloody time. I have a train to catch.
As do I.
You are traveling on the Orient Express?
We? If you will be good enough to answer a few questions, we may both make our train.
Ask away.
Please, give me an account of your movements yesterday.
I spent most of my day in Istanbul, sightseeing. I returned to the hotel as the sun was setting. The desk clerk can confirm I was alone when I picked up my key. I spent the night alone. I had no visitors in my room.
You sure about that? Which of these sentences contain a lie? I spent most of my day in Istanbul sightseeing. I returned to the hotel as the sun was setting. Desk clerk can confirm I was alone when I picked up my key. I spent the night alone. I had no visitors in the room. This is the lie, sir.
Have you told me the entire truth, Captain Arbuthnot?
Of course. I want you to find my ticket.
Select the element that proves he was lying. The earring.
Can you explain the earring I found on the bedside table?
An earring? Yes. Forgive me, Mr. Poirot. I had some business correspondence that wanted answering. The hotel provides help for business travelers. They sent up a secretary. I dictated a letter, and she mailed it for me. I hadn't noticed that she had lost an earring.
And when did you invite this secretary? This woman may be the thief we are looking for.
That was yesterday evening. My ticket was still there when I went down to breakfast. She can't have taken it.
I see. Never mind. It is easily checked. And there was no other person in your room?
No, I swear there wasn't.
Ah, well, never mind. If it is not her, there is only one option left.
Fine. Please finish your job quickly. I'll be downstairs in the lobby.
Okay, so we question the captain, ask the desk clerk. Okay, so let's head downstairs. That was faster than getting up there. It's a fancy hotel. Oh my god, I want to ring the bell. Oh no, it's a card. Darn it, I thought it was a bell. Hotel Tocatalian? Tocatalian? I can't say that. I'm not even going to try. A luxury hotel.
Pardon, monsieur. May I inquire when the staff begins cleaning the rooms?
Every morning at breakfast time, sir. After making certain there are no guests in the room, of course.
May I speak with the chambermaid who cleaned room 411 this morning?
I hope you don't think that one of our staff stole the ticket.
No. Do not distress yourself. We seek only information.
I will summon her at once.
Oh, I'd ask her to bring her laundry cart.
Okay.
Do not be frightened, mademoiselle. Did you clean room 411 this morning?
Room 411? Yes, that is one of mine.
Did you see a ticket on the desk when you entered the room?
I'm sorry, I didn't notice a ticket. There was a wallet, but of course I did not touch it.
Did you open the window?
Yes, we always air the rooms. Oh, but I forgot to close the window. While I was making the bed, the person from next door was pounding on the wall. I wondered if he needed assistance. I tossed the
that was
dirty
the guy
sheets
that
in my
was
car.
had
Quickly finished mopping and went to see, but
was in his
there
room.
was nothing. But I'm afraid I left the window open. I'm so sorry.
The window left open, papers scattered on the floor. The chambermaid cleaning the room. I believe I can now visualize what happened.
Okay, so we're going to reconstruct the scene. I have all the elements I need. I must now put them together and understand what happened. Okay, put the events in the right order to find the right chronology. Okay, the chambermaid opens the window. Parks her cart behind the desk. The wind blows the ticket. Dirty bed linen is dropped on top of the ticket. Does she open the window first? She probably parks her cart behind the desk. She opens the window, changes the bed linen. Wind blows the ticket. Ticket lands in the cart. She puts the bed linen on. This is when the chambermaid leaves the room, spilling some soapy water on the floor.
Et voilà.
Magnificent. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. Okay, so explain to the captain where he can find his ticket. Okay, so the ticket is in the laundry cart.
Poirot is not going to touch the dirty laundry.
Not that into it, eh?
Mademoiselle, would you be so kind as to look in the sheets from room 411? And so the missing train ticket completes its strange journey. An open window, a laundry cart, and an annoying neighbor. But chance is the only guilty party in this dark mystery.
Mr. Poirot, I apologize. I believe my concern got the better of me, and I forgot myself. Thank you.
It was a case of great magnitude. I'm glad I was up to the challenge. And that, I think,
Is that? That was a simple case. Now, hopefully the murder is just as easy. Let's go talk to our friend.
Our bags are all packed. I have my ticket and papers. If you give me yours,
I'll hang on to mine.
but as your secretary...
As my secretary, you see to the bags, Hector.
Yes. Yes, sir.
that man, I have a curious impression of him, as if I were observing a wild animal, uncaged.
He's probably the one that ends up dead. Oh, I can't talk to him? Fine.
We must leave for the station. Our bags are in the taxi. Did you find the ticket?
It was a case most difficult, but somehow Hercule Poirot managed.
I knew you could do it. Now we can sit back and enjoy a relaxing train ride.
Alright, got the achievement, a mystery. No trifle for Poirot. Finish chapter 0. Yeah, in 1933 was when her book was published. Well, it said it was in parts of newspaper. So Istanbul train station, December 15th, 2023. Didn't catch the time because I was talking about her book.
You are in luck, Poirot. Of course, no journey on this train is ever ordinary. But this is a special occasion. To celebrate the 140 years of the Orient Express, the engine will be none other than the splendid Pacific 231G558. There she is, Poirot. The most celebrated train in history. Oh, my eyes fill with tears of pride. It is time we were aboard, my friend. Follow me. The wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel, will direct you to your compartment.
Lead the way, book.
It was built in France in 1922 by the Compagnie Batignolles-Châtillon. At the time of its purchase by the SNCF in 1938, it could reach speeds up to 130 kilometers per hour. Wait until you see. It is like traveling back in time. Today, the train is limited to 100 kilometers per hour.
Dude, could you walk faster?
That will be more than fast enough to get you to Paris in time for your connection to London. In the meantime, you will bask in the magic that is the Orient Express.
Good evening, monsieur. Your compartment is number 202. However, I am afraid that all the others are already full.
Full? But how can that be?
It is incredible, monsieur. All the world elects to travel tonight.
All the same, you must find room for this gentleman here.
Do you know who I am?
Exercise my powers of observation while they try to find me.
He is a friend of mine. He can have number 201.
It is taken, monsieur.
What? Number 201?
Yes, monsieur.
Oh,
we are
zoom in.
full.
Notice the young woman from the hotel. She again wishes to watch the old man with his little friend, but not to be seen herself.
Maybe she's like security or something?
Darling, we have to get aboard.
I know.
I have heard of the phobia of fear of flying, but fear of trains?
Now you're making fun of me.
Never, my love. We'll board shortly, once our compartment is ready.
Why did you order so much lobster, Hotaru?
My dear Freya, I need it for my specialty on the second night. And if the lobster a la mori isn't fresh, the passengers will know.
We don't have enough space for my desserts. Tonight, molten chocolate cake. Tomorrow, my specialty.
That is not my concern. They will not have room for them anyway.
Serve your lobster tonight.
Chicken a la mori must be the first night dish for the travelers. It is easier to digest.
Ugh, you really are the egomaniac everyone says you are.
I have every reason to be. I am the engine. You are just the caboose.
Wow.
Is everything aboard the train, Hector?
In your compartment, Mr. Ratchet. I'm having them disinfect the room again as you instructed. I also got a call from the Indians. The sale is going through as you expected.
There was never any doubt. No other phone calls, Hector? From Geneva or Venice?
No, sir. Who were you expecting?
Never you mind. Check our tickets. We're not going in until everything is confirmed.
The young man seems quite agreeable, but the other, the older man, is something quite different.
He's a dill hole.
Mary.
Not now. Not now. When it's all over, when it's behind us, then.
Poirot, I am mortified. The 140th anniversary, perhaps, but such a plague of passengers.
I've always wanted to ride the Orient Express. Let's see. Okay, passenger discussion. So the young man fills what role in relation to the older man? His secretary's client is what? He's his secretary. Was this woman afraid of the combinations aboard taking the train? She's afraid of trains. I swear those still look like tattoos. How's this woman feeling? She's happy, she's surprised, she's worried.
Fantastic.
Two chefs. What is their bone of contention? Storage in the refrigerator, cooking on a moving train, their small quarters.
Yes.
Who's this woman watching? She's watching him.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
You know, that does happen to me a lot. I'm totally with Poirot on that one.
Poirot, we have a solution. A gentleman has not yet come.
An Englishman, a Monsieur Harris.
A name of good omen.
It is already time to leave. What do I care for Mr. Harris?
As Monsieur pleases. I had your things sent straight to your compartment. Unfortunately, you will be with another traveler.
No.
Only for the first night. It cannot be helped.
I will survive, mon ami.
Monsieur Book, we can't find enough space in the kitchen refrigerator to store all of my ingredients.
How is it possible?
His recipes are extravagant. We need to leave something on the platform.
If my lobsters don't go, I don't go.
And have the passengers of the Orient Express go hungry? Never.
Wow.
Must I intervene? The problem is unworthy of Poirot. But I do not intend to starve on the most luxurious train in the world.
Thank you for coming to help us.
It is impossible to fit everything into the Gary's refrigerator. Obviously, my entrees are more important than dessert.
If Mr. Mori delays his lobsters for a day or two, we can restock at another station.
Delay? You ask me to delay? Freya?
Calm yourself, my friend. I'm sure we can find a solution. Is that a diagram of the refrigerator? May I see it?
Yes. He refuses to look at it.
Okay, so analyze this character, learn more about her. She's obviously American by her accent. She's a pastry chef. I'd say 27. She's not 19 and she's not 57.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Oh, okay. I've got to do like a puzzle. Can I... Oh, oops, didn't mean to do that. Can I rotate them? Go that way. Oh. Getting somewhat closer to a solution. I think I was, now I don't know. Shoot, man, it's that thing here. Okay, so far so good. Okay, okay, I think I've got it. I got it! Boom! Eat that.
Et voila.
You saved tomorrow night's dinner. Mr. Poirot, I will reserve
I want a big
the
helping.
finest lobster just for you.
I look forward to it, monsieur. And to the dessert, mademoiselle.
Hopefully, that will be the last mystery you face on our journey, my dear Poirot. Your compartment for tonight only
It's probably
is at
not.
the back of the second-class carriage, number 102. Tomorrow, you move to a private compartment.
Welcome, Monsieur Poirot. I apologize for the delay.
Thank you, Monsieur Michel. I am delighted you could accommodate me. Pardon me?
Oh, my apologies.
Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102. This lady has a style of her own, eccentric but chic.
Excuse me, I think you made a mistake.
You are Mr. Harris?
No, my name is McQueen. There is no other berth on the train, monsieur. All is arranged. Yours is the upper berth. We start in 1 minute. The train's remarkably full.
En voiture!
Listen, sir, if you'd rather have the lower berth, easier and all that, well, that's all right by me.
No, you are too amiable. It is for one night only, at Belgrade.
Oh, I see. You're getting out of Belgrade.
Not exactly.
All right, I'm excited to get started into the full thing. Night has passed since the train's departure from Istanbul. It's the evening of the second day of the journey. Orient Express, December 16th, 2023, 7 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. You may join the rest of the passengers in the dining car.
All right, I'm so hungry I could eat a cow. Ooh, fancy.
Excuse me, monsieur. Pierre asked me to inform you that a passenger left us, so his room is yours. Monsieur Bouc instructed that your things be transferred
weird.
to room 202 during dinner. You will be more comfortable in first class.
It is true what you say.
left?
Thank you.
Mr. Fauché, monsieur.
Would he jump off the plane or the train? I forgot I should be looking for mustaches. No mustaches. Moustaches. Dang, these people have already started.
Please, my friend, join me. I have taken the liberty of ordering you your lobster.
Thank you. It appears our fellow passengers are all gathered here again tonight.
Ah. If I had but the pen of a Balzac, I would depict this scene.
Oh, it is an idea, that.
Ah, you agree. It has not been done, I think, and yet it lends itself to romance, my friend. All around us are people of all classes, of all nationalities, of all ages. For 3 days, these people, these strangers to one another, are brought together. They sleep and eat under one roof. They cannot get away from each other. At the end of the journey, they part. They go their several ways, never perhaps to see each other again.
Certainly it interests us, inviting us to watch and wonder about their lives.
Ah, I know you, my friend. Even now, your mind, it is at work. Let us test it. For example, what do you make of those two? Mamma mia, you can feel the power of engine. We climb into the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train. I'll give you that. I sell toys. And model trains are one of our biggest items. And not just for children, either.
You sell model cars too?
Sure, but give me a train any day.
Oh, my friend. What do you have against the cars? Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson. We are producing the next generation of electric cars, the Fortuna Firenze. Like the city, it is beautiful. We got the competitors looking over their shoulders so much, they're going to hit something.
Didn't mean to be insulting. It's just that there's something magical about a train.
Okay, so he's obviously Italian. Driver, gardener, he's a spokesperson? And by the way he looks, he's probably 59.
Think, Poirot.
Oh, he's not a
That is
spokesperson?
not a good answer.
Or is he? Is he 35? Oh, I was wrong about his age.
That was easy. The loud gentleman is very confident, a master of his own fate. It is as much in the inflection as it is in the words. He believes in winning, also that he is the one who will win.
You are a magician.
Oh, it is not a parlor trick, my friend. It is simply observation.
I was visiting my daughter. She works at the American Embassy in Istanbul. I told her she'd never find a husband there. Since I wanted to see Paris on my way home, she told me I should take this high-class train. I can't wait to see Paris. It looks beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful than Schenectady in the good old US of A. That's where I'm living now. And you, Miss Debenham, was it? Where do you hail from?
I was born in the UK.
Oh, that's in England, isn't it? What do you do for a living?
I teach English to children in other countries.
I see. Oh, I wish I spoke a foreign language. My daughter speaks several languages. Let me tell you about her work. It's very important.
Okay, so she's British. She's an English teacher. And she's probably 23.
No, not good.
40. She doesn't look 40.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. There is much you can learn about someone just by observing them and listening. For example, that lady is reserved. She reveals little. She is self-contained. Some secret prompts her to allow her dinner companion to carry the conversation. I confess, in this case, what I witnessed in Istanbul suggests more. But I will respect her privacy.
You will always amaze me.
Uh-oh.
My friend,
Oh, I thought he was
this
gonna die.
is one of the best desserts I have ever eaten.
You have always had the sweet tooth.
But this, it is a masterpiece. I can't understand how the dessert can be so good. I would love to know what the recipe is.
Special surprise Orient Express dessert. Okay, so the starter was salmon Galvrac style, limoncello vinaigrette, barley semolina, and crunchy vegetables. The main dish was lobster medallions roasted with garlic cream, accompanied by sautéed potatoes and foaming butter and aromatic oriental herbs. And the dessert was the special surprise Orient Express dessert.
I couldn't tell what flavor the ice cream is.
Well, it can't just be plain vanilla. It must be lemon.
It looks like lemon. Look at the zest.
Yes. I wasn't sure what that was. What is the red fruit?
Seriously, dude, that's raspberries.
It looks like a raspberry.
You have a good eye, Poirot. The biscuit is the foundation of the dessert. All else is built upon it. What do you think?
Crushed biscuit or chocolate mousse? Oh, I don't... A mousse?
The cocoa color clearly announces itself. Chocolate mousse.
I am embarrassed. I may not recognize the ingredients, but I know what I like when I taste it. Poirot, I am embarrassed to ask you a great favor.
My friend, I am on this train due to the great favor you have done me. How may I assist you?
This dessert is sublime. If only I had the recipe. Unfortunately, the pastry chef, Miss Nielsen, she will guard her secrets. But you, my friend, I am sure you could make her confess.
You wish me to persuade the pastry chef to give up her recipe?
You who are the expert at interrogation.
Book, it is a dessert.
It is the pinnacle of desserts. You, my friend, who, as you say, are on this train, I blush to remind you.
Fine, you win. Again, what wouldn't I do for you, my friend?
Poirot always got me on the train to begin with.
Good luck.
So I get the dessert for him. I didn't eat mine, though.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, sir. How can I help you?
That was a magnificent dessert you served us tonight. I wanted to tell you personally how much both Monsieur Bouc and I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, sir.
In fact, it is so good. Monsieur Bouc insists on knowing how you made it.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You must know a chef never gives away their recipes. But, well, you helped with the refrigerator, and without space in it for me, there would have been no dessert. Very well. To prepare tonight's dessert, first I melt sugar to make caramel. Then I spread this caramel to make tuiles. Between two tuiles, I add a small scoop of lemon ice cream, and I put the whole thing on a strawberry crown.
Poirot, you are suspicious even now. The pastry chef gave up her prized recipe.
That was not strawberries.
I sense she wasn't entirely honest with me.
Confrontation. Which of these sentences contains a lie? Melted sugar to make caramel. I spread the caramel to create tuiles. Between two tuiles, I add a small scoop of lemon ice cream. I put the whole thing on strawberry crown. That is
Thank you for sharing your recipe with me. But I doubt those are strawberries you're using.
Oops. You have a good eye, Monsieur Poirot. Very well. What fruit do you think I used?
Easy, those were raspberries.
You used raspberries, not strawberries. I'm not fooled.
You're right. Mr. Bouc, he couldn't tell the difference. Let's move on to the bottom part of the dessert.
My favorite part of the dessert.
First, I melted some butter. I crumbled pieces of chocolate into the butter. Then I placed the mix in a circular mold. Finally, I let the whole thing cool down to let it harden.
Okay, so first I melted some butter, crumbled pieces of chocolate into the butter, then I placed the mix in a circular mold. Finally let the whole thing cool down to harden. Ooh, I'm not sure. It shouldn't be hard though, if it's a mousse. So maybe that one?
She's lying, but why?
Okay, so it wasn't that one. Then we'll go with my second one, this one.
It's certainly not chocolate that you've crumbled.
I see you do have an excellent palate. Do you know what ingredients I used?
Oh, maybe it was crushed biscuits. Then why did he say I was right? Let's just go with that.
A clever pastry chef might mix crushed biscuits with butter to create this delicious base.
That's it. You're getting closer to the entire recipe.
Closer? I've caught murderers with less difficulty than this.
I'll give you one last challenge. I'm sure you will be able to figure out the order I mix my ingredients in. If you can, you will have earned my recipe.
Mademoiselle, solving the murder of Roger Ackroyd was easier than this.
Okay, the vanilla is added just before the flour. The eggs are added first or last. The orange peel comes later than the flour. You could never add sugar and milk consecutively. That means one right after another. The sugar is added later than the vanilla. The eggs and orange peel are right next to each other in the recipe. So the eggs and orange peel are right next to each other in the recipe. And see, eggs can come first or last. Okay, well, let's try it this way. What if eggs were first? Why is that? Oh, it's because it was what was selected last again. Oh, wait. The orange peel comes later than the flour. So eggs are last. So the orange would be here. Never add sugar and milk consecutively. Sugar is added later than the vanilla. Vanilla is added just before the flour. Sugar is added later than the vanilla. So maybe sugar? See, so the flour, the vanilla is added just before the flour. The eggs are added first or last. The orange peel comes later than the flour. Should never add sugar and milk consecutively. Sugar is added later than the vanilla. Yeah, so that, I think that's it.
Et voila.
All right, I got it. Just took me a few moments.
As promised, my recipe is yours. Give me 5 minutes to write it down for you.
Thank you. I am in your debt. I can take advantage of this moment to resume my little observations of the passengers.
Did you enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
You do not have good restaurants in Kenya?
Actually, we do. This is in the 1930s.
I did not mean to offend.
You didn't like the meal?
The lobster, it was undercooked, and the potatoes were too dry.
I expect, being Princess Dragomirov's assistant, you must be used to eating well.
Cooking is an art. You do not need to wear the chef's hat to be an artist.
What is your favorite dish?
Currywurst. It is a specialty of mine.
Okay, well, right there, I know she's German. She's an assistant. I'm gonna guess 33? Although she looks older than 33.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
I made a lot of progress on the expenses last night, sir. I should be done by tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to be a fast worker, Hector.
Sorry, sir. Working here is not as comfortable as in our office in Boston.
You're lucky to ride in a train like this.
Okay, well, it's obvious he's an American. He's a secretary. And I'm gonna go 40. Because with the graying hair, he's obviously not 21. Although he could have grayed early. It does happen.
Here you are, sir. My recipe. Please tell Mr. Book he should not expect my recipes for the other desserts.
Thank you very much, mademoiselle. I know he will sincerely appreciate the gesture, and I will make certain he gets the message.
Poirot, you were gone such a long time.
It proved more challenging than I expected.
This is wonderful. Did it require the use of your little grey cells?
More the exercise of my little taste buds.
Thank you so much, my friend. Eat your dessert. You've earned it.
Thanks for telling me I could eat it. I'm surprised my ice cream's not melted. Excuse you. I see you could sit
Good evening.
there.
My name is Ratchet. I think that I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Hercule Poirot, is that so?
You have been correctly informed, monsieur.
Your exploits are well known on my side of the Atlantic. In my country, we come to the point quickly. Mr. Poirot, I want you to take on a job for me. Are you interested in earning a lot of money?
My clientele, monsieur, is limited nowadays. I undertake very few cases.
Why, naturally. I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, means big money. Big money.
Pretty sure he's gonna be the one that ends up dead. Okay, well, it's obvious he's American. He's a businessman. And I'd say he's probably 62.
My little grey cells did not let me down.
What is it you wish me to do for you, monsieur Ratchet?
Mr. Poirot, I am a rich man. A very rich man. Men in that position have enemies. I have an enemy.
Monsieur, in my experience, when a man is in a position to have, as you say, enemies, then it does not usually resolve itself into one enemy only.
Yes, I appreciate that point. Enemy or enemies, it doesn't matter. What does matter is my safety. My life has been threatened, Mr. Poirot. Now, I'm a man who can take pretty good care of himself. But as I look at it, a little insurance wouldn't hurt. And remember, big money.
I regret, monsieur, that I cannot oblige you.
What's wrong with my proposition?
If you will forgive me for being personal, I do not like your face, Mr. Ratchet.
Wow.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to finish my coffee peacefully.
I don't like your face, sir. Alright. Alright. Let's go through the door. I'm assuming we have to go to our room. Which, honestly, I do not remember where it was.
A nightcap, Monsieur Poirot?
Oh, yes, please.
A cup of coffee, Monsieur Fauchet.
No.
Then I will retire to
Alcohol.
my new compartment.
I'm sure you will find it to be most comfortable.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They moved us to a new room. I completely had forgotten about that. Oh, what a quaint little town. It's a quiet village.
Yes, sir. Belgrade Station. If you'd like to go out and get some fresh air, now is the time. The train leaves at 9:15.
It's snowing. Why would I want to do that?
I see that it is snowing. I will not seek out the fresh air.
See, he and I are on the same page.
May I suggest a chocolate to accompany your coffee?
Ooh,
It is
yes,
produced
please.
by my father, the best chocolatier in Switzerland.
Ooh, give me some of that
never refuse
Swiss
a
chocolate.
with such high recommendation.
I know you will enjoy it, and please let me know if there is anything else you require.
I require more chocolate. Okay, so I'm assuming he's Swiss. He is the bartender. And I'd say he's probably 28.
Et voila.
I used my gray cells.
Everything was perfect. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Is there anything you require, monsieur?
No, merci.
I want another chocolate. I didn't even see the first one I got. Oh. What's going on, lads?
You left us. You said you were getting off at Belgrade.
You misunderstood me.
But, man, your baggage, it's gone.
It has been moved into another compartment, that is all.
Oh, I see.
You spelled it. I couldn't handle it anymore. Excuse me. It's because you're always eating that cabbage soup. Excuse me, sir. Let me just get in your face. Where's my new cabin? I don't remember.
I wish you a good night, Monsieur Poirot.
Good night.
Oh, what are you writing there? Oh, there's another person sitting out. Don't recognize those
I hope
people.
you'll sleep well and that your head will be better in the morning.
It is just the cold. I'm now making myself a cup of tea.
I hope it'll warm you up.
I hope so. Good night.
Well, good night, my dear. What a brave girl. On the other hand, that man there in the next cabin, Monsieur Ratchet, he scares the hell out of me. There's something wrong about that man. My daughter always says I'm very intuitive. When Mama gets a hunch, she's dead right. That's what my daughter says.
Sure,
and
she
I've
does.
got a hunch about that man. He's next door to me, and I don't like it. I put my bags against the communicating door last night. I thought I heard him trying the handle. Well, whoever you are, I'm going right to bed to read. Good night.
Good night, madam.
That was,
Whoever I am.
it was a weird conversation. I'm telling you, that's going to be the guy that ends up dead. God, could I just get to my room? What are you two doing? No, I still don't want your money. Rude. Not gonna let me look in your room?
Ratchet seems very upset.
I wonder why you wouldn't take his money. Is this my room? It's gonna let me click on the bed. Can't shut my door though. Go to sleep. The door open, apparently.
Finally, a real bed fit for a king. Or a very tired detective.
I think it would be really fun to sleep on a train car. Wait, you're not gonna get under the covers? Sleeps on top of them. Oh, I heard a fight. Somebody like got punched or something. Hello? Do I have a doorbell?
Monsieur Ratchet?
Ce n'est rien. Je me suis trompé.
Somebody punched him. He went back to his, like he heard something odd and and then I'm gonna go back to sleep. It's 12:37. Yep, just go back to sleep. I told you he was gonna die. It was totally that guy. 1:15. Oh man, I'd be super grumpy at this point. I'd be stomping out of here.
Good night, madam.
Wait, why am I always hearing the doorbell? I'm not peeking out.
The American lady?
Yes, don't worry. You'll know how Mrs. Hubbard is. Imagine to yourself the time I have had with her. She insists, but insists, that there is a man in her compartment. Just imagine it, monsieur. In a space of this
Maybe
size,
she just wants a
where
man in
would
her
he
compartment.
conceal himself? I argue with her. I point out that it is impossible. She insists. She woke up and there was a man there. And how, I ask, did he get out? And leave the door bolted behind him? But she will not listen to reason.
That one does not leave time to listen. The train has stopped, Mr. Michel?
We have run into a snowdrift. Heaven knows how long we shall be here.
Oh,
I remember
no.
once being snowed in for 7 days.
Where
I have
are
to
we?
start eating
Between
people.
Winkowski and Broad.
Oh la la. It's time for me to go back to bed.
I wish you a good night, monsieur. Or what is left of it.
It's time for me to go to bed. So don't bother me. It's gonna hear a ding again. Oh, what was that? I wasn't even asleep that long. Why would there be like little doorbells that everybody could hear though? Like you'd think that would wake everybody up. Okay. Odd. Dude might as well just stay up now at this point. I get the achievement. I do not like your face, Mr. Ratchet. Finish chapter 1. That is a massive snowdrift. We are not getting through that. So the Orient Express, December 17th, 2023, 9 a.m. Yeah, that's covered the whole tunnel.
The train is still stuck and the snow continues to fall. I should have taken an airplane. Well, I must make the best of it and join the other passengers for breakfast.
How do you make the best of that? Unless you're going out to make a snowman, you're not making the best of that.
The train still hasn't left.
Do they not have people that, like, dig holes for the train to get through? Should comb my hair.
The mustache comb to tame unruly nuts.
That's my mustache comb. My moustache. It's my moustache wax.
Wax to preserve the perfect symmetry of the mustache.
Him and his mustache, man. Can I? There, that one.
Finest of curling irons for the mustache.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, because I don't have a mustache, so I don't know how that works. And I never really knew a man who curled his mustache, so... Oh, neat. That shows me where I am. Oh, I can't go this way. Let's just go... My running speed looks the same speed as my walking speed.
The train is completely trapped because of the avalanche. Hopefully not for too long.
I mean, I would just think somebody would have to dig that out because if it's just going to keep snowing. How are you supposed to get out of there? Unless you just backed up and went back, I guess. That's probably not safe to do. Alright, back on first class where I belong. That dude's dead in his room, I know it. Oh, something on the...
Good morning, Monsieur Michel.
Good morning, sir. Please enjoy our special breakfast in our restaurant.
And there better be some bacon and sausage, that's all I'm saying.
This delay is intolerable. I am supposed to be demonstrating the Firenze in Paris in 2 days.
Ah, your electric car. Yes, that's bad luck.
I shouldn't have took a train.
My daughter said it would be the easiest way in the world. Just sit on the train until I got to Paris. And now we may be here for days, and my boat sails the day after tomorrow. How am I going?
Good morning, madam. The snow is a predicament, is it not?
I am Russian. Snow is no stranger to me.
Ah, the accent. Would it be St. Petersburg?
You are very perceptive. Monsieur Poirot, is it not?
And may I take it, I have the honor of addressing Princess Natalia Dragomirov.
We dispense with the old titles these days. My husband, all of my past, was taken from me by these Stalinists. When they were gone, I became director of the St. Petersburg Museum of Antiquities to restore and preserve what I can of my country's history.
Still, the delay must be vexing.
If I must be late for my appointments, then they will wait.
I know that I would certainly wait, madame. It has been my extreme pleasure to make your acquaintance, madame.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
Why did it sound like she was stirring her drink, but yet she wasn't?
A beautiful piano. What a luxury. Pity there's no one to play it.
Mademoiselle, you are not concerned about the train stopping?
What can one do?
Indeed, this does not make the train move. You have great strength to remain calm at a time like this.
I know one far, far stronger than I.
And that is?
Well, that old lady, for instance. You have probably noticed her. She just has to lift her little finger and ask for something in a polite voice, and the whole train runs.
It runs also for my friend Monsieur Bouc, but that is because he is a director of the line, not because he has a masterful character.
You don't have to have a strong will when you have power. But I suspect I did not need to tell you that, Mr.
Poirot.
Mr. Poirot.
Good morning, Mr. Fauchet. You have early customers, I see.
Yes, I am stuck serving here as well at breakfast. Everyone is impatient. They keep complaining that the train is not moving. As if I could get out and push it.
It's too early for me to order a boxcar. That is the appropriate drink, I believe.
A gin triple sec, lemon and grenadine mix. A drink for a train indeed.
But not perhaps for my breakfast. I think I will settle for an omelette.
Good luck, sir. Miss Nielsen is helping to serve in the dining car.
No, I meant you wanted you to get it for me, kid. Make my omelet right now.
The Orient Express bar is certainly well stocked.
Wait a minute, did I thought I saw something run by there real quick. Must just been me looking at something. I don't know.
How long are we expected to be stranded here?
It won't do much good complaining to me. That fellow there with the moustache, he may know something.
Excusez-moi, sir.
Yes?
Monsieur Bouc asks for you to join him in compartment 203.
No, I want my omelet and my sausage and my bacon. Especially my bacon.
Poirot, can you tell us anything?
Why would I
Tell
know?
you the snow, it will not move aside on its own.
Of course, but you obviously have some influence with Bouc.
I am going to see him now. I will ask him if he has any information.
Alright, now I have to go all the way back. Better get my omelet. It's funny that the first car is the 200s.
Come in. We have need of you.
What has occurred?
A passenger lies dead in his bed. Stabbed.
A passenger? Which passenger?
In there. He's an American.
I knew it. I
A man
told
called
you
Ratchet.
guys.
It was his valet, Masterman, who was worried that Mr. Ratchet was not awake yet. Pierre Michel, the conductor, decided to break in and found the body.
I see. Well, my friend, I think it is best not to touch anything and wait for the police to arrive.
Oh, I tried to call the police, but there is no cell tower for many kilometers.
Oh, great.
We could be stuck in the snow for hours. The murderer is with us. On the train, now! The sooner we catch him, the sooner we'll be out of danger. The Dr. Constantine is already examining the body.
Mon ami, this is not a missing train ticket. We must follow procedure. We must wait for the police to secure the crime scene.
Please, Poirot. I will take full responsibility.
Book, you ask. Well, if we cannot contact the outside world, then... Oh, you are going to drive me crazy. In truth, this problem intrigues me. I was reflecting not half an hour ago that many hours of boredom lay ahead whilst we are stuck here. And now, a problem lies ready to my hand.
You accept, then?
C'est entendu. You place the matter in my hands.
I mean, I guess we could just stick the dead body in the snow and that would preserve his corpse. I mean, why not? Okay, so analyze the scene.
Mr. Poirot, I am Dr. Constantine.
Forgive me, Doctor. You are a medical examiner?
No, but I have assisted in post-mortems at Nairobi Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am familiar with your excellent institution.
I do not intend to perform a full autopsy, but a preliminary examination should be of some use.
Of course. May I have a look? Then we can compare notes.
Please. If you need any help, I won't be far away.
Alright, so he's Kenyan, right? He's a medical examiner. I would assume he's 47. There's no way he's 89.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Is he 89?
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
Doctor? Oh, he's a doctor. Okay. I misunderstood.
That's
I thought
the right answer.
he had said he was a medical examiner. Okay, let's search the body. We got tons of stuff here, okay. Let's look at this stuff first. Something in the glass.
I'm sure I will find some interesting things inside.
The screen's been broken.
His phone was deliberately smashed.
It's probably his assistant. Is that a gun? So he didn't have time to get it, or either he trusted the person that was in the room with
Last
him.
night, Monsieur Ratchet said he takes precautions. I see now what he meant. He knew he was in danger and wanted to be ready. Yet it was no use to him. I will leave it here for the police. Did it belong to Ratchet? I'll take photos.
Exotic vape? Handkerchief. Initial H.
A handkerchief. There's a letter H embroidered on it.
As you see, the victim has been stabbed many times. Several alone would have been fatal.
Yes, I agree. An attack most savage.
It's usually a crime of passion.
I will, of course, prepare a complete report on my findings.
Thank you.
His watch got broke. Could be at the time.
The watch is broken. The hands are stopped at 1:15 a.m. One would expect that to be the time when the attack occurred.
Okay, I think I've looked at everything at least here. Is there a ripped photo?
I wonder what could be in this photo.
Okay, sleeping
Box
pills.
of sleeping pills.
safe. Suitcase. Okay, so Alice was walking the forest of 1,000 flowers. She picked 10 flowers to make a bouquet. Suddenly the bouquet turned into a butterfly and the flowers on the ground began to multiply. There were twice as many. Alice arrived in front of a door that asked her, "If you want to get out of the forest, you must tell me how many flowers are left in the forest." So that could have something to do with the safe, possibly. Oh, look, the rabbit. So we definitely need to put that picture together.
Expensive clothing, recently laundered.
It's weird that the shower's out there.
Where can the killer have gone? This door communicates with compartment 204. The latch is open on this side.
Well, she did say she thought she saw a man in her room, and that's the woman that's next door. Okay, so we can rotate it with R. Nope. That's not a rabbit, that's a cat. For Daisy.
For Daisy. Interesting.
That was easy.
That was extremely easy. Okay, so we have to open Ratchet's safe. And it's a number safe. So I'm assuming, wrong button. It has to do with the clue here. Okay, Alice was walking in a forest of 1,000 flowers. She picked 10 flowers to make a bouquet. Suddenly the bouquet turned into a butterfly and the flowers on the ground began to multiply. There were twice as many. Okay, so... So 1,000 flowers, she took 10. That would leave 190, or 990. So Alice arrived in front door that asked her, "If you want to get out of the forest, you must tell me how many flowers are left in the forest." So suddenly the bouquet turned into a butterfly, and the flowers on the ground began to multiply. There were twice as many. So would that be times 2? So 1,980, possibly? Let's try it. Ha ha. I am a genius.
Not
got a lot of money. I wonder why that bill's flipped up like that. Okay, call Cairo, check carpets, delivery, Orient Express, call DC, check money TV. Debrief with H, arriving in Venice. I wonder if I need to click on those. These ones I can't, but I can this one.
Ratchet had an appointment he will never keep.
Confirm flight RJ. We have a picture of a rabbit. Fontaine del Conigli?
Meeting place on the back of a postcard.
AW.
Someone with the initials AW.
Interesting.
Unusual letter.
For each person hurt, you will suffer the same harm. Your death is near. We never forget. So that could be, has something to do with stab marks. Maybe he's hurt so many people. So it's revenge for something. Oh.
The chain lock is broken.
Probably that noise I heard.
Told me that he broke the chain on the door to get into
Oh, that's
the
right.
room.
He broke in. Well, so the person locked it and then went out her room. Interesting. Okay, let's talk to him and see if there's anything. Oh.
The snow is falling only lightly this morning. The murderer would have left tracks in the snow if he had jumped out the window.
And so we know he didn't go out the window.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but I must question.
Of course. I must be considered under suspicion like everyone else.
May I know your movements last night?
I share compartment 101 with Mr. Boo. He would not stop talking about his beloved train. I listened to him for hours talking about his Orient Express.
My friend Book will no doubt confirm this.
Link with the victim?
Did you know the victim?
Not at all. I noticed him last night at dinner, but I did not pay much attention.
Okay, clues in the room.
Did you touch anything in here this morning?
I checked for a pulse. There was none. Rigor mortis had commenced. The body was cool to the touch. I touched nothing else.
Okay, the
What
victim.
can you tell me about the victim?
He died from multiple stab wounds of varying angles and depth. More than one would have been fatal. I would place the time of death roughly between midnight and 2 a.m. With more time, I hope I can be more precise.
Okay, it's
I
cold.
assume the open window complicates matters.
Indeed. Conditions are not perfect.
Thank you for your help, Doctor.
Okay, so select two elements that reveal the most likely way the murderer exited Ratchet's room. Well, I'm definitely be there. Train stopped. Broke the door. Connecting door. So murderer was able to get through the connecting door because it was not latched. Okay, the train is stopped, trapped in the snow. Oh, that was what that was. Okay, so really the most likely the way the murder actually was Mr. Ratchet's room. Oh, yeah, because it was chained up and he had to break it down. Okay, so select the two elements that reveal the most likely way the murderer exited Mr. Ratchet's room.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
What would the third... maybe this? Oh, yeah, to show that he couldn't have gone outside. Okay, and then conclude.
So, the murderer must have exited through Madame Hubbard's room. My little grey cells did not let me down.
So there's probably clues in her room. Who were the two people who would have seen the murderer leaving the room? Oh, Mrs. Hubbard and Michelle.
That's the right answer.
Okay, so we need to talk to both of them. Okay, I don't see anything else that we have to put together, so let's go ahead and leave the
I
room.
shouldn't leave until I have
What?
finished inspecting the crime scene.
What did I miss? Is there something that I missed? Talk to him about everything. I don't know what I would have missed.
This door
Can I go out that way?
communicates with compartment 204.
Maybe there's something on the door?
The latch is open on this side.
Because I don't see what else I would have missed. There's nothing else to ask him.
I shouldn't leave until I have finished inspecting the crime scene.
There's something in here?
Not exactly.
Oh, maybe because I didn't click on it.
Material one would expect of a man like Ratchet.
Keep showing me to hit tab. Oh, over here. What happened the night of the murder?
I do not think that's the right answer.
Wait, hold on. Drink sleeping pills.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Oh, maybe this. Yep. He was on guard.
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. I must admit
I was gonna say he's not so much on guard because he took sleeping pills. Yeah, you wanted to stay on guard. Yeah, he took. Yeah, see now, I don't know why that didn't click in my head. To
I
conclude,
can't imagine Ratchet taking a sleeping pill
Yeah.
if he feared for his life.
his little assistant stuck it in there. It's probably him. Okay, so who are the two persons who work for Ratchet? This guy, he doesn't, does he? Is it those two?
I do not think that's the right
Then it must be this guy. Okay. I thought I saw him with the Italian
That's
guy.
the right answer.
Don't even really see that guy too often, though. The one's his valet and the other's his secretary. Okay, so I think we've got everything now. Yep.
I think I've seen everything I need at the moment. I'm counting on you to finish your analysis.
I'll have a more detailed report for you as soon as I can.
Sounds good, sir. Alright, let's start going interrogating people.
So, Poirot, did you find anything out?
It's a bit early for the handcuffs, my friend. Even for Hercule Poirot. Do not worry, mon ami. I believe our culprit has no plans to strike again. Monsieur Ratchet was the target. Of that, I am convinced.
Yeah, this was a personal vendetta. Okay, so alibi.
Tell me, Book, how did you spend last night?
This is a joke, I hope. Don't you trust your old friend?
My friend, calm yourself. I must hear your story in order to corroborate other accounts.
Ah, naturally. Let me see. I went to my compartment after dinner. Dr. Constantine was already there. We talked about his career. He's a Cambridge man, you know. After university, he returned to his country and has done much good there. He was so interested in the Orient Express. I told him all the anecdotes I know. I'm not certain when we fell asleep, but it was very late.
Okay, investigation.
Here is what I have found out. Monsieur Ratchet was stabbed many times. I also found threatening letters in his safe. He had a loaded gun under his pillow, so he was on guard, ready to defend himself. However, there was an empty glass with white residue at the bottom. I suspect a barbiturate. Perhaps he was forced to take it. In any case, I am certain he was unconscious, unable to defend himself. I also found several other items at the crime scene, possibly related to the murder. They must be investigated.
By all means, Poirot. As fast as you can.
I also found liquid for an electronic cigarette, but I could not find a vape. This might belong to the murderer.
This criminal is an amateur.
Okay, list of passengers.
I need a list of the passengers with their compartment numbers.
Pierre Michel will have it.
I must interview the rest of the passengers and the staff.
I'll be in the bar car if you need me. We are hours late. Soon I hope help will arrive.
Okay, let's go talk to... I wonder if Mrs. Hubbard's in here. I want to search her room, too, hopefully.
Good morning, madam. I am Hercule Poirot.
Caroline Hubbard. What can I do for you, Mr. Poirot?
I am the bearer of unfortunate news.
It's obvious with all the commotion that something has happened.
Madame Hubbard, I am afraid your neighbor, Monsieur Ratchet, was murdered last night.
Oh my God. I knew it. I knew it!
I would like to ask you some questions, but first, may I inspect your room?
Of course, yes. You must.
Okay, so she is American, I believe. Housewife? She's not a maid. And she's gotta be 60.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was super easy. Okay, so let's talk to her first.
Please tell me about last night.
The murderer was right here in my compartment. I woke up. All in the dark it was. I was just so scared I couldn't scream. I pressed the call button. I pressed and pressed. I heard footsteps running in the corridor, then a knock on my door. Come in, I screamed. And I switched on the lights at the same time. And would you believe it? There wasn't a soul there.
You think he went back into the other compartment?
How do I know where he went? I had my eyes shut tight. The conductor came in. I told the man what had happened, and he didn't seem to believe me. I asked him to search the room, but he found nothing. I told the conductor to look at the door between the compartments, and sure enough, it wasn't bolted. Well, I soon saw to that. I told him to bolt it, then and there.
The connecting door?
How is it you didn't bolt the door between the two compartments?
But I had. Well, as a matter of fact, I asked that Swedish lady, Olsen, Greta, if it was bolted, and she said it was.
How was it you could not see for yourself?
I was already in bed, and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was.
What time was it when you asked her to do this for you?
Oh, it must have been around 10:30 or 10:45 p.m. She'd come along to see if I had an aspirin. But instead of opening my door, she opened Mr. Ratchet's door by mistake. He said something quite rude, like, "Not a chance, lady, you're too old." It shocked her. She came in. I told her where to find the aspirin, and she got it out of my toiletry bag. Poor girl, she didn't have a good night.
The same could be said for Monsieur Ratchet. It appears Mademoiselle Olsen may be the last person to see Ratchet alive.
Okay, so age-embroidered handkerchief.
Is this your handkerchief?
No, not at all.
Yet it is embroidered with an initial H, like your name.
I don't care. It's not mine, and I would certainly never buy something so impractical as that frilly thing.
Is there anybody else with the letter H in their name?
Are you
Smoker?
a smoker?
No, definitely not. Filthy habit.
Okay,
I
so
have not
that's all
finished
the
inspecting your
questions.
room. If you don't mind,
mustache. Catch them all.
Another golden moustache to treasure.
Is it a cufflink?
Here is a jacket button.
Look at a
There's the
unicorn.
logo of the Orient
Oh,
Express.
it's a jacket button. Huh. Oh, you stooping the guy out Mr. Michel, is that his name?
The luxury of the Orient Express is present in every detail.
Doesn't look like there's anything. Oh, I collected it.
This door connects to Monsieur Ratchet's compartment. It was latched on this side. Let's see if Mrs. Hubbard was telling the truth about the latch of the connecting door. This hook is probably where Mrs. Hubbard hung her toiletry bag. I can see the latch very well from here, even with the toiletry bag attached. I'll have to clear that up with Mrs. Hubbard.
Okay, I think I've looked at everything. So let's ask
I
for the button.
found a jacket button on your table. It looks like it belongs to
Train
a
employee.
train employee. The button bears the logo of the Orient Express.
Well, of course the conductor came in last night, but he didn't go near that table.
Still, it's a safe bet that it belongs to the conductor. I'll check his jacket later, to be sure.
Okay, latch.
Mrs. Hubbard, you told me that the door connecting the two compartments was closed, correct?
Yes, it was, as I told you. I was already in bed and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was. That's why I asked Miss Olsen to check if it was closed.
Okay, so yes it was. As I told you, I was already in bed. My torture bag was hanging on the hook of the door. Couldn't see the latch from where I was. That's why I asked Miss Olsen to check if it was closed. Go with this one.
Are you sure everything you've told me is accurate, Madame Hubbard?
Of course. I have an excellent memory.
Select the element that proves she's lying. The latch visible.
Mrs. Hubbard, I tested putting your toiletry bag on the door hook as you told me. From your bed, you can easily see the latch on the door. The toiletry bag does not hide the latch at all.
Are you saying I'm lying? It may have been stuck somehow in a different position, or I may not have seen it in the darkness. Or I didn't think to look, you irritating man.
Details matter, madame. A man has been most savagely murdered. You will excuse me if I attempt to separate the truth from the false.
Forget my toiletry bag and focus on who entered my compartment. Probably after killing Mr. Ratchet.
Madame Hubbard is a force to be reckoned with, but I suspect I'm not done with
She's
her.
only like concerned about herself.
Thank you for your assistance, madame.
Okay, so let's move down to this guy.
Monsieur Michel, I must ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
I will do everything I can to help.
First of all, tell me about yourself.
Very well. My name, as you know, is Pierre Michel. I am from Calais. I've been with the company for over 15 years.
Thank you.
French? Is he considered a controller? Yep.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Okay, list of
Can
passengers.
you provide me with a listing of the passengers and their rooms, please?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, it's easy. Okay, so we have Constantine is in 101. Harris Toby 202. Or probably Toby Harris, yeah, because first I read his last name first. Hector McQueen is a 102. Edward Masterman 103. Antonio Forcerelli is a 103. Mary Debenham is 104. Greta Olson 104. Joanna Locke 105. Hildegard Schmidt 105. Archibald Arbanoth 106. Natalie Dragomoff 107. Cyrus Hardman 201. Nikola Petrovich 102. Samuel Ratchet 203. Caroline Hubbard 204. Rudolph Angerini 205. And then we have the staff: Pierre Michel in 301, Freya Nelson 301, Hataru Mori 302, and Jean Falker 302. Interesting. Okay, smoker.
Are you a smoker?
Indeed.
Do you smoke e-cigarettes?
No. Tobacco only.
Okay, Ratchet.
I would like to reconstruct with your help the events of last night. Monsieur Ratchet retired to bed. When?
Almost immediately after dinner, sir. Actually, before we left Belgrade.
Did anybody go into his compartment after that?
His valet, monsieur. Monsieur Masterman. And then his secretary, the young American gentleman. Monsieur McQueen.
And that is the last time you saw or heard of him?
No, monsieur. You forget that Monsieur Ratchet rang his bell around 12:40 a.m., soon after we had stopped. I knocked at the door, but he called out in French, "Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé." I then left to answer another bell that had just rung.
Where were you at 1:15 a.m.?
I was sitting on my little seat at the end of the car, facing up the corridor.
Are you sure?
I left a little after 1 a.m. to speak about the snow with my colleague Jean in the bar car. I came back later. There was a call. I remember speaking to you.
Indeed, I remember. Carry on.
It was the American lady, Madame Hubbard. She thought she saw a man in her compartment. Then, around 1:50 a.m., I made the bed for Monsieur Ratchet's secretary, Monsieur McQueen. He had spent the evening talking with the English Captain Arbuthnot. At 2 a.m., I returned to my place and stayed there until dawn.
Okay, the last station.
What is the last station where we stopped?
Vinkovsky.
Could someone have come on board?
Possibly. I was very busy. Owing to the weather, we were a few minutes late. We left at 12:10 a.m.
Okay, and then the missing button.
I found a button from an Orient Express staff jacket. Did you lose one by any chance?
Maybe they pretend to be the staff.
As you can see, I have all my buttons. It is not mine.
Okay, Michelle's activity. So Mrs. Hubbard calls Michelle. Okay, so we have to put... Okay, so he says post until morning. It's probably here. Michelle goes to make Mr. McQueen's bed. Train leaves.
Think, Poirot.
No.
That is not a good answer.
Oh, so that one's right. Oh yeah, that was the one that was already in there. So makes the Mr. McQueen's bed, Michael Stacy's boat. This has to be the 2 one. Might have to talk to him again. I just had the station one should have been
I'll write
first.
again. That happens to me a lot.
Okay, select 2 elements to help deduce how the killer avoided being seen by Michael or Michelle. Well, him not being in his post would be one. Oh, okay.
While Monsieur Michel was chatting with Monsieur Fauchet in the bar car between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., the murderer could have escaped Ratchet's room without being seen.
That's the right answer.
Is Mrs. Hubbard a suspect? Is Michael a suspect? Ooh, I don't know.
Very well, I choose to go this way.
I don't think she is. But he could... I don't think he is either because he's not... Because originally I was going to say, yeah, he could be, but he's not missing any buttons on his jacket. So I don't think it was him.
Most likely answer.
Or what if I check yes on this one?
This direction looks promising. This appears to be a good lead.
I mean, it's possible she is. I don't know. I don't think she is. But it all seems kind of suspicious, some of the stuff she's done. Let's go ahead and say yes. Because I don't think this is going to do anything.
Solid choice.
Because it's not like, who's the murderer now? So. But I don't think that's a big deal right now. But actually, out of the two of them, she's a little more suspicious than he is. Okay, so... I wonder if I can, since I... No, okay, so I can't say anything to her. Okay, so let's just go ahead and travel up the car. Might need to talk to his assistant, possibly. Or his secretary.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can.
Okay. Does he not care about the woman that was running down the hall, which I believe was the married woman? Is married to that one guy. Oh, they're not in here anymore. Can I get an omelet? Mustachio.
You can never have too many of these.
Just open that for no reason. Okay, so let's go ahead. Maybe I have to... I think I already looked out that window. Did I? Wait, let's just make sure. I think I did, but I don't remember. Okay. Nothing there. Okay, so maybe we have to go to the guys' rooms, which they're in the second car, but I think it's considered the 100s. Because they left this area. They were here having breakfast. It's my room.
Monsieur Edward Masterman, I believe. May I ask you some questions?
I can barely talk. I have a terrible toothache.
We have a doctor on board the train. Perhaps...
I do not need a doctor. I use essential oils. If you can find my flask of clove oil in my box, I would be grateful.
Well, why can't you do
If
it?
you insist, I will help you.
I mean, like, really? Okay, almond, clove. It's 7. Oh my god, I have to measure things. Can I click on anything? Oh, there we go. I didn't get it open all the way.
By the smell, I think that the jojoba oil spilled on the other bottles, leaving their labels illegible.
Great.
I must find another way to find which one is Masterman's toothache remedy. The weighing scale is soaked in jojoba oil. It's unusable.
Jeez, okay.
Ah, this old scale will do the job.
Oh no, it's one of those I've got to figure out.
To start, I must first arrange the vials from the lightest to the heaviest.
Okay, well, let's start with that one. It's not real heavy. Okay, that's not real heavy. Oh, so it's not even gonna let me weigh them. Well, maybe I had to. Let's see. Ah, see, they trick you. Okay. Okay, so blue's a lot heavier than yellow. Can I have that, please? Thank you. A lot heavier than black. Super heavy than the green one. And the red. So this is probably the lemon. Okay, red's heavier than the black, right? Okay. Heavier than the green. Okay, but the yellow's heavier than the red. I was doing heaviest,
Now
yeah.
that I know the order, I think that I can easily guess which one is the clove oil.
Okay, so we know that the Jujuba is not available because that broke, right? So this is probably lemon, lavender, clove should be the red one, right? Because this would be almond and this would be the Ling Ling.
Here is Monsieur Masterton's remedy.
Here is your remedy. I hope it will help.
Thank you very much, sir. Ah, well.
How do cloves help a
I can finally
toothache?
speak without too much pain. I'm ready to answer your questions.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's valet?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Were you told that your employer was murdered?
Yes, sir. A very shocking occurrence.
Assuming he's American. He's a valet. He's probably 39.
Et voila.
Okay, so the night of the crime.
At what hour did you last see Monsieur Ratchet?
It must have been around 9 p.m., sir. That or a little after. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m., same as the person who shares my room. Mr. Foscarelli. He almost immediately began snoring.
What did you do then?
I read, sir, and I spent a while soothing my toothache with clove oil and listening to the snoring.
Did you hear anything during the night?
Yes. My roommate's snoring.
Okay, we get it. He snores. Okay? God. Smoker.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, sir. I have a cigarette now and then to relax.
I think you need to have one now. Okay, Ratchet.
Tell me about your employer, Monsieur Ratchet.
I've been working for him for 9 months. I should not wish to speak ill of the dead, but he was not a gentleman, sir.
Did you know that he had enemies?
Yes, sir. I heard him discussing some threatening letters, sir, with Mr. McQueen.
Did he mention these letters to you?
He had been reading a letter when I came in. He asked me if I was the one who put it in his compartment. I told him that I had done no such thing, and he should report it to the police at the next station.
How did he respond?
He laughed, sir.
You're joking.
I do not joke, sir.
Forgive me. I can see you do not. Was he taking sleeping pills?
Always when traveling by train, sir. He said he couldn't sleep otherwise. Last night he asked me to give him 2. I did so, along with a glass of water. He dissolved them in the water.
Did you see him drink the water?
No, sir. I left right after I gave him the pills.
Okay, and was Ratchet a smoker?
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No. He finds smokers disgusting.
Can you tell me again why you gave sleeping pills to Monsieur Ratchet?
Yes. I gave him the pills because when he takes the train, he has trouble sleeping. The letter must have worried him. He specifically asked me to prepare the sleeping pills. I didn't see him drink the water with the pills in it.
Okay, confrontation zone. Which of these sentences contains a lie? When he takes the train, he has trouble sleeping. The letter must have worried him. He specifically asked me to prepare the sleeping pills. I didn't see him drink the water with the pills in it. Oh, Lord. Did we mention the letter to him? I mean, maybe I just kind of zoned out. I don't know, but
What evidence can help me prove he's lying?
Okay, so it wasn't that one.
I have no way to
I'm not
prove
sure on
he's
this
lying.
one. Luckily, it doesn't count against me, so...
Monsieur, I believe you are not telling me the truth.
What? How can you say that?
What? How can you? Gun, agenda, scream in the night. I don't know. The gun? The agenda? I don't know.
He received threatening letters. One, it seems, last night. Did you know he had a gun under his pillow? And even asked for my help to watch over him? I find it strange that he asked you for sleeping pills when he was afraid for his life and prepared to defend himself.
I'm sure I don't know. Maybe to calm his nerves. Maybe out of habit.
It makes no sense.
Wait, please. Isn't it possible that Mr. Ratchet asked me to prepare the pills but didn't plan to drink them for some reason.
It is possible.
That'd be
But
weird.
I am a student of character, monsieur, and the Monsieur Ratchet you describe is not the man I met.
If you'll excuse me, my toothache is getting
Oh,
worse
is
again.
it now?
I'm afraid this time you must prepare your own clove oil.
Can't talk to me anymore? Sus. This dude's sus. Can I search his room? Doesn't look like it. It's my old Ruby.
I believe I am addressing Monsieur Hector McQueen.
Guilty as charged.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry. Just an expression. My father used to say it.
You must have had an interesting childhood. I am Hercule Poirot.
No need to be modest. You're a detective.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's secretary?
I am Mr. Ratchet's secretary. Just over a year. I mainly take care of translating certain texts for him. Mr. Ratchet only speaks English.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Your employer, Monsieur Ratchet, is dead.
So they got him after all.
What do you mean? You are assuming he was murdered?
I know he had enemies.
Okay, so Ratchet.
What can you tell me about Monsieur Ratchet?
He was American. He was an antiques dealer. I don't know much more. Mr. Ratchet never talked about himself or his life, but I think Ratchet wasn't his real name.
No, I
And
wouldn't
he
be
left
surprised.
the United States to run away from something or someone.
Yes?
He started getting letters, threatening letters.
Do you still have them?
I have one.
Did you know that Monsieur Ratchet had asked for my help?
Asked you? No, I didn't know.
He knew he was in danger. When did you last see him?
Last night around 10 o'clock, I should say.
Did you like your employer, Monsieur McQueen?
No, I did not. He was, I'm sure, a cruel and dangerous man.
Wait. Night of the
Can
crime?
you tell me your movements last night?
I went back to my compartment. I read a little. In Belgrade, I went out onto the platform to smoke, but it was cold. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's compartment to take some dictation for him. I left around 10 o'clock. I saw Captain Arbuthnot. We ended up chatting in my compartment. Then we went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Mikovsky. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
I will need to check Monsieur McQueen's story with Captain Arbuthnot.
Okay, so Ratchet's
I
diary.
found a diary in Monsieur Ratchet's safe. Did you know about it?
I kept a business appointment book, but I know he had a personal diary as well. That looks like it.
Okay, smoker.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, I smoke cigarettes. I've tried to quit, but no luck.
It's funny, Ratchet doesn't like smokers, but yet two of the people that work for him smoked. Threatening
Can
letter.
you give me this letter, please?
Of course, here it is.
Look, well, that's to the point. Time to die. Ratchet is a smoker.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No, he hated the smell of smoke.
Okay. Alright, so we got it all the way here. So Ratchet's death. Select two elements of interest from the encounter with Michelle on the evening of the murder. Ratchet apparently spoke in French during the night of the murder. Mr. McQueen saw Ratchet at around 10. Ratchet called Michelle at 12:34.
I do not think that's the right answer.
37. Oh, maybe it's this. Yeah, because he's American. Why would he speak French? See, I thought that was weird, too. That's why I was like, sure it was him? Okay, it's not Ratchet who spoke to Michelle.
The murderer may have impersonated Ratchet by calling Monsieur Michel to make it seem that Ratchet was still,
alive, yeah.
at 12:37 a.m.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Okay, so we have a new one. Okay, what is the most likely hypothesis? Ratchet takes sleeping pills. The murderer enters Ratchet's room. He kills him with the gun and hides it under the pillow. He disguises the crime. The crime is a crime of passion with a knife. He waits for Mr. Michel to take a break to leave the room. Well, that's not true because nobody heard a gunshot go off. And I don't think he took the sleeping pills. Unless he... Because they weren't that dissolved, but unless he just didn't realize it. Okay, so Ratchet takes sleeping pills. The murderer enters Ratchet's room. He stabs him with a knife. He calls Mr. Michel to make believe that Ratchet is alive. Excuse me. He calls Mr. Michel to make believe that Ratchet is alive. He opens the window to escape, but the train is stuck in the snow. He waits for Mr. Michel to take a break to leave the room. Ratchet takes sleeping pills. The murderer enters Ratchet's room. He stabs him with a knife. He calls Mr. Michel to pretend that Ratchet is still alive. He opens the window and flees. Well, we know that's not true. It has to be this one.
That's the right answer.
Is Mr. McQueen a suspect? Mr. Masterman. That was the one guy. I think he's a suspect.
Very well, I choose to go this way.
But I don't think this guy is.
This is the most likely answer.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Let me double check the characters real quick. I want to make sure that I'm getting them right. Oh, that's that one girl that was following that dude around. Here, yeah, he's McQueen. Okay, I don't think he is very suspicious of it. I think he is. Okay, let's... Yeah, I don't see any other... We don't have anything else to talk to him about, do we? I don't think so. He's not going to talk to us anyway. His tooth hurt. Do we need to, that's my room. Talk to the doctor. Oh, he's not in here anymore. Oh, there he is. Anything new? No? Okay. I'm outie. Okay, so I don't think there's anything to say to anybody else, so let's go to Book.
So, my friend, have you found our killer?
Not yet, but I will tell you what I have learned.
Please.
Okay, investigation.
Our assassin could have gotten on the train at Vinkovsky disguised as a conductor, entered Ratchet's room and killed him. Then he walked out through Madame Hubbard's connecting door, where he lost a button from his jacket. He had to wait for Monsieur Michel to be absent. He waited too long. The train had left the station.
He was trapped aboard.
Indeed. He had opened the window to make it look that he'd escaped that way. However, if he waited until the train stopped again due to snow, his footprints would
So, I
have
mean
been
that
found.
they're still on the train, if they got on from the station.
Among us, on the train.
There's a problem with the second-class toilets.
What now?
All morning passengers have been complaining that the door is locked, so I went to check. I knocked, but no one answered. I didn't think I should open it without speaking to you first.
You did well, Monsieur Michel. Lead the way.
I guess I'm gonna be the plumber.
I used my master key.
Probably could be another dead body in there.
But who is she? Is she alive?
Oh, that's that one
She's
girl.
breathing.
Then if she isn't dead, isn't she our murderer?
That, my friend, is what we must find out.
ticket reads Joanna Locke, traveling in compartment 105.
Miss, can you hear me?
Maybe she's just sleeping.
Breathing. Her pulse is strong. There is no sign of physical violence. This woman is sleeping very soundly.
Maybe she likes to sleep in bathrooms. Okay, she's alive.
This woman is sound asleep. Given her location, I would say she has been drugged and deposited here.
Well, at least it's not another murder on my train.
Okay, roommate.
The train is, of course, full.
Monsieur, the list I gave
Well,
you
maybe the person
indicates
took her
that
room.
Hildegard Schmidt shares her compartment.
I will want to talk to her later. For now, we will concentrate on this mysterious young lady. Let's return her to her more comfortable bed.
Good idea. Pierre, locate this woman's room and fetch the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
question
will
her.
question her when she wakes up.
Please, let me know what you learn.
Her room.
Mademoiselle Locke's compartment is 105. I suggest we return her to her more comfortable bed.
Yes, hopefully she will awaken soon.
Yeah, we still haven't figured out who she is. And why she was following the... What's his name? Oh.
A cup of tea with white
Sleeping
residue
pills?
at the bottom. A cup of tea
Maybe
with
Ratchet poisoned her with the pills and she poisoned him. Not really poisoned, but... Nothing there. Oh, the uniform with the missing button.
a briefcase and a wagon-lit conductor's jacket. And the button is missing.
This is that girl's suitcase. Although, isn't she rooming with somebody else? Like, it could be their suitcase. Ooh, we have a number lock. Okay. I didn't see anything that would give me a clue on the number lock. I'm not really sure. Oh, am I supposed to, like, listen? Interesting. I like
you know
this.
what you're doing. It is booby-trapped, is it? No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones.
Dude, could you stop
We
talking?
really need to find the combination.
Dude, could you shut up?
Wow. What if the briefcase is booby-trapped? Have you tried 0000? If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee. So, Poirot?
Dude.
Any luck so far?
You're pissing me off.
Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4?
That's probably yours.
Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now.
Yeah.
Poirot, what if the briefcase is booby-trapped?
I would if you shut...
No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. So,
Dude,
Poirot,
shut the
any luck so far? We really need to find the combination.
You really need to shut up.
If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee. Poirot, I'm disappointed
Dude.
in you. I was certain you would...
Shut up.
Silent like a mouse, please.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'll be quiet now. You need to concentrate. I will not utter another word. Not one.
Book, there will be another murder on the Orient Express in a moment.
exactly. I'm about ready to kill you, dude. Definitely a fun way to figure out the combination. She's some kind of,
She has a gun.
spy or something, I don't know.
Criminals are often known to carry one.
Ratchet was stabbed, not shot. But then why take it on the train?
She's a detective.
This badge says that Joanna Locke is an American detective with the Berkshire Police Department in Massachusetts.
An American police officer?
She must have been trying to track him down.
Mademoiselle Locke seems very interested in our victim.
Of course. She has studied her target.
Possibly. The stuffed animal is the same as in the photo found at the crime scene.
What a coincidence.
Maybe it's his daughter.
Appears to have been investigating Monsieur Ratchet. Her driver's license confirms her identity. She is American.
These are fake IDs. It's certain. Look, she's waking up.
Thanks to you, I would not be surprised if our murder victim were also waking up.
What?
Oh, my head. What's all the yelling about?
Who are you? Give me a good reason why you should not be in handcuffs.
I can give you a reason. Whose handcuffs will we use? I have none. Do you?
Well,
You are Joanna Locke, mademoiselle?
Yes, Joanna Locke. I'm a detective. Berkshire, Massachusetts Police.
I have found your credentials, mademoiselle.
And I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
Then, if the introductions are complete, perhaps the explanations may begin.
I'll try. It's simple, really. I'm on the trail of a murderer.
Okay, so we got the achievement. It was not in the book. Finished chapter 2.
I had just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol. It was my first time on a major case. It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate for some sign of hope. I was there only for paperwork, to fill in some blanks.
Okay, the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping. Oh. I wonder if he's, Oh man, I hope he didn't do it.
A topographical map, often more important than a road map in these mountains.
Okay, let's see.
The investigation is now part of a pile of investigations, and my captain sent me here just to dot some I's and cross some T's.
Okay, so Daisy Armstrong, a 3-year-old girl, daughter of John and Sonia Armstrong. Victim was taken sometime on the evening of February 24th, 2019. The abduction took place at the Armstrong residence where reception was being held. Miss Moreau, Daisy's nanny, discovered the child's disappearance at approximately 10:45 p.m. A ladder was found outside the child's bedroom window. It was used to remove Daisy from the house. The window, usually locked from the inside, was found open. 4-wheel drive tracks were found in the woods near the house. No party guest drove a 4x4.
The crime was audacious. How could
that would be awful.
which was the
I
window
don't even
in
want to
Daisy's
imagine
room?
somebody doing that.
No, they could use a ladder to reach it, and no, they could enter the room without being seen.
Okay, after law enforcement protocols were in place, the Armstrongs followed the ransom demand instructions and paid the ransom of $1 million on March 1st, 2019. Since there has been no further communication from the kidnappers and Daisy has not been returned, the investigation is ongoing. So it says, have 1 million ready in 2 to 3 days. We'll inform you where to deliver the money. We caution you not to go public or talk to the police. The child is in safe hand.
The misspellings are clearly on purpose, and they didn't return the child when the ransom was paid.
Okay, so statement. We were hosting a social event to raise money for a local museum. There were many people, some of them total strangers to us, and we were all very busy. Then we heard Suzanne, Daisy's nanny, screaming. It must have been 10:45 or 10:50. My wife and I went upstairs to Daisy's room. Suzanne was crying hysterically. Daisy was no longer in her bed, and on her pillow was a ransom note. So John Armstrong is age 38, occupation retired colonel, British Armed Forces.
How could the child be taken with so many people in the house?
Okay, Sonia Armstrong, 32, occupation housewife. Statement. The last time I saw Daisy was about 10:30 p.m. when I went up to check on her in her room. I noticed Suzanne was not around, but Daisy was sleeping peacefully. I stayed with her for 10 minutes or so. I assumed Suzanne would return soon, so I joined the party. Oh, did I click on... I did not click on it.
I can't imagine the pain her parents felt when they realized Daisy was gone. How are they going to feel when they realize I have no answers for them? Only more questions.
Okay, nanny, computer input error, 79 disposition, retaken.
That's why I'm here. A damn computer glitch. Or somebody pushed delete instead of save. Whatever happened, we lost the nanny's deposition. So my entire contribution to the investigation is to take it again.
Telephone records for the day of the abduction for Armstrongs and Miss Monroe at 10:30 a.m. to 10:26 a.m. Sonia called this number. 2:26 to 2:23. Sonia called that number. It looks like a different number. 4:50 p.m. to 5:03. John called another number. Trying to see if they coincide. Okay, so his number she called him at 10:23. Don't know who this number is. He called her back because that's her number. 11:41 to 11:53. Susan Monroe. Okay, so she called Monroe at 2 to 2:30. Susan Monroe called Sonia 10:11 to 10:45. Sonia Monroe called her husband, right? No, she called Susan. Wait, that's Susan. I'm getting myself all confused. She called some unknown number because this doesn't match any of these. And then 10:50 to 11:50, John called 911.
The phone record of the night of the kidnapping. The last call was for 911.
Cool. Hey, at least she runs. There's probably nothing around. We'll just go ahead and go to the door.
Good evening. Colonel Armstrong?
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
I'm newly assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a computer problem. Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
Their fairy tale became a nightmare.
Okay, so how are you?
How are you doing? Are you holding up?
You know, in the military, you're supposed to have the stiffest of upper lips. The Desert War taught me that soon enough. But this, it's difficult. Damned difficult. Harder on my good lady, of course.
Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Her room is upstairs across the hall from Daisy's. She seldom leaves it.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
Mustache.
Help yourself, Joanna. You earned it.
Why would she collect mustaches?
Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough. What a dear child.
I don't even want to imagine that. Especially from the fact that I have a daughter, so I don't even want to think about that stuff.
A toy train. Now here I am on a real one. Lyon, in France. What a lovely looking city.
Hello, are you Suzanne Moreau, Daisy's nanny?
Yes?
I'm Joanna Locke, a detective working on Daisy's case.
Is there any news?
I'm afraid not.
How can I help you?
I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to take your statement again concerning the evening of Daisy's disappearance. There was a computer problem. Your statement was accidentally deleted.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
Okay, so summary of the night of the kidnapping.
Tell me about that night in your own words.
The Armstrongs had a party to raise money for a museum, I think. Mrs. Armstrong is on their board. I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading books to her. She couldn't sleep with all the noise and the comings and goings.
Okay, the moment she was abducted.
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she might have gone to look at the party, but then I saw the ransom note on her pillow. I screamed and screamed. I couldn't stop.
Now, she was gone for longer than a couple minutes, because there's no way they did it that fast.
Did you notice anything unusual before that?
I was with Daisy all evening. Finally, she fell asleep. I didn't see anyone else or notice anything in particular.
Okay, kidnapper identity.
Do you have any idea who did this?
No! I can't see who could have done such a horrible thing. The Armstrongs are such good people. Like my own family.
Thank you for giving me your statement again. I'll get back to you if I have any questions.
I won't be far.
Okay, I have Suzanne's statement, but her answers need some checking.
Okay, I will. I just want to make sure that I can't go in any of the other rooms. Oh, she's pregnant.
A toy castle. When I was a kid, I had a police station and a tiny squad car with a siren that really worked.
No, she has a mustache in her castle.
Not really my style, but I'll take it.
That's gotta be stressful. Kid missing and she's pregnant.
Armstrong, my name is Joanna Locke. I'm a detective investigating the kidnapping of your daughter. May I talk to you? When is your baby due? Mrs. Armstrong? Sonia?
I don't want to talk. I just want to see my daughter again. That's all that matters.
Poor woman. I can't imagine how she feels. And another baby on the way. I want to help, but I'm here to take the nanny's statement, and there are no words I can think of to ease Sonia's pain.
Yeah, but she should at least want to talk.
I want to see my daughter again.
Okay, so we can't go in that one. So let's go ahead and select an element in the file which can comfort Miss Armstrong. What in this would comfort her? Maybe the fact that, you know, nothing's happened? I don't know.
Everything looks okay here.
Okay.
The detective gets it right.
Okay. Don't know how that one was right, but... Okay, so the Armstrongs hosted a party to raise money for a museum. I think Mrs. Armstrong is on the board. As usual for events, this is like this, I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading books to her. She had trouble getting to sleep with all the commotion. So select one element which does not match Miss Monroe's testimony about her phone call. Last time I saw Daisy about 10:30 p.m. when I went up to check her in her room. I noticed Suzanne was not around, but Daisy was sleeping peacefully. I stayed with her for 10 minutes or so. I assumed Susan would return soon, so I rejoined the party. Yeah, she said she was having trouble sleeping.
This information does not correspond to what Suzanne told me. Suzanne said she left Daisy alone for 5 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she stayed with Daisy for a while and Suzanne did not return.
Yeah, that doesn't fit.
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
Probably supposed to talk to the nanny, but let's just make sure since we're already here. Okay, show the photo of Daisy.
Mrs. Armstrong? Let me show you this.
Daisy, my little Daisy. I miss her so much. How good it is to see her face.
I can't imagine the pain you're feeling right now.
She loved her little stuffed animal, Fluffy. She took him everywhere with her. The kidnappers took it as well. They didn't have to. That means they wouldn't hurt her, doesn't it?
Every lead will be followed up. You have my word on that.
Thank you. I shouldn't lose hope. Somehow.
I know it isn't my case, but I just made a promise, and I mean to keep it.
Okay, Miss Monroe.
Do you know where I can find Miss Monroe?
She's in her room. Last door on the left.
Confirm Miss
Tell me
Monroe's
about
word.
the night Daisy was taken, especially anything about your daughter and Suzanne Monroe.
Apart from seeing to our guests, I took a moment to check on Suzanne and Daisy in Daisy's room. Suzanne wasn't there, but Daisy was asleep. I sat with her for 10 minutes or so. Suzanne didn't return while I was there, but there's no reason for her to sit there all night when Daisy is asleep. I went back downstairs.
I have a feeling
May I come back?
the nanny's
If I
in
have
on
more
it.
questions?
Of course.
With her mom being in the hospital, they might have been willing to give her a cut.
Sonia and Suzanne Tell don't match. I should recheck my file and track Suzanne's movements.
So she might have left the room so that they would come and take her, and then she got part of the money. Okay, can't talk to her just yet, so... Okay, select another element which doesn't match what Miss Monroe said in her testimony about her phone call. I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in bed. I thought she had gone to look at the party, but then I saw the ransom note on the pillow. I screamed and screamed, and I couldn't stop. You see, this is the only number that doesn't match. And it was from 10:11 to 10:45. There was also a 5-minute period. Well, I mean, I guess it would take her time to walk back to the room, but when he called the police. So 11, so 21, 31, 41. So she's gone for over 30
That
minutes.
is not exactly what Suzanne told me earlier. Suzanne was on the phone more than 5 minutes.
She was
Hey, I'm a pretty
on
good
it for almost
detective after
30. testimony.
If I understand you correctly, you left Daisy when she was not asleep?
The party was very loud. Daisy was too wound up to sleep. I read her a Motley Mule detective story to try and put her to sleep. Daisy finally fell asleep. Right before Motley Mule solved his case in the book I was reading her. I had to make a quick phone call. No more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's not true.
But when I came back, Daisy was gone.
This one.
Are you sure you were only gone for 5 minutes?
5, 6, what does it matter? It was very quick.
Okay, so the phone record.
You say you were only away 5 or 6 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she was alone there more like 10 minutes. And the phone record shows that you stayed on the call for more than 30 minutes, way longer than you said.
My mother is extremely ill. It's difficult for me. I may have lost track of time. When I came back, Daisy had disappeared. It must have been a coincidence.
You have to be precise, Suzanne. A little girl's life is at stake.
Why are you doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. I would never hurt Daisy.
I need to check Suzanne's story. She's panicking. Why now? What is she afraid of?
They probably threatened her. I mean, call Mrs. Monroe's mother. Check her alibi. Confused. What am I supposed to do with that one? Can I look at my case book or not? I can't look at my case book. Reconstruct the following events in the correct order to track the chronology. Well, how does this work?
No, I did something wrong.
When did we hear that they entered through the front door? Oh, I get it. Okay. They didn't go up the ladder, they just took it out.
That is a great detective job. The kidnapper places a ladder under the window to Daisy's room. Then he joins the party. Just one guest in the crowd. He somehow knows when Suzanne leaves the room, then sneaks upstairs. He opens Daisy's window, carries her down the ladder, and vanishes.
Oh, there we go. It's 2140. How do I? Okay, 2140.
Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
I was gonna say, there had to be a way I could look at that. There was no way I was just gonna blindly figure that out.
The number you have called is not in service at this time. Please hang up and dial again. Or contact your service provider.
Oh. The hospital's out of
The number
service.
Suzanne called is not in service?
You called the kidnapper.
I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me.
Get Miss Monroe's call.
I spoke with Suzanne. She was phoning her mother. That's why you didn't see her when you went to check on Daisy.
Yes, her mother. I tried to call the poor woman earlier that week, but the hospital said she's been in a medically induced coma for more than 2 months.
Suzanne told me she called her mother, but she would have known her mother was in a coma.
She talked to her mom while she was in a coma. Okay. I mean, did she really think that this was never going to be figured out? Come on. I mean, she even stayed here, too. She didn't even try to leave. Okay, so Miss Monroe's schedule.
Did you see Miss Moreau during the party?
I remember seeing her at some point, but otherwise, no. I was too busy with my guests. Wear the smile, shake the proffered hand.
Miss Monroe's phone
Miss
call.
Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available yet in France.
But yet she's in a coma, so how could she have talked to her?
Take whatever time you need.
And then he smiles at me. Just trying to solve the case, sir. I'd assume we can talk to her now. She probably jumped out the window. Okay, the phone
The
number.
number you called that night is no longer in service.
I don't understand. That's the number the hospital gave me to call my mother's room.
Phone call.
You told me you were on the phone with your mother when Daisy was abducted.
As we said earlier, I didn't pay attention. And was on the phone longer than I said. But since my mother is very ill, she had to leave her hometown, Lyon, because the treatment is not approved yet in France. She is in an hospital in Boston for a special treatment. I call her every night to check on her. When I came back, Daisy was gone. I'll never forgive myself.
Okay, so I didn't pay attention. I was on the phone longer than I said. My mother's very ill. She's in the hospital in Boston for treatment. Called every night to check on her. Came back, Daisy was gone, but I'd never forgive myself. This is a lie because she's in a coma.
Are you sure you called your mother?
Yes. Every night since she was admitted in December.
Okay, yeah, your mom's in a coma.
Suzanne, I think you really care for Daisy. If you do, then tell me the truth. You can't have been calling your mother while she's in a coma.
My mom really is in a hospital in Boston. She really is in a coma. I wasn't calling her. I was on the phone with my boyfriend.
Why lie about it? Why are you panicking?
Because he's gone. I haven't heard from him since the night of the kidnapping. I'm afraid he's somehow connected to Daisy's disappearance. That he was just using me somehow. But I swear I talked to him. Yes, for more like 30 minutes that night. So he couldn't have kidnapped Daisy at the same time we were talking.
But he could have kept you talking so someone else could take Daisy.
Yes, you can see why I lied. Can't you? I was afraid you'd suspect me of having something to do with it. You can understand that, can't you?
Suzanne, I want to believe you, but you've made it harder to find Daisy. Do you realize that?
Oh my god. What have I done?
What's most important is not what you've done, but what you do now. Go. I'll be back to talk to you. No more lies, Suzanne. For Daisy. No more lies.
Noah. The name might lead us to that little girl. I am on this case now, whether my captain wants me to be or not.
Okay, looks like a cookbook. Dictionary. Romeo and Juliet. There's the book she was reading her. Is it a diary?
A locked diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets.
Probably have to find the key. They're like adult books in a kid's room. That's kind of weird. Maybe she like shares a room with the little girl being the nurse or her nanny.
A card from the
N.
florist. It's signed N.
Noah? Victor Hugo's Les Miserables.
Huh.
Is that a glasses case?
What's in the glass case? Oh, big surprise. Glasses.
But whose glasses? Tissues.
I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks. Small jewelry box. By the size, I'm guessing earrings.
I was gonna say, it's like a ring box, actually.
Why put a key in a jewelry box?
Because it's a diary. Yeah, see a ring.
An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key.
Oh, maybe this is her room. I didn't think of that, and then that other room was the little girl's room. Even though it looked more like a nursery. So she's like a live-in nanny. Not just somebody who comes and takes care of her from time to time. I mean, I guess that is what a nanny
that
is.
Doesn't work.
Nope. Oh, I don't want to go that way.
That doesn't work.
Why does it keep taking the key out? I don't want to turn it the other way. How do I turn it the other way? I want to turn it this way.
That doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Oh. Aha. I didn't think to
Okay, Suzanne.
turn it
Let's
around.
See what you haven't told me.
Okay, so February 9th, 2019, day at the park with Noah. I can tell he is opening up more and more with me. I chattered on and on about my job. I told him how much I liked the Armstrongs, especially Daisy. I really feel like she's invested in our relation. I really feel like he's invested in our relationship. That kind of man is so rare these days. February 14th, 2019, Valentine's Day. Noah and I went to the Blue Lagoon, our favorite restaurant, for lunch. It was wonderful at first, but then something happened. Noah received a text message. I don't know what it was, but he said he had to leave. He wouldn't say anything else. Instead, we went away somewhere in the mountains. Finally, we arrived at the cabin in the middle of nowhere. He told me to stay in the car. Not very romantic for Valentine's Day. I'd have dumped his ass immediately. Okay, February 23rd, 2019, Noah gave me flowers. He's usually very attentive, but despite everything, I felt he was more distant today. I hope he's well. I would like to be more present for him, but I don't want to interfere in his private life. That's a dumb thing. Okay, March 15th, 2019. I mean, if you're dating somebody, you should know about their private life. Like, that should be something you talk about. It's been a while since I wrote in this diary. I didn't have the strength, and I think this is the last time I will write in it. My dear Daisy was kidnapped, and I haven't heard from Noah since that day. It was the night Daisy was taken. He talked and talked. I left Daisy too long, and now she's gone. I thought he loved me, but he just never called again or anything. He hasn't replied to my messages since the night Daisy... I'm lost. It's my fault Daisy is gone. I didn't watch over her.
I can see why Suzanne didn't tell me everything about this, Noah. It's clear when he disappeared that she realized something was very wrong.
Okay, let's see if we can talk to her again. Bouquet of flowers.
I imagine these flowers must have been beautiful. Who gave them to you?
The gardener. They're getting pretty wilted, but I hate to throw them away.
Your boyfriend.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been together long?
My boyfriend? Why? He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Please, Suzanne, the sooner you answer my question, the
Didn't
sooner
you just
we'll be
say
done.
upstairs
His name
again?
is Noah Garrity. I met him at a Lunar New Year party in Great Barrington. He is a kind and caring person. Although, well, I miss him. He had to go away on business. He should be back.
Wait a minute. That does not even match up to anything that she just said. Now all of a sudden she's defending him like nothing ever happened. Okay. Miss Monroe's boyfriend?
Anything about Miss Moreau's boyfriend?
Her boyfriend?
Probably not.
I know she went out with someone for a while there. More recently, I saw a man in a 4x4 who would pick her up on her nights off. He never got out of his car, just waited for her. She did seem to spend more time than usual on the phone these past few weeks, but she worked hard. We weren't going to begrudge her what free time she had. Since the abduction, she keeps pretty much to herself.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
Okay, let's talk to the mom real quick. I'm starting to think she is involved.
Can you tell me anything about Suzanne's boyfriend?
I know she dated our chauffeur for a while. There was someone else she'd met recently, but I don't recall his name.
I don't think I would let my employees date each other because if they break up, it's going to cause problems. I'd put that in the stipulations. I'd be like, you guys can't date each other. Okay, so select one element in the file that matches what Colonel Armstrong told you. Okay, well, the 4x4. That was in this.
These tire tracks could well be from Suzanne's boyfriend's 4x4. The detective gets it right.
Okay, we're going to confront her again. Boyfriend confrontation.
Tread marks of a four-wheel drive vehicle were found outside the garden on the night of the kidnapping. Noah drives one, doesn't he? Where is he, Suzanne? If you know anything more about him, you have to tell me.
I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible. He was very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. We went out to eat, to the movies. Just like a normal couple. He's not the only man in the Berkshires who drives that kind of car.
Okay, so do you think it's impossible? He's very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. Went out to eat to the movies like a normal couple. He's not the only one in the Berkshire. Well, this one right here.
You really didn't notice anything strange about Noah until he vanished?
He could get moody at times. As if he had a lot on his mind.
The movies, Valentine's, the Blue Lagoon.
You mentioned the Blue Lagoon. Why?
I don't know. I never thought about it. I guess he liked the place.
That makes sense.
Oh, maybe Valentine's Day. That's the one I was supposed to click. Blue Lagoon's where they went on Valentine's Day.
You read my diary?
I'm sorry, but we have to find
Well,
Daisy.
you're not writing in it anymore.
We both want that. So yes, I looked in your diary.
You're right. He took me to a cabin in the woods. I waited for him in the car. He came out after a few minutes. He was very sweet and apologetic, but He never explained. We went back to the restaurant for dessert.
Did you ever go back to the cabin with him?
No, never.
So what made Noah drive all the way to a cabin in the middle of nowhere? He left her in the car. How was he there?
He's meeting with somebody.
I know it is. I can use Suzanne's directions to the cabin and compare them to the map of the area I have in my car.
Oh, I'm gonna go to the cabin. Fun. Oh, that's not what I want. I want that.
Thanks to the information Suzanne gave me, I should be able to find the cabin on this map.
Okay, so I don't really remember the road, but I know we left town, then crossed 2 bridges and some thick woods, then passed a cornfield on the left, then just trees and more trees. Finally, we stopped outside the cabin. Okay, so... where's town? One of these is a town. What indicates a bridge? Probably just something that goes over the water. There would be 2 bridges there. Right here. Two bridges here. Thick woods, possibly. Then past a cornfield. So that would be the rural area, cultivations. On the left, that would have been on the left. Then just trees and more trees. Finally, we stopped outside the cabin. I think it's here. How do I, press...
I got it. The cabin has to be here. I have to find that cabin. I hope I'm not too late.
Okay, so cabin March 29th, 2019, 10 p.m.
Okay, here is this famous cabin. Let's investigate. Noah brought Suzanne to this dump on Valentine's Day? What a romantic.
Mm-hmm.
That window is too high to see through. That barrel is sturdy enough. I could climb on it.
Oh, there's that stuffed animal. She was definitely here at some point. Okay, hold on. Before I go up there, I want to just kind of take a little look-see around. Hello, I might want to take that.
If only I could see what's inside.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Man without a face.
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant.
Now I knocked on it, and I have to walk away from it and not look back. If you played Duskwood, you will get that reference. Creepy.
Ugh, an old hunting trophy starting to molt.
Ugh. Now I know the cat's there, but...
Empty wine bottles. Somebody has been here lately.
I mean, not necessarily, but...
It's Daisy's plush toy. If Fluffy is here, the kidnapper has been here. I have to get inside this cabin.
Now I'm getting that axe.
A maul for splitting wood. Perfect for attacking doors.
Or people who attack me, I'm just saying.
Look at that. A broken door to investigate. No need for a warrant.
I thought I saw when I went to hit the door. Nothing come up though.
Some people seem to have played here before.
It's one of those cabins that you really probably don't want to be in.
The floor is scratched and worn in this area. The sofa must have been moved a lot.
Or there's a secret door.
The stove is cold. Nobody's been here recently. Some boxes. I wonder what they were used for. A lot of tools. I guess somebody noticed the cabin was about to fall down.
They're not doing anything about it. Ah, God, why is it all up in my face? 3892. That could be something. Oh, hairbrush.
That's a woman's hairbrush. Did Suzanne actually come in here after all?
Blue Lagoon.
This bottle comes from the Blue Lagoon.
It's so cute.
It's Fluffy, no doubt about it.
Surely they wouldn't have left that little girl would have caused them problems. What was the number again? 3892, right? Yep. Secret door, knew it.
Damn, he's booby-trapped. If I move, it could go off, and that countdown tells me it wants to go off anyway.
3, 5, 6. Oh. I don't know. How am I supposed to solve this? I don't understand how I'm supposed to solve this. Oh, there we go. assuming I want them all in the middle. Oh, that restarts it. Whoops. Oh no, it's getting faster. Okay, apparently I didn't do that fast enough.
Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot,
you know I didn't blow up.
You should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I diffused
Maybe
the bomb.
I did. Well, I mean, I kind of know what this last one is.
That should do it. Wow, I wonder if that's how close it was. This would have ended my investigation right here. These rods are heading towards the canisters. It must be the trigger for the explosion. I smell a strong, sweet smell. Damn. I think these are filled to the brim with diethyl ether. Incredibly flammable. It looks like the kidnappers wanted to utterly destroy this place and whoever opened this hatch. A wooden crate? I have to open it.
Oh, please don't be what I think it is.
Oh no. Daisy.
Oh, God. I knew it.
I called in my discovery of the body. Then there was nothing I could do except protect the site for forensics. The forensics team arrived an hour later, cordoned off the cabin with crime scene tape, and went to work, looking for physical evidence, fingerprints, testing for fluids, DNA, any clues science can uncover. They removed Daisy's body.
Armstrong Manor, month 29th,
The autopsy would take place in the morning.
12:35.
But I had one more stop to make.
I don't want to have to tell them.
Oh no!
That sucks.
That night, I swore to find the monster who killed that child.
Okay, so we finished that chapter. Chapter 3. So Orient Express, December 17th, 2023, 11:12 a.m.
Ratchet on train saw me? How? Daisy.
She was awake.
And then she collapsed again.
I take the responsibility. She was weaker than I realized.
Oh.
Lie still while I examine you. Pupils dilated.
I'm all right.
You are far from all right. You have been heavily sedated. Your pulse is very weak.
I have to finish my story. Ratchet can't escape again. Can't escape.
Have no fear of that, mademoiselle. Ratchet will not escape.
We must hear her story.
This woman needs rest. I will let you know when she is recovered enough to continue. But I warn you, it will be some time.
I understand, Doctor. Thank you.
I have completed my preliminary examination of the deceased. I think that it will interest you.
Indeed it will. And I have other witnesses to interrogate. You are right. Let's not put this poor woman in danger. There will be plenty of time for her to finish her story when she has recovered. By all means, tell me the results of your examination.
Okay, so she's American. She's a police detective. She's at least 32.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Okay, so time of
Can you
death.
estimate the time of death?
Rigor mortis was advanced, but not complete. I estimate the death occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning.
That tallies with the witness statements I've collected so far.
Cause of
What
death?
is the cause of death?
Multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. It's odd there are no signs of a struggle. That might indicate one of the first wounds was enough to kill him.
It seems that Monsieur Ratchet had taken sleeping pills during the night.
Ah, that would explain the lack of defensive wounds.
Okay, Ratchet smokes.
Mr. McQueen and Mr. Masterman told me that Monsieur Ratchet didn't smoke. Can you confirm this?
I can't say without a more extensive post-mortem.
Stab wounds.
What can you tell me about the stab wounds?
I counted 12 in all. 1 or 2 are so slight as to be practically scratches. On the other hand, at least 3 would be capable of causing death. The angle of the wounds is instructive. Most appear to have been struck by a right-handed person. But you see this one, under the right armpit. It's not a deadly blow, given the depth, but a right-hander couldn't have done it. It was most certainly struck with the left hand.
So, our murderer is left-handed. No, it is more difficult than that.
Maybe it was more than one?
As you say, Mr. Poirot, some of these other blows are just as obviously right-handed.
Double knives. Body has been moved. I think it was multiple, but...
Do we have a first
multiple.
and second murderer, as the great Shakespeare would put it? The first murderer stabs his victim and exits left, turning off the light. Then a second murderer comes in the dark, does not see his or her work has been done, and stabs a dead body.
Magnificent.
You think so? I'm glad. It sounds to me a little like nonsense.
So this probably means that he was moved then?
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent work under difficult circumstances. Please let me know when I may speak again with Mademoiselle Locke.
Of course.
Okay, so what is the best way to find out who is a vape smoker? Ask passengers if they like tasted bananas. Ask passengers if they smoke. Offer passengers a cigarette. Maybe that one?
Smoker might
Ask him. Oh.
Yes, that's certainly a good place to start.
I mean, that just seemed too obvious, so. What's the best way to find out who's a vape smoker? Call a conversation about vapes or cigarettes. Ask Book to remember who smokes a vape. Remember people I've seen smoking?
Yes, I have personally seen some passengers smoking. I just have to remember who they were.
Best way to find out who's a vape smoker. So ask someone who smokes a lot if they know a vape smoker. Search the suitcase of all the passengers. Wait for the next stop at the train.
No.
No?
I have no official authority.
Maybe that one?
Yes, I suppose it's likely they will give me the list of who smokes what. That was easy.
Okay. What are the links between Miss Locke and Ratchet? That. That one, and then this one.
That's the right answer.
Okay, now I'm supposed to figure out about people who smoke, who vape.
Captain Arbuthnot, I beg your pardon, but could you answer a few questions for me?
I'm grateful you found my ticket, Poirot, but now is not convenient.
Oh, what you doing in there?
I didn't expect such a resistance. I need to be sure before accusing the captain.
Oh, am I accusing somebody? Like, I just thought I was supposed to talk to people. That's my room. This dude's room, Mrs. Hubbard.
Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation.
What is the best way to know if someone is right-handed or left-handed? Ask the Mr. Falker to observe the hands of the passengers. Ask passengers directly if they're right or left-handed. Ask Book if this passenger's information is stored anywhere. I would assume
This
it.
is wrong.
Not asking them?
But I'm never far from the truth.
Okay, so maybe have somebody?
No, it's too unreliable. Anyone could lie. Adequate.
Makes sense.
Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly.
What's the best way to know if someone's right or left-handed? Ask everyone to hold something in their hand. Ask everyone to write something. Ask everyone to reveal what hand they write with. Maybe to write something?
Right.
Because you could hold anything in any hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant hand.
What is the best way to know if somebody's right or left-handed? Ask Mr. Michel to keep track of who's left-handed. Remember a conversation with the Imbook about the hands of passengers? For people who have tested before, remember if they use their right or left hand?
Good job.
Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left hand.
Et voilà. Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
Okay, last night.
Let's start with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed dark.
Okay, write her address.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
Okay, she's right-handed.
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed.
Miss Olsen.
Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our room just after 10:30 p.m.
Was she away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
That confirms what Madame Hubbard told me.
Okay, smoker.
Do you smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
Scarlet kimono.
Do you own a scarlet nightgown?
No, it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say, it isn't mine. Meaning that you know who it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door, and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was turned. It was impossible to see who it was.
I understand. Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle, I am sorry to disturb you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Are you the investigator?
I am.
We are lucky you are on the train. What do you want to know?
Last night.
I hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person to see the murdered man alive.
I do not know. It may be so. I opened the door of his compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed. It was a most awkward mistake.
You actually saw him?
Yeah. He was reading a book.
And what did you do after that, mademoiselle?
I went in to the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I asked her for some aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the refugees, but I gave mine to a camp in Turkey. They needed it more than me.
Okay, so she's German. I guess she's a nurse. Go with 46.
This is wrong, but
Oh, she's not a nurse?
far from the truth. I must admit,
No.
I'm not right this
Oh,
time.
she's sweet. She's sweet. I'm thinking of the other lady. That's what it is. I'm thinking of the other woman. The German one.
That was easy.
Okay, communication door.
Mrs. Hubbard asked you whether the communicating door between her compartment and that of Monsieur Ratchet was bolted?
Yes,
And was it?
yes.
And after that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to my compartment, took the aspirin, and lay down. That was around 10:50 p.m.
Okay, roommate.
Is there anyone else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young English lady. Very nice, very amiable.
After the train left Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you so sure, if you were asleep?
I sleep very lightly. I am used to waking at a sound. I am sure that if she had come down from the berth above, I should have awakened.
Did you yourself leave the compartment after that?
Not until this morning.
Okay, so scarlet kimono.
Do you have a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
No, indeed. I have a good, comfortable dressing gown of Jaeger material.
Smoker.
Do you smoke, mademoiselle?
No, I can't stand the smell of tobacco.
Write her
Perhaps
address.
you will be so amiable as to write me down your address.
With pleasure.
Okay, she's right-handed.
Mademoiselle Olsen is indeed right-handed.
This was a very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank you.
If you have any other questions, I'll be in my compartment. Good luck, Mr. Poirot.
Okay, so select two elements which reveal the contradictions in the testimonies of Miss Debenham and Miss Olsen. About bed around 2:55. Slept through the night.
No, not good.
Okay, so I can't just even combine this.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
no, not good.
What am I confused about? Something is confusing me here, and I'm not sure which one it is.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
I don't know what is confusing me about this.
I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right. No. This is wrong. Think.
Solshin should have heard Miss Devaham leave at 5 a.m. I don't know why that confused me so much.
If Mademoiselle Olsen is such a light sleeper, why didn't she tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of bed? She even made a point to tell me the opposite.
That was easy.
I must have blanked out. I don't know why I was having such trouble with that. Okay, well, I would assume she's right, but I don't... Do I get to talk to her? To double check who smokes? Yeah, I still need to talk to everybody else.
I'll observe her instead.
Okay, so she's right-handed. That's the German woman that I was thinking
I'll
of.
keep an eye on them instead.
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
Last night.
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I understand. Yesterday evening, I took a break at Vinkovsky station with Hotaru. We then went to our quarters in the staff accommodations, a section of the luggage car. Freya was there, reading, and I went to bed right after. Freya is there now, I think, and Hotaru is in the kitchen. They can verify my story.
What time was this?
11:30 p.m. or a bit after. The snow is beginning to fall heavily.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, so write his address down.
Can you write your address on this paper, please?
You want to pay me a visit?
Who knows, Monsieur Fauché?
Okay, so he's right-handed.
He is right-handed, there can be no doubt.
Okay, so smoker.
Are you a smoker?
I'm trying to quit, but yes. I'm now down to just 1 pack of cigarettes a week. If you're looking for a heavy smoker, you should talk to Hotaru.
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
I mean, they could both be right-handed, but... I mean, just holding a cup doesn't really prove that, but... 9 times out of 10, you're going to use your more dominant hand.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can.
Uh-oh, what's wrong with him? You gotta go to the bathroom?
Monsieur Maury, would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can answer questions? The room is spinning. My head is about to explode.
You were celebrating last night?
Celebrating? When Freya always wins. Ah, what am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions to make sense, help me recover. You see there, the magnet on the fridge. That is my special recipe. I call it my day after survival tonic. If you could make me my special tonic, I might survive long enough to answer your questions. John knows the recipe very well. He can help you with the preparation.
Very well, Monsieur Maury. If I must, I must. I will make you your day after survival tonic.
Okay, Japanese. He's a chef. I'm gonna say 55.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Any mustachios over here? Nope. Okay, day after survival tonic, half a lemon juice, 15 something of fresh sparkling water, 6 mint leaves, 5 something of ginger juice. Oh, what the hell is that? Can I not get anything out of there? Don't see anything in there.
I can use this lemon squeezer to get juice if I find fruit.
Oh, there just so happens to be a bottle in here.
I'm missing half of the tonic ingredients.
Is it juicy? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. No, not that way. This way. Why won't it turn? It starts to, and then I can't. Then it goes back on me. I don't know what's going on. There we go.
I have all the ingredients for Monsieur Maury's tonic. I have to go and see Monsieur Fauché so he can prepare it for me.
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
Day after survival
Monsieur
tonic.
Fauché, I need your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase? This is music to my ears. What can I fix for you? A mojito? A gin and tonic? Or perhaps a martini? Shaken? Not stirred?
I'm not James
It's
Bond.
not for me, but for Monsieur Maury.
Ah, his day after survival tonic. Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is everything that was listed on the magnet.
Excellent! I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon or full lemon for the recipe?
It was half, I think.
Half a lemon.
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers it with ginger or without. Do you remember?
Why are you asking me these things? With ginger.
I can assure you that he will want the ginger.
Why would I pick this stuff up? And you said you know it all too well. What? You a liar? Probably the murderer too.
There you are, sir. Hotaru will be himself again.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Watch it be wrong.
Here you go, Mr. Mori. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much. Please give me a moment. While this takes effect, it will be a while, I'm afraid. But I will not move from the kitchen.
Since I have to wait, do you know where I can find Mademoiselle Nielsen?
She is in the staff quarters in the luggage car. If the door is locked, Jean will have the key.
Thank you. I will return. I hope you have a speedy recovery.
Oh, now he's in my way. Key and service.
Monsieur Mori told me that you are the one who has the key to open the luggage car door. I will need it.
Yes, that's right. Here it is. Please don't forget to give it back to me.
I will not forget, Monsieur Fauché. I have a favor to ask. Could you visit the passengers who are in their rooms and explain there has been an error with their allergy and diet form?
But, Monsieur Poirot, I made no errors.
Of course not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand it.
I would ask that you observe which hand each passenger uses.
Ah, you wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write?
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission for you.
Excellent.
Don't question me, boy. Just do what I say.
That's it. It's open now.
What is she doing in here?
Empty rum bottles?
If it was locked, how'd she get in here? Playing cards?
A deck of cards. I suspect they were reading diamonds and spades instead of books.
Oh no, did he tell me she was in here? He might have. I don't know, I think I blanked out half the time. Mustache.
Another delightful trophy for my collection. Hello, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My career is ruined, and it's not my fault.
But how did this terrible thing come
You
to
did
pass?
it, didn't you?
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living space. There's so little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict instructions how to stack my crates containing the ingredients I need for my desserts. So as one box is used up, it can be discarded.
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely. I have 4 crates that must be moved from there to here to correct the order they are stacked. But placing the wrong crate on top of a smaller crate will crush it, its contents, and my career.
Calm yourself, mademoiselle.
Really, Lee?
I understand. So, the problem is these 4 crates must be moved there, but carefully.
Yes. I have to move these 4 boxes from this location to hear.
Okay, how's that hard for
There's
you?
not much space to move the boxes, and I have to be careful never to put a bigger box on top of a smaller one, or the smaller crate will be destroyed.
The problem is clear. I shall assist you.
Why can she not do this? Oh. See, lady, look how easy that was.
Et voilà.
You are a lifesaver.
Or at least a dessert saver.
Thank you, thank you. I will gladly answer your questions.
Lady. Okay, so last night.
Can you tell me your movements of last night?
Last night after dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until 12:15 a.m. Then I joined Jean and Hotaru in our quarters. Then all of us read quietly in our beds until we fell asleep.
A very studious staff. However, Monsieur Maury doesn't seem to have followed the same literary pursuit as the others. And these rum bottles, do they have something to do with his hangover?
Okay, stayed in the kitchen after dinner. Then I joined Jean and Hotaru in our quarters. We then ran quietly in our beds. Then we fell asleep. No, you didn't.
I rather think that you didn't just read last night.
What makes you say that?
Mr. Maury's headache, deck of cards, empty bottles.
I spoke to Monsieur Maury. He seemed to be quite hung over. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, "Freya always wins." Wins what? Looking around, it is clear you were gambling and drinking most of the night.
You don't understand. It's late when we're off duty, but we need to unwind. And now there's been a murder? Yes, I admit it. We went overboard last night. But please don't tell Mr. Book. It's against regulations. We could all be fired.
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult. But as you say, there has been a murder. I must have the truth.
Of course. I'm so sorry.
It's not such a crime. I'll leave it there and check in with Monsieur Fauché.
Okay, write her
Would
address.
you mind writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave the train in Paris.
I understand.
Okay, she's right-handed.
Yes, that's it. Mademoiselle Niersen is right-handed.
Smoker.
Do you smoke?
No, I never have.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, chefs
you for
usually
your
don't smoke
answers,
because it messes with your
Mrs.
palate.
You're welcome.
Although I do know that some do, but it's not good to do for your palate. Or at least Gordon Ramsay says that. This guy available to talk to you?
How are you?
It's better. Thank you.
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please. I have hungry passengers to feed.
Well, then what are you just standing around for? Okay, last night.
Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
Oh, nothing special. When I went off duty, I joined John and Freya in a compartment. I read for a short while, then went to bed early.
Reading? I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered to lie, Monsieur Maury.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Poirot. You're right. It obviously wasn't reading that made my head hurt like that. But if you told Monsieur Book, it could mean my job.
I will keep your secret, but I am investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
Okay, so write his address.
Please, write your address on this paper.
My address? I don't see why.
I think I hear Monsieur Book approaching.
My address? Yes, of course.
Okay, he's right-handed.
Another right-handed person. Not surprising. Most people are.
Excuse me. Okay, smoker.
You are a heavy smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the train? A banana flavor?
Oh, yes. The smell disgusts me. What is wrong with the good tobacco?
I do not have time to answer that. Who is it?
I've only seen one person who vapes. It's Captain Arbuthnot.
Captain Arbuthnot. I see.
Now we can
Your
finally talk to
testimony
him.
was invaluable to me. Thank you. Take care, Monsieur Maury. My palate depends on your good health.
Okay, so return the key and service
Here is your
report.
key. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
About the little favor I asked of you.
Aha, but of course. I was able to get new allergy forms from guests who were in their compartments. Monsieur McQueen, Monsieur Masterman, Count and Countess Andreni, they are all right-handed. I also asked Princess Dragomirov, but she had her assistant, Madame Schmidt, sign for her. She is right-handed as well.
You have exceeded my expectations.
Princess Dragomirov
done.
probably
Thank
did
you,
not
Monsieur
do it.
Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
How come we haven't talked to the married couple? It seems kind of odd. Like, they've been absent since the start of this. Like, the last time I saw them was at dinner.
Captain Arbuthnot, I know that you are the only person on this train to smoke e-cigarettes. We found a vial of e-liquid at the crime scene. Will you talk to me about this, or should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right. Come in if you must.
What are you doing in there? Locking yourself in your room.
I have just a few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
Okay, meeting with Miss Debenham.
The young English lady, Mademoiselle Debenham, was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there?
We exchanged a few words. Fellow Brits abroad, that sort of thing.
Relations with Miss Debenham.
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
Nothing whatsoever. We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Book, thinks the assassin is a woman.
And that is enough to accuse her. She had nothing to do with this murder.
How would you know? So certain?
The idea is absurd. Ratchet was a perfect stranger to her. She'd never seen him before.
How would you know?
Did she tell you so?
Well, yes. Maybe she did. She may have commented once upon his somewhat unpleasant appearance. If a woman is concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham could not possibly be implicated.
It is clear that the captain is defending Miss Debenham.
Person he doesn't know very well, right?
Doesn't know very well.
Me and Poirot are just like on the same wavelength. So last night.
What were you doing last night around 1:15?
1:15? I believe I was still talking to that young American fellow, Mr. McQueen, the secretary of the man who was killed. We were in his compartment.
He was a friend or acquaintance of yours?
No, I never saw him before this journey. We'd hit it off at dinner, and the conversation continued into the early hours.
Until what time was that?
Until 1:45 or so. Then I retired to my room and went to sleep.
Okay, anything unusual?
There is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious?
It's nothing. A mere detail.
Allow me to be the judge.
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was passing through the first-class corridor, I noticed that the door, which is just after your room, 201, was not quite closed, and the person who was inside peered out in a furtive sort of way. Then he closed the door quickly. I know there's nothing in that, but it was the furtive way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay, write his address.
Could you write down your address here, please?
My address? If you insist.
And he's right-handed.
This man is right-handed.
Okay, vape liquid.
Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice.
Ugh,
but I
sounds
have
gross.
no idea what it was doing there. Whatever.
Can you explain how it ended up there?
I have no idea. I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
Seems sus. I don't think she smokes. Can I talk to her again? Oh, this is that room, woman's room. Oh, this is my room. Okay. I don't think she smokes.
Right.
He smokes.
Right.
He smokes.
Adequate.
He smokes.
Well done. That was easy.
It's like 2 moments of important discovery during the interrogation of Captain Arbonot. You know what? He was in that guy's room. That guy could have planted it. So he's got an alibi. Doesn't mean that guy didn't plan it, but... Well, he could have lost it beforehand, too.
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette.
But he's got an alibi, it seems.
This liquid in Ratchet's room is a solid clue. He has an alibi. I cannot accuse him without any other proof.
I think somebody planted it.
Cells did not let me down.
Oh, Crap, I don't remember what that kid told me. Right-handed?
Brilliant.
Right-handed?
Yes. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Yeah, I think that kid told me that, and I do not remember. She was right-handed, though, because I think I saw her writing. They both looked right-handed, too. I don't remember if that kid told me or not. I know she's right-handed. I think they're all right-handed.
Et voilà.
So maybe the body was moved and it wasn't somebody with a lefty. Confront Miss Olsen. I have to confront Miss Olsen about Miss Debenham. What room is she in again? Yeah, I haven't talked to them at all. $104.
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have heard her. I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
I thought something said she got up at 5.
That does not prove she's lying.
Oh, so she didn't get up at 5?
Are you certain you would have heard her?
Yes. Why are you asking?
Yeah, because she woke up at 5 a.m. That's what I was thinking.
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do you explain that?
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly not to have heard it. Oh, but does that make me a suspect?
I am not accusing anyone, mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what happened last night. Thank you for your testimony.
Even though you're sus. Okay, who has an alibi that can be confirmed by another witness? Okay, well, they do. They do.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Okay, so now we go back to Buch. A lot of back and forth. Once again, why are we not talking to the married couple? Like, they have not been around at all, and I'm positive that was the woman in the kimono.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
Okay, the murder weapon.
There is no trace of the murder weapon on the train, as yet.
They could have threw that out in the snow, though.
Hidden it anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere.
The wielder of the knife.
According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one left-handed person, and with different strength. For the moment, everyone I have checked is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people to interrogate, notably the Russian princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami.
The vape
I
smoker.
identified the person responsible for the bottle of liquid for the vape found at the crime scene.
So, this is our culprit? Do we hold him?
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi, confirmed by Monsieur McQueen for the time of the murder.
Monsieur Bouc, Monsieur Poirot.
Michel, calm down.
But it's Mrs. Hubbard. She says she found the murder weapon in her room. She's very upset.
Let's go, Poirot.
I was gonna say, I hadn't seen Mrs. Hubbard lately either.
I demand to be allowed to leave this train!
Madame,
where are you gonna go?
We are in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubbard, take a deep breath and tell us.
It's funny, we
what
were just talking about the murder weapon, and now she's found it, apparently. Okay, the knife.
Where did you find the knife?
I wanted to get a handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it! A bloody knife! Am I next to be murdered?
I very much doubt the murderer would give you his weapon.
What do you mean?
Madame, he would have used it.
Oh, I had it!
Did you touch the knife?
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not. What a question.
I will take that as a no. Is this knife the real murder weapon, or is it a red herring?
Do I have luminol? Am I just gonna leave it in there? Seems kind of weird.
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr. Bouc.
Probably her. Okay, so prove the knife is a murder weapon. Ask Dr. Constantine Dell prove the knife is a murder weapon. Oh, he's with that girl. She in... No, she's down here. She's in the first. The ones. Oh, we're on him. There we go. The knife.
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure. I have estimated the depth of the wounds. You can easily find the depth of each wound by comparing the width. There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
Okay, I must compare the size of the wound to the width of the blade. For each wound in the body, find the depth and that could match the knife shape to check it if it could be the murder weapon. Okay, so the width is 20 centimeters, depth is 20 centimeters.
No, not good.
Okay, I'm confused what I'm supposed to be doing here. Maybe like where the blood stops? Like, how do I know? And I can't click on any other... Oh, okay, there we go. That looks like about the same.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I must admit I'm not right this time.
Maybe that's slightly smaller?
I do not think that's the right answer.
I don't know how I'm supposed to do this.
No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I do not think this is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
I don't know how I'm supposed to figure these out, to be honest.
I must
If it's just a guessing game.
Not right this time.
I don't know how I just did those ones back to back.
That's the right answer.
That was a little confusing.
What do you think, Doctor? Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt. You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
Oh,
Thank
she's
you.
awake.
I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Where was I?
Oh, so now we're going to continue with our story?
Explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice.
Okay, so the power observation finished chapter 4. So it means we're on chapter 5.
2 days later,
Armstrong Manor,
I returned
March
to the
30th,
Armstrong house
2019
to tell them
noon.
Daisy would be released soon for burial. I was angry with myself that I couldn't bring them better news. I wasn't prepared for more tragedy.
Oh no. I don't even want to know what happened.
Hello, Miss Moreau. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He isn't well.
Oh, can't talk to her.
Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is not here. Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night.
Oh my God.
Wife, Daisy, and our baby. My whole family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you
that's
can
awful.
arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy my wife and our unborn child to be buried all at once. Very efficient. Being a military man, I can appreciate efficiency.
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you won't believe me, but I swear to you, I will find who did this. If it takes me to the far corners of the earth, I will find them.
Then go. Please go now. Go find them.
Man, that poor guy, that sucks.
The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty. I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case. Or the case is a part of me.
All units, Hike is in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found, spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade tape, and then head up the dirt road toward where the subject cabin is located. Any car nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
Copy that. 11, you good to go.
Copy that.
This probably isn't good. Cabin, March 30th, 2019, 2 p.m.
Okay, there's the pickup. Let's see who ignored our barricade tape. 11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Seems kind of dangerous.
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet. I'm going to take a look around.
Copy that,
I think
11.
it would be a good idea, I'm just saying. Because there's gas cans in the back of the car. Or at least one. Get nothing around.
Somebody ignored the barricade tape. Footprints.
Well, where the heck would they go in this place?
A forensics evidence identification marker.
Something on the floor over there?
Duct tape to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever did this to you. A forensics evidence identification marker.
Oh, I thought I saw something on the floor.
He's not here.
Sneak up behind me.
That's where I found Fluffy. Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family. $3,892. Oh, when the poor dear was killed.
I have a feeling that's going to be something. $3,892. Oh, he must be down here.
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
Can't get in there, I guess.
An individual has entered a police-secured area. I have to stop him first.
I didn't see him. What did I miss? Oh my god, that took me forever.
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your hands where I can see them.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter. Boston 6 News. You can get us on cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard of crime scene tape in a big city like Boston?
All right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
Okay, so who are you?
Who are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News. Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping, like you.
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin belong to you?
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm gonna cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
Aren't you gonna read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really wish you'd exercise that one. Dispatch, this is 11. I
Definitely
intercepted
sus.
a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
Well, he's got a camera. Doesn't mean nothing though.
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his
there's
job.
a little girl.
Or something else.
Seems sus. Does have a press card in it. Does look like him.
Clark's press card. And the phone number of the newspaper is on it. Ah, good. I can give him a call. The glove compartment is closed. The glove compartment is closed.
Maybe we have to get his keys? Oh, here.
Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist. Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist.
Oh, I gotta look at his card because there's no way. It's like 3, 4, 8, 7? Yeah.
Score. 1 for the good guys.
Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
Okay, the latest
When
from
was the
Clark.
last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least 7 or 8 months. That's not unusual.
Your relationship
He
with
works
Clark.
in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer. He works as a freelancer. Comes up with a story we can use, we pay him. Then we don't hear from him again for several months.
Type of articles he
What
writes.
kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative reporter. Mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
Last
Do you
known
remember
subject.
what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller. He was called the Frozen Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned up in one of his nets. Or, rather, most of it did.
Ah, well. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. You've been a great help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy overall. So what's he working on now, Detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
None of your business.
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
Well, I need to get in his glove box. Collect information on Michael Inspect the bunker. Is that where he was? Yep. Oh, the deer. 3, 8, 90. Oh God, what was it? 3?
That isn't the right combination.
Ah, crap, I'm gonna have to go look. I knew I needed to remember that. Oh wait, is it 92? 3892? Let me try that real quick. Oh, it changed on me. 3, 8, 92.
Yes.
There was it. Okay.
Do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move. There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding. What the hell is that gas can doing here?
They're gonna burn the place down, that's what.
The cap's been damaged, and some gasoline has leaked out.
That was weird. Alright, I think I have this. God, it took me forever. Like, literally took me forever.
Perfect, it works.
Armstrong party.
24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the party and everything.
Probably gonna get shut in here. Maybe we should turn the power off, because I cannot hear at all. Do this slow.
Yes! I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move. An expensive-looking pen with the initials JM? What's its story?
I was gonna say that was in that little girl's hair, wasn't it?
Daisy's hair clip, the same as the picture I saw at the Armstrong house.
hair.
That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color. These get locked up again until forensics get here. I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at last. I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
Don't? What do I need to do? Learn more about the gas can. What the hell am I supposed to do with the gas can? Ah, okay.
The gas can I found in the bunker would match this outline perfectly. I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
Really? I would say you do. Collect information on Michael Clark. Oh, that's right. I can't get in his glove box, but how am I going to manage that?
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now. The glove compartment is closed.
There are keys somewhere? Oh, I didn't think to look up there.
Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
Jeez, I'm so dumb sometimes. How did I not think of that? Chicago Museum.
Clark's driver's license seems to be in order. The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company. Okay, time for forensics to attack that bunker. And Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to get him into an interrogation room and find out what really makes him tick.
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station? I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I shouldn't be. I'm at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes, do it.
That didn't go well.
I think I got my point across. What happens now?
Go ahead.
That was very
then
sus.
We'll have a chat.
Screaming fire me in the phone.
An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. I'll add these to the file. Anything that will erase Clark's smile. The only comfortable chair in the whole station. But there's no time to rest. Case files. A lot of them for our tiny town. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose. Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new role.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500 fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with, where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were gonna let me get close. I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning, and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
Would you like to confront Michael? That stuff all checked out, so I probably want to confront him with this.
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
It's relevant topic. Bunker location. Burn the place. Oh, I don't know.
In addition to the gasoline in the back of your pickup and another in the bunker, you had a lighter and gloves in your pockets. You were going to set fire to the bunker and every scrap of evidence inside.
Where to begin? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I wasn't planning to use these things to destroy the crime scene. I've been around crime scenes my entire career. I brought the gloves so as not to contaminate it with my fingerprints. The gas can in the back of my pickup, I use it to put gas in the truck. Gas stations are few and far between in your mountains. I didn't know there was a gas can in the bunker. If that's true, I did you a favor. My arrival obviously scared off somebody planning to burn everything.
Do you also have an excuse for your lighter?
The lighter? I'm trying to quit smoking. I used the lighter as a reminder not to start again.
This guy's got a lot of excuses.
You say you're a journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
The camera that was left.
Your camera was in your pickup. You didn't want to take pictures of the crime scene?
I like to get the lay of the land. Once I see the story I want to tell, then I start documenting it.
I don't know any journalist who works a case without their camera close at hand. He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key. What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
Okay, so for the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News is looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs. That's not true.
So you just stumbled on a major kidnapping story during your stay in the Berkshires?
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family, like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid shots. Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life.
if you killed that little girl. Let's start with why you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
That pickup of yours, that's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who only gets a few stories on the air. How can you afford it?
When Boston 6 does use a story, they pay okay.
That truck is top of the range. How much did it set you back? $55,000, $60,000?
When I have to, I do what everybody else does. I take out a loan. How about you, detective? You got a loan on your car?
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him off balance somehow, surprise him into making an error.
Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
Sure you did. Okay, so listen in the police radio frequency. Anybody can do that with a scanner. After the crime scene in my trusty pickup like I've done for years. After the forensic teams left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived. I think that's lying.
It won't be easy to prove he's
No?
lying.
I was gonna say because
Find
they
some evidence.
called about somebody doing it, but maybe that
I
one?
need proof.
Nope.
Not guesswork.
I'm not sure on this one. This
Come on,
one?
Joanna. You're a better
Well, so we know what it
detective
is. We know what it is. It's the second one. I was confused
You
by
said
this one.
you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay, I don't get why the pickup is so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
I know that Clark is lying. I need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened.
Alright, so put the events in order.
No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
Alright, so these two. There we go, I had those two backwards.
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not gonna make fun of you, detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this. See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back. Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Locke. I have some bad news. Someone set fire to the cabin in the bunker. The fire department is on the scene, but they say it's too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already. But we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We have evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay. Get the DNA results. Detective Locke, I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing to look at there. Yeah, I knew Suzanne was involved in it.
Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
It's Noah, right?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done with you yet.
Wow. Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor, innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, Detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it. Hello, this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, Detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
It's my last chance.
Okay, from there I found in the banknotes. Oh, good lord. Unknown DNA, John Armstrong. So I'm gonna have to find one of these in here. Well, she doesn't have dark hair. Can I like, oh, I can move it. Okay, good. Oh, right there.
No! Suzanne! I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
She doesn't have black hair, though. I don't know.
You can leave.
Sorry it didn't work out for you, Detective. Maybe you should consider a career change.
We are not done.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Okay, so Armstrong Manor, March 30th, 2019, 9 p.m. Alright.
The arrest warrant for Suzanne Moreau. Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial, I will fight for her defense. But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
Uh-oh, the door's open.
The door is wide open. How strange.
Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau?
This is not good.
This is Detective Locke. Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau?
I'm pretty sure she's
Miss
dead.
Moreau, can you hear me?
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
Oh, yep, pills. Sleeping pills.
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs.
Did the detective do it? I think the detective might have murdered that guy.
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother.
Okay, it says, Dear Miss Moreau, please forgive this letter. Dr. Adams has been able to reach you for several days. We wanted to let you know that your mother passed away peacefully during the night of Saturday, March 29th. Please contact us if you would like assistance with the arrangements for her or if there's anything else we can do. Sincerely, Adelaide Franklin, Associate Administrator. I killed Daisy. I was scared she would tell if I released her from the cabin alive. I can't live with myself and what I've done. It's the nanny. She's responsible for that poor child's death. How can a child's nanny do such a thing? I hope the police lock her up for life. Monroe doesn't deserve to live. Another immigrant comes here and kills somebody. Bring back the death penalty in Massachusetts. She deserves it. She just end up in some cozy prison. Massachusetts used to burn witches at the stake. Oh my goodness. I can't click on anything.
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
Is there anything else to look at?
Suzanne's diary is missing.
Wait a minute. Her glasses.
Her glasses are missing. I called the district attorney to inform him.
This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
The investigation was officially closed. I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
And maybe even murder him? True Detective finished chapter 5. I wonder how many chapters there are. Okay, Orient Express, December 17th, 2023, 1:56 p.m.
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
Okay, Ratchet was Noah, Mrs. Moreau's boyfriend. Ratchet was Michael Clark, the reporter. I don't think he's the reporter, though. But I don't think he'd be the boyfriend either. Maybe he is the reporter.
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our #1 suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear you questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
Alright, so we're gonna question the passengers now.
I hope we will be leaving soon.
guess she's not a suspect?
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
What is going on? Oh, is he? Oh, he's fixing it. Oh, cool. Are they just going to come one at a
The
time?
passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
No
Does
toothaches
the
this
name
time, jerk.
Cassetti mean anything to you?
No. Should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk.
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr. Poirot. I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No. No.
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
So she's the only one that knows about it. Lived in the United States.
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
Okay, so Jordan?
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
Okay, so link with Captain Arbuthnot.
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more.
Well, then why was your earring in his bedroom? In his hotel room?
Yes, with this I am familiar.
Met him on the Istanbul platform. We only had a brief discussion. I don't talk to strangers in general. I was an English tutor in Jordan.
Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
Looks at the restaurant, earring at the hotel, going to Paris. Earring at the hotel.
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlion Hotel.
You were spying on me?
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
Well, you know
I
that
had
guy,
occasion to be of some assistance
the
in
father
recovering Captain Arbuthnot's
of that
train.
little girl,
While searching
was
his room,
English.
I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has
And he was in the
anything to
military
do
as
with
well.
British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. You hear?
Hey, don't you punch me. Which way should her bend down, step back? I don't know. Let's maybe step back. Oh, no. Okay, Ben, that didn't work. I think he was going to hit me regardless because I didn't react fast enough.
Stop.
Captain, no. This behavior is unworthy of an officer.
Well, he's
and a
right-handed because he hit me with
alone.
his right hand.
Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Oh, he's Archie now, is he?
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth is that
Murder-related, Mrs. Debenham. Okay, now here's what I was trying to say earlier because I didn't want to talk too much over the character. The little girl's father is British. He's a retired colonel, I believe is what it said. Archie is retired from the military too. I'm wondering if either he's related or she's related to the father, or he did it for a war buddy. So I'm positive they could be in a relationship, but I think it's murder relation. I don't know. I mean, why did he lose control? Well, he lost control because I think he is in a relationship with that woman, but I'm starting to think they might have had something to do with that guy's murder. I think it's both, to be honest. But if it's murder related, he's attacking me because he knows that he's the one that did it and she didn't. But see, she's right-handed too, so that doesn't fit with the left-handed one. I don't know. I think he's losing it more control because that's his girlfriend. I mean, she also called him Archie, so she's not even calling him like Mr. Arbuthnot or Arbuthnot or however you pronounce that. Let me go this way.
your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
The broken watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body. Who does that belong to?
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
Alright, so we have to look into the watch and the handkerchief. Who owns the handkerchief? Which letter is embroidered on it? It's an H.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
I'm starting to think that everyone stabbed this guy. I think it's one of those things where they all just took a turn at him. That's why there's so many stab marks. They all just did it. Okay, who owns the handkerchief? Okay, Hubbard says it's not hers. Oh, Hector. Usually people would get, like, their first initial. Hildegard. Haven't really talked to her much. Haven't talked to this guy at all. or her. Haven't talked to her husband either. Am I not talking to this person very much? I don't get that. And like her husband's not even on here. I'm gonna bet it's Hildegard's. I'm telling you right now, I think everybody was involved in this. Because he's a jerk. Let's see, what do we got here? What are 3 hypotheses about Ratchet's watch? Okay, the watch shows the time Ratchet was found dead. The watch shows the time Ratchet fell asleep. The watch shows the time of the murder. The watch was tampered with by the murderer. The watch shows the time when the murderer fled. The watch was out of adjustment before the murder. Well, it's that one probably for sure. But I'm not sure about the other 3. Okay, ask for missing alibi. Yeah, there are a few passengers I still have to talk to. Okay, so I talked to the cooking staff. I need to talk to the lady that was in here. That was Hildegard. Why? I need to talk to you too, man.
Monsieur Foscarelli.
Oh no, is this another puzzle?
I would like to ask you a few questions, if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when you'd get around to me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it.
No,
Mr.
not the orange
Foscarelli
juicer.
has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't the car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the 2 of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finished.
Okay, so we have to get these gears to all move here. Okay, so none of these come off. These all look small. See, that doesn't reach. It won't reach either. And we can't take any of those off. I don't want that one. That one, it doesn't look like anything can reach that one. Like, it's not... None of these can come off. There are a couple that are double stacked, like here. Can I not take that one off? Oh, there we go. There we go.
It should work correctly now.
Just took a few minutes for me to figure it out. Alright, so now we should be able to talk to this guy.
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli, delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
Case of the Armstrong affair.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes. It was a little girl. A baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah. Alibi.
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Interesting.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
Alright, let's... Oh, that woman moved. Because she was in here, wasn't she? Or was she in this room? There she is. Okay. Hopefully I can talk to her now.
I hope we will be leaving
Nope,
soon.
apparently not. Why does she have a Mitrios doll there? I don't remember that always being there. Is this... Okay, can I talk to her again?
Mr. Poirot, please find this murderer quickly. We could all be in danger. Mr. Poirot, please find this murderer quickly. We could all be in danger.
It's my room. Right? No, this is the... Yeah, this is my room, right? Okay. So who's in this one?
Hello. Can I do something
The
for
guy I
you?
haven't talked to the whole time.
Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hardman. Yes. And the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you. From the US.
Okay. So he's American. He's supposedly a private detective. 55. He's probably 30.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Oh, you think he's crazy and he's actually a toy salesman?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
He's 55? He don't look 55.
That's the right answer.
But he's a private dick. Okay, private dick.
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid. Ratchet's secretary.
Okay, so alibi.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michel. He was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Okay, the Armstrong
Monsieur
case.
Altman, have you heard of the Armstrong
He should have if he's actually a
Armstrong?
private detective.
Kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Origins
Do
of the
you
threats.
have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help. Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot, I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
Why didn't he step out from the beginning then and say, oh, hey, guess what? I'm a private detective. Let me help in this. Sus.
Ah, it has been a while since I have seen one of those.
Everybody's sus. I wonder why I can still talk to him. Maybe there's something else that's gonna come up. Well, he said that the guy said that the threat was from a small man with a womanish sounding voice. Maybe it was a woman the whole time. I'm kind of leaning towards the girl detective, but...
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
I don't think she did it, though. That's Princess Dragunov.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
Oh. Reading a book, are you? Oh, Call of the Wild. Jack London. Good book.
I
Did
hope
it, didn't
your
you?
investigation is progressing, Mr. Poirot.
It was you, wasn't it? Okay. So I literally cannot talk to anybody else. Which is weird because there's still people on this stupid train I have not talked to, and I don't understand why I have not talked to all of them. I don't know if the watch was tampered with. I mean, that's technically the same thing, right? I don't know. I don't know if anybody tampered with it, though. I still don't know whose stinking handkerchief it is.
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
Okay, let's take a run back through. Make sure there's nobody else that we can talk to. Uh-oh. I got stuck. Thought my game was about ready to crash. Wait a minute. 204. Oh, that's her room. Yeah, she won't talk to me. And I can't talk to the other woman. I don't know how I'm supposed to figure this out with her. I feel like I haven't talked to enough people.
I hope we will be leaving soon.
Like, I can't talk to her. And the stuff I did find out, I mean, I don't understand how any of that stuff is relevant because nobody talks about, the handkerchief. Nobody talks about the watch. I don't think she'll have anything to tell me. She's cooking, so...
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
And you need to give me what you're baking. Just to make sure. Just go all the way back here.
My next restaurant will not have wheels.
Yeah, there's like... Okay. So I'm just gonna have to look at the evidence. Maybe make a few guesses. I don't know. I don't really know whose handkerchief it could be. And like I said, I have not talked to everybody on this train. Okay. And most people... Can I look at that? No. Most people are going to get their first name on a handkerchief. Yeah, I guess I never even talked to them. You see, I don't even get a look at the watch. I don't get a look at the handkerchief. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so it shows the time that he was found dead. The watch shows the time of the murder. Not when he fell asleep. Maybe?
This is wrong.
Okay, this one's right.
But I'm never far from the truth. Let me consider all the possibilities.
Okay, well, at least it gives me that. And I know it's not these two, so maybe the watch was tampered with and it was out of alignment?
Yes, there are only 3 possible hypotheses. The watch has been tampered with, or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder.
Okay, I get why it's saying that now.
Possibilities before reaching any conclusions.
Because it could be that the time wasn't correct.
There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone.
So what do we think? The murder time isn't right? Was the watch defective before the crystal was broken? What is the detail that could indicate that the watch was not already stopped before the crystal was broken?
No.
I thought I could look at it.
This is wrong.
No?
But
I mean, at least I eventually get it. This one?
The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. That was easy.
I mean, he says they're easy sometimes, but sometimes they don't feel easy. Okay, contradictory information. Okay, so if Ratchet is dead at 1:15 a.m., what information is contradictory? Someone impersonated Ratchet at 12:37. The train has been stuck in the snow since 12:30. Miss Olsen saw Ratchet alive at 10:40. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Maybe the impersonation?
My little Grace
Because somebody spoke in
not let
French.
me down.
Okay, so now we've got time zones opened up. In which time zone is Istanbul located? It's in the UTC +2. Looks like the easiest question I've ever had. Which time zone is Orient Express currently located? It's in the UTC 1, because the last place we were at was the Vinkovic?
Right. If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15 a.m. I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
Aha. Okay, so that opened that up. Probably not the cooking staff, and it's probably just going to be the same people I just talked to. I'm probably not even going to get to talk to anybody.
Hello again, Mr. Poirot. How can I help you?
Okay, so I'd already asked his alibi.
Thank you so
he's
much,
gonna
Monsieur
say-
Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
I'm sure I won't be able to talk to her.
Enchanté.
Oh,
mademoiselle.
wow, I can.
You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Nafol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Oh, why does this not surprise me?
I don't know.
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open this traditional Matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
And you can't
Madame,
do it?
in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
You are a gentleman.
I mean, they just split open in the middle? It's probably like a puzzle one. Aha, it is a puzzle one. It's not a traditional one that just splits. Actually, that might have been. That's right. Oh, does that match? That didn't look like that matched. Oh, possibly it does. Just that flower in the middle looks like it's squished. I do the same thing with this one. That looks right, though. Oh, there we go. I don't know how I solved that, to be honest. I just kept trying and trying and trying. This is one of those. Okay. Haha. Just took a few tries. Oh.
The inscription reads, "To my dearest friend."
Ah, thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
Okay, so alibi.
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
Well, she said about an hour later, so that would have been around 11 something.
Thank you for answering my questions, madame.
Okay, let's move on to the next person. Oh, I keep getting stuck there. I don't know what is going on.
Mr. Poirot,
Nope.
please find this murderer quickly. We could all be in danger.
Can't ask him anything else. Just want to double check everybody so I don't miss anything. There it goes again. What the heck? Come on, lady.
I am not prepared to receive anyone.
Seriously, lady, we need to talk. Okay? This isn't about you being prepared.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
I hope your investigation is progressing, Mr. Poirot.
Okay, was she seriously the only person I could talk to? Who are the people whose alibis overlap? Theirs do. Theirs do. I don't know. See? Yeah, okay. So Hibbert's or Hubbard's doesn't. Examine the alibis I've collected so far. What the watch does not say. I still don't know whose handkerchief that is.
So, my friend, have you
Probably
finished your
not. I probably gotta
investigation?
No, but
fix
I
the,
have managed to solve.
Okay.
Yeah. You seriously not gonna let me talk to you? Let's try again.
I am not prepared.
Very well.
Ah, yeah. I'm not prepared. Maybe I need to just take a guess at whose handkerchief it is. It's probably Hibbard's. I really think it is. There I go getting stuck again. I don't... It's always on this car, and I don't get why. Wasn't happening earlier.
Mr. Poirot,
Maybe
please
there's
find
something
this
in
murderer
here
quickly.
so I can
We
see
could
if
all be
it's
in
her
danger.
handkerchief. Don't see anything. Maybe we should just try to guess. According to the information collected, who could the handkerchief belong to? 7 people to be identified. Oh, okay, maybe I just have to pick people with H names. Maybe that's what it's saying. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7? Okay, yeah. Oh good, maybe that finally opens her up. But where's her husband? Okay, interrogate people with known first names. His names begin with H. Okay, so that actually was... Hold on. I keep pushing the wrong button. That was actually easier than what I thought. What does it say her first name is, though? It does not. It could be like Henrietta. I talk to you now?
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help.
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
Okay. Wrong way. Okay, so talk to her, Mr. McQueen, Hardman, Miss Schmidt, Dr. Constantine. Okay, so the embroidered handkerchief.
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
I mean, come on, man. That's not an answer. I'm stuck again.
Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
Okay, the embroidered handkerchief.
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you.
These people are giving me such vague answers because I don't know that. Maybe you do. Okay, so McQueen, Dr. Constantine, and Maury. Right? Miss Schmidt. Which one's Schmidt? Is that the Hildegard? Yeah, okay. It's right. I always get stuck right there. I don't know if it's loading or what. Wait, what's Dr. No, not. Where's Constantine located? I don't. See in this one? Oh no, that's.
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to
about
a
time.
simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how
It's
do
Hungarian.
you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
Yeah, a lot, man, because I haven't talked to you since this all happened. I mean, I would think you would want to talk to every single person on the train and not just wait until last minute. Okay, so he's Hungarian, he's a diplomat. Probably 34.
That's the right answer.
Okay, so alibi.
Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping.
What's with
As
everybody
for
and
me, I
sleeping
went to
pills on this
bed
train?
Soon after that, and slept straight through until morning.
Okay, the Armstrong
Have
case.
you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
Okay, so Mrs. Arendreni.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you. And good luck with the investigation.
Mm-hmm. That's sus. Why is she ill?
The good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
Maybe she's just pretending to be ill. Well, they don't resemble each other. I was going to say maybe they're like sisters. Okay, well, I know where the chef is, so... And he's going to say, I don't use stuff like that.
Did you need something else,
too.
Monsieur Poirot?
The embroidered handkerchief.
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies.
But the Duchess
I did not mean
could.
to alarm you.
Or the Princess. The other one was a Duchess. The Princess could afford one for you. Maybe it was a gift. I'm telling you, it's going to turn out that everybody did this. Everyone took one stab at him. I think there was a CSI episode about that like a really long time ago. And it was like everyone went at the person. I think it was like on a plane. And the guy was acting like really like kind of irrational and stuff like that. And was screaming at everybody. And so like they all took him down. And it turned out like they all like, you know, punched or kicked him or something.
Sorry to bother you, Monsieur Maury.
So they didn't have a street murderer?
Please make it quick. I have a meal to prepare.
Why are you in here then? You have a handkerchief?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
Okay. Honestly,
that is all I want.
I don't think any of the staff is involved.
Your investigation won't interfere with today's menu.
I'm almost positive the staff is not involved at all. Okay, did I talk to everybody? Let me get through here. Okay, gotta find a way to talk to the Countess. And the Princess. I think it's gonna be she gave that to Hildegard. I think the Princess is gonna have given it to her as a gift. But I talked to everybody with H. Stop getting me stuck. Simply has to be asked for Mr. Arendretti's help. Ooh, maybe we can trick him.
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You love your wife, you protect your wife.
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrény.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No. I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
Offer his help. Maybe the doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
He's not available. You should go get him.
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well. I will find him. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're so welcome. Now I'm going to get in your room. Got the achievement. He's here. He's the doctor you're looking for. Convince Count to leave the room.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly.
I think she's
madame.
faking.
I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it
commented on
American? Boston, perhaps?
Massachusetts.
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
Okay, she's American. She has no profession. And she was still in college, so she's like 21. God, he married a young woman. Because he's like, what, 30... What did it say he was, 35?
Me a lot.
Okay, so the handkerchief.
A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Alibi.
Can you tell me what you did?
What's your middle name?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't, because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill, and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
Okay, so my husband and I went to dinner. They did do that. Back to our compartment. We're in bed by 10 o'clock. Between midnight and 2 o'clock, I tried to sleep, but I couldn't because of the shaking train. Finally took a sleeping pill and fell asleep after 2. Is this the lie? Was the train stopped?
Calm now, Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
The train had stopped.
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow. So there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know. You're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace.
That's sus. Everybody's sus. Everybody on this train has sleeping pills.
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night.
The Great Gatsby.
It's closed.
bird. How am I supposed to know what goes there? Is there like a clue? Oh, right there.
There seems to be something missing here.
But how do I know what order it goes in? So maybe... Oh, okay, the leaf and the bird maybe on the right and the left.
It's closed.
Okay, no. It's a rose, but I don't... Let's try it this way. No? There we go. I knew I'd eventually just figure it out. Okay, I've got a crank. It's a puzzle box. Okay, there were some dots on this. Can I go back and, I cannot. Oh, yep. Okay, so like the torus shape here, I don't know if I'm gonna remember that, because I think I have to match it here. Hello? Can I, something I'm supposed to do here? Okay, there's Saturn and the sun. Okay, now how do I get back into here? How do I... Dang it. Let me back in. How do I zoom back into that? There we go.
An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
Maybe her first name starts with an H. Aha, for my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia.
For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia. Helena with an H. It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
That's...
Poirot! Have you no shame?
What? I didn't do it.
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies.
Your wife's a
monsieur,
faker.
But your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and
Sonia Armstrong. Your older sister? The mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initials.
Sure you
To
don't.
be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest. The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
It's Pro's knowledge of Russian to translate the engraving. I'm assuming I'm supposed to match it up. It's probably Natalie. Isn't that the name of the Duchess? Or the princess? Natalia.
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train. In addition, her first name begins with an H.
Was she related to him?
Voila.
Because why would they have a necklace from her? Alright, now we should be able to talk to her. What room is she in? She's in the second one, right? She's in the first one. Why would she be in second class? Yeah, she's in this room, isn't she? Talking to me now, lady.
I am not prepared to receive
I don't care.
Come back later.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask
You
you
should have
a
said in
few
the
questions.
first place.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
That would make Helena one too.
Come in, please.
Yeah, now you're gonna let me in.
Please forgive my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
No, you're gonna answer
Improperly
regardless.
introduced. Yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
We know she's Russian. She's the director of a museum. And she has to be 85.
That's the right answer.
Alibi.
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I awoke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see.
Okay, the embroidered
The
handkerchief.
first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
I mean, at this point, everybody has a motive to kill this dude.
Handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
Okay, Armstrong case.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly. But his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Elena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot
She did the
of
shallow one.
coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or
I
more.
think multiple people did this.
And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
I will not. And what do you know of my fantasies?
Привет! Привет!
Huh, is there a bird in there? Alright. Who are the people whose alibis match? I don't know. Is she with him? I don't remember.
Et voilà.
Okay, so now I think we need to talk to, report to Blanc. Which he is right there.
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orient stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
Okay, the embroidered handkerchief.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently
I think the younger
have
one could.
alibis.
Okay,
I
broken
had
watch.
3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke.
Maybe she's narcoleptic. Okay, sleeping
Did
pill.
you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No. I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
I don't think so. Choose the 2 most likely suspects to have drugged her. Oh, Schmidt. She did get food. Because there was something mentioned about her getting a meal.
I must admit,
Okay, that one's
I'm
right.
not
Okay, so it wouldn't be her.
this time.
Did she bring her the meal?
I do
No.
not think that's the right answer.
It's one of the women.
This is
No.
wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
Oh, maybe it was the old lady. I don't know.
No,
Nope.
not good.
So it's one of the dudes? Was it him?
Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle...
Oh, I
Locke
forgot
drank.
about tea. Forgot
Fräulein
about the
Schmidt
tea.
or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea.
Yeah,
They are really the only 2 people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date. to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would
Yeah, I forgot
very
about the
much
tea. I
like
remember
you to finish your story.
somebody bringing her
Very well
food,
then. After
but
the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
okay, so it's all coming together. Finish chapter 6.
4 long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark. A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. I can dream, can't I?
Oh, there's that guy. Okay, so it says the body of investigative reporter Michael Clark was found buried in his Boston's backyard. Clark was killed by a single shot to the chest. State of decomposition suggests an estimated death of and burial of fall 2018.
Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case. And then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago? This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
Is there anything else, or is that it? It doesn't look like there's another page. All the important clues you found are automatically added to the evidence board on the wall. You can consult them at any time by selecting the evidence board.
The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
20-sided dice. Oh. Just gonna hit him in order. I think I hit that. I think I hit the wrong number. Is this a switchblade?
A key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
Oh, 3569, perhaps? Let's try it. 3, 5, 6, 9. Haha. There's a pill in there.
What do we find?
Is it cyanide?
A capsule and a smell. Bitter almonds. Cyanide. Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy. So clever. All that evidence, and yet no DNA found. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent. The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's.
Did I miss something with this? Maybe there's another thing I can look at. Oh, yep. Like the dots? Aha.
What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
Lots of puzzles. It's a skull. Oh, that's a, yeah, SD card.
A USB key.
Yeah.
Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains.
Only thing I haven't looked at is the flashlight, which has another puzzle.
What do we have
multi-tool.
here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
Ah, lockpicks. Pretty sure that's everything. Okay. Connect the two lines on the board to create a link between them. Okay, so let's do this first. Oh yeah, I
Shaved off
recognize
the
him now.
Metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board.
Money. Oh, look at tattoo.
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them, and on the wall they go.
You think the tattoo would be important, but
Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. I don't have time to waste on magazines.
sure there's nothing else in here.
I've read it probably 10 times already, but I can't get enough of it. Don't know why. Maybe
dick.
because it helps me sleep.
No golden mustaches? Oh, there's one.
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold.
I was gonna say, I know I've missed probably like most of them. Okay, so I think we've gotten everything. Did everything come off the printer?
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
don't know if you recycle the pages. Case of driver's license of LaFranco Concetti. Michael Clark I met 4 years ago. Michael Clark, the journalist, found dead yesterday. Records of calls from that night. Arrest warrant of Suzanne, Daisy. Evidence of kidnapping. District Attorney McQueen retires. Wait a minute. McQueen? Oh yeah, that's that dude's father. So dude, I am almost positive all these people have done this. Suicide of John Armstrong, so then he ended up killing himself. Isn't that the car guy? This is gonna turn out that everybody hit this guy because they knew this family. Boston shooting victim still identified. Autopsy report tattoo. That was probably the guy that helped him. First photo of the ransom. Second photo. Third. Okay, so now how do I need to connect these things?
So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. This tattoo is the same on both pictures.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that doesn't, I don't need to connect that. Maybe that's tied to the money? Because there's a picture of the money there, so no, that doesn't count. Okay.
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer. Okay, the real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake.
Well, that's Ratchet.
That could be him, but he looks pretty different. No, Joanna.
No?
That doesn't track. I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong.
Well, then how do I go back and change who it is? What had changed? Oh.
Yes.
I misread it.
Different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
Okay. All right.
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
Okay, so Samuel Ratchet arrested November 23rd, 2023 at Yerevan Airport in Armenia in possession of stolen ancient artifacts. The 3 Mesopotamian statues were confiscated and placed under sequestration by the court. The man paid bail. The trial is set for January 5th, 2024.
Mr. Ratchet, You didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you? It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
God, that sounds like a real phone.
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring this call.
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, okay, nope, and okay. Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
We're here to save mankind. Oh, it's a cookbook.
Okay, so book made by Hector McQueen. Date of reservation, June 2nd, 2023, Istanbul, Paris, December 15, 2023, December 18, 2023, 3. So Hector McQueen, Samuel Ratchet, and Edward Masterman. Edward Masterman might be the only person not involved in this.
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
I think McQueen knew who Ratchet was.
Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life. This is Ratchet's ticket. The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
Mm-hmm. And then Masterman. I wonder if that can be tied to this person here. No, okay. How does Masterman tie in, though? It's the only one I'm not sure of.
These tickets were all booked.
Yeah, he booked them all, but...
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
Victim is Noah. This.
The Orient Express departs from
the
Istanbul
tickets.
next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
And
the event?
There's that guy.
Some old train. But that face, that man. I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
Hector McQueen. Okay, Hector McQueen, July 7th, 1983, USA. His phone number, no criminal record. Son of Massachusetts State's District Attorney McQueen. Last known job, professional, personal assistant, private secretary.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board.
Yeah, see, I didn't have everything. Okay, but I got some more stuff added. Okay, well, this is definitely...
I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen.
Okay.
Here's what Hector McQueen looks like.
Is he tied to that? Maybe? No, or maybe he's tied to that. No. Maybe they're, wait, what the?
Next week, a
Yeah, they're
certain
tickets.
Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express. Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week. Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week.
Orient Express, forgot about him.
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
Okay, I think I got everything.
Damn,
Good job.
Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week.
Took a little bit.
McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
But how does Masterman tie into it?
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. Oh, it's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do?
Fraud, buy a ticket from someone? Well, didn't she, like, fraudulently do the ticket? I don't remember.
I could try to get on the train without a ticket, but I could end up arrested. And Ratchet could get away or get murdered. No, there's a better way. Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
Oh, okay, so she did. I thought she said she took somebody's ticket. Maybe that's what she meant.
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh, no.
Oh, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
Oh my god, how many Stacy Johnsons could there possibly be? Like, how was that narrowed down to one? Okay, Stacy Johnson, December 17th, 1998, USA, phone number. Actress starred in the movie Love and Despair, sponsor of several associates helping sick children, arrested for attacking a paparazzi, case settled out of court.
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
I'm a journalist. She hates journalists. Maybe we should just be honest.
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
Let's talk about the case.
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Because she does stuff for children.
I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
It's the truth. I have no evidence.
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
You understand the situation? That does not help me.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere,
I'd do anything I could to help. Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
Buy the ticket twice the price, make a nice gesture. Oh. I don't... Can I afford that? Let's try this one.
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids? Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much.
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
Okay, so you're probably wondering how I got here. Finished chapter 7, so now we're on chapter 8. Orient Express, December 17th, 2023, 7 p.m.
And that's how I found myself on this train. On Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead.
Is Miss Locke innocent or a suspect? You know, I don't know. I think she really genuinely wanted to arrest him, so I'm gonna believe she's innocent.
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No, I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
Okay, so now I have to talk to the Michelle and the one
all that snow
lady.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes. Unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
an unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow.
Are you all right, Mr.
Just say I'm really going to talk to the doctor.
Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses satisfactorily.
I mean, how do we know the doctor wasn't involved?
Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects trains.
Any gold mustachios in here? I don't see any.
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
Well, I just saw because the door was open. It was quite interesting. Where is Michel? I haven't seen him in forever.
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
Okay, Miss Locke wakes up. You drugged Miss Locke. Maybe I shouldn't just like outright because I don't know if she did or not. Let's go with this one.
I wanted to
see if
let
she
you know
reacts.
that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Miss Locke saw you drug her residue in the cup.
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have drugged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
She almost died. You have sleeping pills. Does she? Did she? Well, I don't know if she had sleeping pills or not. Did she? How to make her? Maybe she.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must
I mean, she
not
could have done
feel
it because
any
the princess
empathy
told
for
her
their
to.
fellow human beings,
Because once
even
again,
the
everybody
dose
was
that
involved.
Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't
that
want
was
to
easy.
hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time
For what?
Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor.
I was gonna say, I didn't think the staff had anything to do with it.
Somehow connected to the Armstrong case.
Okay, what could be the link between Miss Schmidt and the Armstrong case? Princess Dragonov's cook, the Armstrong cook, lady's companion to Sonia Armstrong. I don't know. I don't think it would be her cook. And I don't think she's a lady companion to Sonia, because I don't remember that being mentioned. It's just Q to inspect. What can I inspect? Nothing. Let's try maybe the cook.
Et voilà. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out,
I am not a murderer.
forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong
Yeah, she did
family's
make
cook,
comments about
were you
the
not?
food on the train.
Yes. I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me.
They are
much
all
more in
involved.
I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
I'm telling you, everybody was involved in this. Everybody was connected to that family in one shape or
Can I
form.
get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
Wonder if I still have to talk to Michel. I haven't seen him, like, for a while.
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entree will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes. I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Hotaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
Wait a minute. How many freaking plates of dessert has that dude had? Let's see if he's back here. I don't know if I'm supposed to still talk to Michelle or... Yep. Wait, who just went in there? That was sus.
Good evening, Michelle. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit, it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michelle. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Hotaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others?
What mess? Oh, what?
You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen.
The other one was that detective. Who's the person on the left? The left, that's Michelle.
Right.
Person in the middle is Suzanne.
Brilliant.
Well, he has a French accent, and she did too. That might be her grandfather. That's Hardman.
Good job. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on
But
the
how does
deaths
Hardman
of
know?
Suzanne and your wife.
This job. I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain. And the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet, until I could...
See,
But
they're
she
all
reacted
involved.
so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there was one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now.
Mr. Hardman is Michelle's boyfriend. Mr. Hardman was future son-in-law of Mr. Michel. Well, I don't think he's the future son-in-law because unless she... No, because she was with Noah. Oh my god, I don't know. I guess he'd be his boyfriend, but... Yeah, but I mean, well, no, she was in a relationship with somebody early on. So let's go with this one.
You have a a certain fondness for Monsieur Ardman, no?
Cyrus is a good friend, and I appreciate him a lot, but it's not that. Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own
I was gonna
son.
say, I didn't think they were in a relationship.
Much more is clear now.
What is going on in the bathroom?
I have been patient long enough. It is time to go
But
and
when-
see what all the commotion is next door.
When did she get a fiancé? When did that happen? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Oh, he was trying to escape.
Monsieur Ardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau.
I still don't know when she got a fiancé.
I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. I got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Book.
Mustache.
You can never have too many of these.
Chef's kiss.
I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game.
That'd be funny.
My love, I was too proud to patch things up. I chose pride instead of love.
I still want to know when he became her fiance, because wasn't it just 4 months later she died, and the last thing we knew is that she dated Noah. So maybe it's just something I don't remember or I missed. I don't know.
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Okay, sleeping pills.
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor, Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
Okay, the Armstrong
I
affair.
have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Ardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible! What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery.
I don't know, they might have known.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
Okay, so what did they want me to believe? The murderer got on the train at Vikrovic, killed Ratchet, and got off immediately. The murderer boarded the train at Vikrovic, killed Ratchet, and still on the train. The killer got on the train in Istanbul, killed Ratchet. I think it's the middle one.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Oh, that's right, the window. They wanted me to think that they jumped off, yeah.
My little gray cells did not let me down. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning.
Okie dokie. Alright. So reconstruct the events of the false lead. I don't even get any help. Okay. Okay, so this is the first one. The train stops at Vinkovsky at midnight. Mr. Michel goes down to the platform. The murderer boards the train disguised as conductor. The murderer kills Ratchet and exits through Madame Hubbard's room. The murderer leaves the knife there, losing a jacket button in the process. Murderer gets rid of the jacket. Murderer gets off the train, and Michel gets back on.
That's the right answer.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible.
Alright, so... what is the most plausible hypothesis? So there were several murderers who escaped to... no, they didn't escape. Several murderers who want to Ratchet's money. Several murders all related to the Armstrong case.
Et voila. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case, and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
Who are the 9 people who we know are connected to the Armstrong case? Okay, well, she is. He is. He is. He is. She is, but I don't know if she counts. He is. She is. She is. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's only 8.
This is wrong.
but I'm never far from the truth.
Because how many to get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So my 9th one. Oh. The ratchet, dummy.
That's the right answer. Fräulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
Alright, here we go. This is probably in-game. Alright. So we gotta head to the lounge, which is over here.
Monsieur Bouc, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act.
I'm telling you right now, it was all of them.
I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but 2 possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
2 solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required.
Are y'all nervous?
Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity,
a dozen wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
Oh, is that not what are y'all looking down for?
That is the first hypothesis.
Because you know it's not true.
Second, for that, we must examine the
you all did it.
motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed?
He was killed for revenge or money? He was killed for revenge.
The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies.
Because he had a lot of money in his
This was
safe.
a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
Just before departing Istanbul, 7 months before. It probably wasn't several months. It was probably just before because everybody saw him. But the tickets had been purchased like 3 months before he got on. I mean, it's how could all of these people just so like what are the odds that it's the coincidence is they just all happen to be on the same freaking train? Like I don't see the odds of that. Like, all these people have some kind of connection to that little girl and to Ratchet. It has to be months before. It has to be. It has to be.
Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is.
Susan Moreau or Ratchet? Well, we all know it's Ratchet.
It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
Okay, who do the 12 stabs symbolize Daisy's age? A jury in the United States. Oh. Well, she wouldn't have been 12, because it's even 4 years afterwards, because wasn't she 3? So it would be a jury.
Stabs. 12. The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
Snow.
Snow.
the avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two detectives.
Because it could have just
they had to
went off that somebody jumped off if the train hadn't stopped. The red kimono, the vaping liquid, the conductor's jacket. I guess I just go over all these?
This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters.
Broken watch?
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime.
Vaping liquid?
A vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him.
The conductor's jacket.
The conductor's jacket, found in Detective Locke's suitcase, was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
Did Detective Locke stab Ratchet? I don't think she did, because she was knocked out. She's a police officer. She was not seen during the crime. She was drugged.
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant...
That we'd eliminate all the clues. I thought we had already arrested the culprit. Maybe that one?
You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
Did Mr. McQueen stab Ratchet? I think he did. Torn photo, his father, the secretary, because of his father.
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman.
I don't think he did. I don't know. This is the guy that I'm not sure about, because I see nothing that leads to him doing it. I don't see his connection with the little girl. I'm going to say he didn't.
Poirot, remember Ratchet's sleeping pills.
Oh. So he's involved too?
Ratchet sensed danger close.
I'm glad I
to
can't
him
get it
and
wrong.
naturally He wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge.
I did
Once
forget
he was
that.
sound
Yeah.
asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir, and afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Bouc.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
No, I don't think he's involved. Director of the company found me a room on the train. Our friendship. Because he's the director?
Lofty position as
Oh, okay, does
director
not.
does not clear him of suspicion. Murderers can come in all shapes and sizes.
Well, I'm not sure on this one, I guess.
Book, my friend, of
'Cause he found me a
course
room?
you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel.
Yeah, I'm positive. Because he's the father of Miss Monroe. Okay.
I need a
What's his
real
motive? I'm so
audible
sorry. He drugged Miss
Your
Locke, okay?
admission that
God,
you
you're so
drugged
picky.
Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train.
Yeah, he did it. Pretends to be salesman, he's a detective. Because the
Monsieur
testimony.
Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
She did for sure. Drugged Miss Locke. Yeah, she was involved with the drugging.
Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, As the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
I kind of agree with that.
Let us move on to Countess Andrény. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
Oh, she was there.
Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andrény.
Wait, he really doesn't think that she was involved. That was her niece and her sister. She's too weak.
Countess Andrény is young.
Well, see, that's what I thought, but they also said something about her vertigo.
Stabbing Ratchet. The problem must be somewhere else.
Morally incapable?
Countess Andrény, being
see how.
Sonia
I mean,
Armstrong's sister,
she was on my
you had every
watch.
reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone,
Maybe her husband did it for
even
her.
after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andrény.
I think he did it. Because he'd do anything for his wife. He didn't like his face. He replaced Miss Andretti. Yeah, he replaced her.
12 people.
He wasn't going to let her do it, so she took a sleeping pill so she wouldn't be awake during it.
If Countess Andrény did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that.
Okay, that
Let's
doesn't...
move on to
Not
Mr.
trying to prove
Foscarelli.
yourself innocent. I think he did. He's athletic, he's dying. Miss Locke's investigation. From her evidence,
Locke found out that
he was the
you
chauffeur.
were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling.
Now, see, this is another one that I'm not sure on. It's like Matheson, or Madsen. Was Matheson? That the guy in the green suit and balding. I didn't think he was involved because there wasn't that much evidence that pointed to it other than he might have given that guy sleeping pills. I feel like she's not involved, but I feel like if I click on it, I'm probably wrong.
Do not
Yeah,
think
see.
that's the...
Okay, she did. Okay. Alibi, she's reserved. Mrs. Hubbard's latch? Mrs. Hubbard's latch. I don't know what that is. Oh, the latch on the door.
Mademoiselle Olson, you
I get it now.
supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch. A story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was
How did
my
she know Daisy?
My angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was
She's
my
a
job.
doctor?
But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olsen. You too shed light on your
So she was like
path.
the nurse or doctor for the little girl? She wasn't the nanny, she was the nurse
You
then.
were Daisy Armstrong's
See,
nurse.
that's something I didn't know.
I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand.
Because we didn't talk to her a lot. That's why I was confused.
Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder.
Well, I mean, that's never stopped a doctor before. But I don't think he's another one yet again. See, that's my only complaint about this game is there were people who were guilty that we talked to like maybe one time. And I don't know how you're supposed to understand that they're guilty other than the fact that 12 people stabbed the dude. No. Book's testimony.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room.
I don't know, maybe he
at the
pulled
hotel.
You have a bloody
the Count and
nerve.
Countess and he stabbed her,
Indeed, I did.
him
We're
instead.
getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong.
They were soldiers, not a cook, not a driver. They're probably cousins. Because they can't be brothers because they don't have the same last name. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to take your father's last name. And we don't know about their mother and father. Oh, okay, so it's just one of these. Well, they were soldiers then. I thought I would pick one of the 2 from each one, so they're just soldiers. See, I overthink things. I was thinking I had to do 2. I had to pick whether his relation and then
You served
career.
in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial.
Oh,
I'm
so
not a
that he
colonel.
didn't get in
I
trouble.
don't deserve to be, you bloody fool, but I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my
Till he
story.
killed himself.
Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a
Yeah, I'm not sure about her
Your
either.
connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered
I mean, she knew about her, I
you
believe.
currently hold.
She's a teacher, isn't she? Maybe she was like a preschool teacher for her?
You
Or like a
were
tutor?
the teacher of...
No, she was the teacher of Countess Andrény.
Okay, do you want to explain how I'm supposed to figure that out?
You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Oh, is she another one that fell down for her? I'm pretty sure he did. Mr. McQueen's testimony, he's military. Well, his vape liquor was there.
His vial found at the crime scene.
Oh my God.
Was a decoy.
How's it a decoy? He did it. Queen's
You had
testimony?
one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof. Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham,
I like how their faces change. I think she's the last one. Let's say she did it. Miss Olsen's testimony, Aronoth, words at Istanbul Station.
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia
She definitely
Armstrong's
did.
godmother, Princess Dragomirov.
She was the weak left-handed one. Actually, she makes the same face. Miss Schmitz, she's left-handed.
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say...
Linda Arden, Sonia Armstrong. What? When would I have known she had a different name? And who's Linda Arden? I'm confused. Well, she can't be Sonia.
Linda Arden. If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection.
Oh, the grandmother.
But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
She's the, she was Sonia's mother. They don't have grandmother of Daisy?
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andrény.
She sure as hell did. Toilet bag hiding the latch. Linda Arden? Proximity door. I don't think her being close to it has anything to do with it.
fact that Madame Hubbard is actually Linda Arden, Sonia's mother, and a gifted actress of stage and screen, a woman
Is it
who
just
could
motive?
teach her fellow conspirators how to play their roles, makes her one of the best placed to organize the murder, no, the execution of Ratchet. But I need material proof.
It must be the bag hiding the
Madame
latch.
Hubbard, you really are a remarkable
That was my next choice.
actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So, you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much, but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east, sooner or later, by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me, and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and
You
that
mean
of
your
the other child
grandchild?
who might have been alive and happy now.
Your
It was
other
more than
grandchild?
that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it. All these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
Honestly, I wouldn't convict any of them.
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest
Because then they all get off.
that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
Interesting. So they're gonna go with the guy escaped and let all them just go live their lives. Which, honestly, I would probably do, but justice-wise, they should all because it was murder, but, you know, look what happened.
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait.
Somebody
There
else
was a
dead?
detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
What? What? Encore, finish chapter 8. Orient Express, December 18th, 2023, 9 a.m. There's more to this? What?
Please, come in.
I mean, they even had credits.
Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials
AW.
AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
What? When and where is the meeting with Ratchet? Can I look at the diary again? Fontaine di Conigli, AW. Oh, what was the time again? Stupid me. So 2200. On the 18th. So 22 is 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. That would be 10 o'clock. The 18th. I forgot about that. But what does it matter? We're not gonna convict these people. Unless AW is the one who rounded all the information up. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Meeting with Ratchet, find your Hastings, help with my investigation, talk to the doctor, appointment. Okay, well, let's go this way.
I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. I don't have time for small talk.
Just double check all the rooms while we walk by.
To the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help.
They're all suspected murderers, dude. Just saying.
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug-of-war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career.
Okay, do I come with me to Venice? Let's see, is everything okay?
My dear book, how does our journey progress?
We are well on our way to Venice. All of our passengers are locked in their rooms by order of the authorities. I watch them when they want to stretch their legs, like the captain there behind you.
I see that you have the situation well in hand.
Who am I supposed to get to come with me? I would think I'd want her. Is everything okay?
Hello, Monsieur Fauché. Is everything going well?
As well as can be expected. Our stocks of food and drink are running low. An unexpected layover on the mountains and an unexpected murder didn't help. Have you ever noticed that when things get tense, people tend to eat and drink more?
It is curious that, even when they are accused of murder, as much as I learn of human nature, people still manage to surprise me. At least, we'll soon be in Venice.
Yes, we'll be able to stock up on enough provisions there. As long as there isn't another murder.
Help me investigate in Venice. Okay. Wait a minute. Isn't there somebody from Austria? Or is it just Switzerland? So Sweden and Switzerland. Does it matter who I ask? I mean, I would think I would want to ask her.
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes. It would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used two knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
I can't believe there's actually more to this game. I mean, they even started to run the credits.
This is the third embarking dock, and no
This game is long.
available at all.
Okay, so Venice, December 18th, 2023, 9 p.m.
With
Ooh,
Carnival,
Dr.
you can't
Cruz.
find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
This reminds me of the movie that come out over the summer last year. I think it was last summer or the fall, and it was another Agatha Christie story, and it was Haunting in Vienna, I think it was. It was really, really good.
Just over there.
Every carnival, my friends and I mask. And every carnival, we lose one another.
And don't wear a mask. So many Dr. Crows around.
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No. I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
I'm not helping
you.
you.
10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd. And have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset.
No.
I should try to find out why.
Just do your job, man. Money.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me.
Probably
now.
heartbroken.
His problem isn't money. What is it then?
His girlfriend broke up with him.
Beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
It's probably named after his girlfriend who broke up with him.
Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
What is the gondolier's problem? He's fed up with tourists. He had a fight with his girlfriend. He ruined his bouquet. He had a fight with his girlfriend. Already know it. What is the name of the gondolier's girlfriend? It's the Chiara.
Good. Score. 1 for the good guys.
Let me across. I'll punch your girlfriend for you. How about that?
I'm sorry you had a fight with Chiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help, if I can.
If you have a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Ah, I see. You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
Then what do you need the ring for? You don't have a girlfriend anymore.
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier
I feel like that would take more time to do that than to get through the crowd.
I will help you.
Like, seriously. Maybe this guy... Are you fishing? Did you fish up a ring? No? Ooh, what's that? Oh, that just says where we are.
It's calm and relaxing, although not as clean as it could be.
Excuse me, can I push you in the water and you find a ring for me? Man, nobody's willing to help. Bunch of jerks. The only useful pigeon is a stool pigeon. Make the pigeons fly away in Venice. That was an achievement. Okay. I mean, is the ring really gonna float?
I don't need an empty soda can. There are too many plastic bottles in the world.
They can be recycled. I mean, wait, it floated. Seriously.
I know someone who will be happy.
I mean, I guess it's possible that that happened. I don't see the odds of it happening.
Ancora una volta sono dalla parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian.
Sure. Whatever you say, lady. Here, I found your ring.
Excuse me.
Now let me across.
I believe I have something that belongs to you.
Mamma mia, grazie mille, signorina. With this, I can now win my Chiara's heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need
Take
to
me
get
across.
to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
Faster. Pedal faster.
This district of Venice is very charming. You will love it.
Although, what's the point of going to meeting this person? Were they the one that stabbed him? I mean, maybe somebody did get on the train and off of it.
If it's not too
I
much
don't
to
know.
ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here. To find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice. Chiara, I'm sorry.
You have my full confidence, mademoiselle. I'll leave it to you.
I know what he told me, but I just kind of want to make sure that there's nobody to talk to. Oh, that guy had a creepy laugh. I mean, what the... Ah, stop it, you creepers. What are these two doing? Is it supposed to be dancing? I mean... Okay. Yep, there's the rabbit. There's so many people, though. How are we supposed to know who AW is?
It's 9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
Okay.
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
Rude. Oh, more pigeons. Get out of here. Ew.
Nobody. The desk clerk must be asleep or off partying. If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
Andrew Riley, Elias Shellstop, Pascal Costa, Alexander Brocat, Kathleen Navarro, Raphael Vialli, Angelo Moselli, Azizi Wadi. There's AW, Selena Vanderwood.
Aziz Wadi. That's the only name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
I'm looking for someone, La Fontana di Cangeri.
I'm
Try this
sorry,
one.
I don't speak Italian. Do you speak English?
Of course, signorina. How may I bother you?
How? What? Oh, I have an appointment with one of your guests.
What is the name?
It's this one.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
Okay, so I think I'm being watched. I changed our meeting place. Alice was sitting on the fountain. She glanced at the statue, the white rabbit. Suddenly, the beast hopped away. Alice followed it. Again, let Alice be your guide. Alice in Wonderland. After walking through a narrow alley and crossing a bridge, Alice came upon two men who were arguing over who had the tallest hat. Her feet led her back to the narrow alley and then to a small square where she found a cat drinking tea. The mischievous kitten ran into another alley. Alice chased after him. Breathless, Alice arrived in a large square with the barracks for playing card soldiers. Out they came marching towards her. Alice ran to the end of the quarry. There, a large door with a gorgon's face on it demanded a secret code, the code that Alice had collected throughout her journey. Huh?
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
Okay, so can I look at okay, so we start at the fountain. You see on the fountain, she glanced at the statue, the white rabbit. So walking through a narrow alley and crossing a bridge. How could this person plan for all this, though? Okay, there's the white rabbit. There's a 2. Oh, I'm going to need to remember that. Okay, so we have a 2. Through a narrow alley. And then she crossed a bridge. Hat place. 2, 8. Okay, so we have 2 and 8. Let me I'm gonna write that down real quick. Okay, so 2 and 8. Okay, so her feet led her back to the narrow alley and then to a small square where she found a cat drinking tea. The mischievous cat ran to another alley. Alice chased after him. Okay, so her feet led her back to the narrow alley. So I go back through the same area? There it is. 4. So let me put that down. So now we have a 4. So I did have to go back completely the way that I had went. All right. Okay, so the mischievous cat ran into another alley. Alice chased after him. Breathless, Alice arrived in a large square with barracks for playing card soldiers. Out they marched towards her. She ran to the end of the quarry where there was a large door with a Gorgon face. I think I actually saw that one, but we have to chase after the cat down an alley. Maybe this way? Police right there. It's a 6. Okay, that took me a bit of time. Now I gotta see if I can remember how to get back to the door. There it is. Okay, so let me get my little note here. So it's 2, 8, 4, 6, 9. Uh-oh.
Hey, you.
I can't lose them.
Oh, crap. Get back here, you jerk. Get the hell out of my way. Oh, frick. I can't. What the hell? Oh my god. I got stuck. Good thing I picked her to go with him. You bastard.
Move over.
Oh, frickin' hey.
Too many masks.
Oh my gosh.
Standing there watching me and laughing.
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back. But it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them.
The glasses.
A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity? There must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case. A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva, then one of these may belong to his home there.
Oh my god, am I gonna go all the way there?
Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Wadi was obviously planning to leave this city. Mr. Wadi's Swiss passport. I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity.
Okay, he's from Swiss, Geneva. Let's see. I mean, he's from Switzerland. I think I said he's from Swiss. Let's see, 78, 88, 98, 2008, 2018. He's 40-some.
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
Oh, I have the wrong name. I didn't even notice that.
That's the right answer.
Mustache.
Hercule Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
Oh, right there.
A
Ratchet.
false passport with Ratchet's picture. Clark, Ratchet. How many others? Now he will become Enrico Caldo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks.
So he was going to give him a new identity. Intuitions allow you to draw conclusions from the Armstrong case ransom, from a deal with Cairo. Say that one, right?
This appears to be a good lead.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle. Your efforts were marvelous. I found some information about Mr. Wadi.
Did you access the FBI database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
Excellent.
Okay, find the serial number of the dollar bills among the photos on Joanna's phone. It's in a...
I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong. Come on, Joanna. That's a rookie mistake.
No, I don't. What is that for? I mean, I know I'm looking for that, but I don't know why those are available. 2151888. I don't see it here. Right there. 2151880S.
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
And this one is 2152203G. 215, right here.
The detective gets it right.
And then 215-27649C. Right here.
Score. 1 for the good guys.
Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not. So Ratchet had it in an account at the Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it. So, he stashed it there.
But now he's run low. Something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
There is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
Being murdered?
He didn't count on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Wadi had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's photo, but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
Ratchet wanted to disappear again, hiding another fake identity. The passport reveals Ratchet. No, this one.
I discovered that he was arrested in Armenia for trafficking in stolen art.
He's gonna change his name again.
And was supposed to be arraigned in January. Once again, he changed his identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
Cape's too risky to take it. The motive is not money. Why did the murderer leave the money? I don't know. I think he was... I don't think the motive was money.
The bag isn't very big. He could have easily run away with it. If he didn't take it, it was deliberate. He wasn't interested in the money. If the motive wasn't money, it leaves passion or revenge for motive.
So, Detective Locke, what do you think? Passion or revenge?
Well, revenge?
Revenge seems like an obvious motive to me. The murderer carefully followed Wadi from the fountain to the new meeting place despite Wadi's precautions. That is cold and careful.
Excellent. We cannot yet know for certain, but that is a sound psychological analysis. We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be murderers on the train. But we still must know who was under that mask.
Say murderer who killed Ratchet, murdered or hired by Ratchet.
I think Wadi's killer is also Ratchet's murderer. The motive for both deaths was revenge, and both are related to the Armstrong case through the ransom money.
Exactly. So our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the bag, they must have something to do with this case too.
Wait, those glasses mean something to me.
Yes, Suzanne Moreau.
Wait, I know. I've seen these. They belong to Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her
Maybe
bedroom.
she wasn't dead.
But they were gone the day she died.
I remember the press saying that the nurse had committed suicide.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are proof that she was killed by Ratchet or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Why would he take her sunglasses,
true.
though?
But the question I ask myself is this. Why did Ratchet keep these glasses?
I mean, they usually keep trophies of victims, but... why? Maybe future fake evidence? To prove that she did it?
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others. He did the same thing to frame Suzanne.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
I mean, it really could have been either one. But...
in my investigation at the time, I had already found Daisy's hair.
Yeah, that's true. He kept her hair clip.
And now we find Suzanne's glasses in a bag for Ratchet.
2 objects from 2 victims of Ratchet. He is a trophy hunter.
Okay, we managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The rest must still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Waddy worked.
Waddy was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for the police. Prepare yourself for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
A visit to Geneva,
This game is super long. Masquerade finished chapter 9, so chapter 10 is probably the last one. I mean, this is very long. So Venice, December 18th, 2023, 11:49 p.m.
Here you are at last. I was worried about you.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're underway. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's not waste any more time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
This is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
Mon ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How could they not notice an uninvited killer?
False testimony, smoke in Vinkovic. Well, that's what was always implied, but he could have just lied. I don't know. Let's just go there.
Michel's testimony is, of course, false. He was actively involved in the murder plot. I must know his real movements to understand when our 13th murderer.
I think they're hiding who the 13th person is. Is the murderer still on the train? No. Is he? Well, is it?
Evidence that he is still on the train.
Yes, he most certainly returned to the train.
How can you be sure?
It's obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
I thought that was the masked person. Would they unmask and get back on the train? Ran in the direction of the Venezia railway station. His best ticket out of Italy is aboard the train. There's no one missing on the train. I mean, that one kind of makes the most sense.
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Waddy
It's probably that bartender.
We would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Oh, calm yourself.
Calm myself? But we're back where we started. There is still another murderer on my train. Wait a moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over to the police?
Everyone? Including ourselves?
What? No. No. Oh, it's a nightmare.
Let us take it step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members of the Ratchet jury.
Okay, so we're the 12 people who are both Ratchet jury and executioner. Alright, so we've got him, her, him, her, him, her, and her.
My little Grace.
I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be the bartender.
If we eliminate the 12 jurors, we are left with 7
Or maybe it was the chef, the female chef.
7? It's still too many.
I agree. We must reduce our list.
Excuse my impatience, Poirot. It's as if my beautiful train is cursed. Can you exonerate any of the 7?
I would say he's not a suspect.
Book worked hard to get me aboard the train. He is definitely not a suspect.
I don't think she is.
Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She pursued Mr. Waddy's murderer.
But maybe that was a cover-up. Probably not.
Yes. Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th.
Yeah, because why would he tell him? You know, if he had done it, so he wouldn't have told him. So that leaves the bartender,
left, who I must
the two
now
chefs.
examine more closely. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Maury, Monsieur Fauché, and Countess
the Countess.
Andrény.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
All 3 got off the train in Venice.
Yeah, it could have
to
still been the
restock
Countess.
supplies. Any one of them might have slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what of Countess
That could have been
Andrény?
when I
You
saw
claim
her
yourself.
She is cleared
in the
of
robe.
first murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So we still have 4 suspects to interview. Detective Locke?
I can't join you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to call him.
Then you must do so by all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call from my compartment. If you're looking for me, I'll be there.
I hate to say this, Poirot, but I must. There is, of course, one other suspect with a motive for murder. The ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both saw the masked murderer standing over the body.
Could have just been somebody that found him. I don't know. Okay, make sure nobody's by me. Let's start over here.
You play well. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. Many years of piano lessons thanks to my mother. I try to play in a few clubs in Paris when I get the chance, but as you can see, it hasn't made me rich. What can I do for you?
Conversation only.
Okay, what did you do in Venice?
Tell me about your time in Venice.
I had Monsieur Bouc's permission to see my sister. She lives in Marghera, just outside of Venice. She had a baby a few weeks ago. This was my first chance to meet my new nephew.
Monsieur Bouc gave you permission?
Yes, you can ask him.
Most assuredly, I will. What time did you leave, and when did you return?
I left around 9-10 p.m. I was back by 10:45 p.m. When I got back, Hotaru was in a lot of pain. I gave him a back massage.
That would have been enough time to kill Monsieur Wadi and return to the train.
Mm-hmm. See your
May I
knives?
see your knives?
Of course. They are here.
If you don't mind.
Help yourself. They are under the bar counter.
Okay, and Knight of Ratchet's
Tell
murder.
me again about your poker game the night of the murder.
It's a regular game to help relax after a long day. Let's see, we started around 11 p.m. We took a short break in Vinkovsky, Hotaru, Pierre, and I. The game finished up around 2 a.m. We'd all had quite a bit to drink. Ah, yes, I left for about 10 minutes to refrigerate champagne for the next day. That must have been around 1 a.m.
Alright, let's check out his knives.
None of these come close to the wounds on either body.
Yeah, but he could have taken a knife from somewhere else, just saying. Though I kind of have a feeling that chef is going to be involved. Let's see. Let's authorize
You told
Mr.
Fauché
Fouch.
he could go into Venice?
Or Fauché.
Marghera, actually. Not so far away. It was his only chance to see his sister. He's been working every trade for weeks. There is never time to see the new baby.
Enough, Book. Your heart does you credit, but your common sense, it...
I know. But it's fine. Isn't it? He did come back.
Oh, it's fine, as you say. Unless he saw the baby, then killed someone else and returned to the train.
But that's monstrous.
Murder is always monstrous, my friend.
I mean, it is possible. He would have had the time.
Saffron. It must be worth a small fortune.
Right, that's there.
Good evening, Monsieur Maury. May I have a moment of your time? I have a few questions to ask you.
Of course, as long as you don't mind if dinner is ruined.
I promise to be as brief as possible.
Okay, what did you do in Venice?
What did you do while we were stopped in Venice?
With Freya's help, I loaded fresh produce for the next part of our journey. Then, you may not believe this, but my job requires a lot of physical labor. My back suffers. Fortunately, Jean has become quite adept at separating my vertebrae.
Okay, see your knives?
As you may know, I have solved the murder of Monsieur Ratchet.
That is a shame.
I beg your pardon?
The bastard sent my steak tartar back, telling John I was to burn it.
I will add it to the list of his crimes. One wound on Monsieur Ratchet's body was struck by a very sharp, thin-bladed knife. We haven't found it yet.
You think one of mine was used?
I'd like to have a look, if you don't mind.
In that drawer.
An impressive set of knives, but their blades are too wide to have been used for the crime.
Tell me about your poker game the night of the murder.
We started around 11 p.m. When John finished his shift, we played until around 2 a.m. From what I remember, it's a bit vague.
You played without a break?
Actually, we did break once for a smoke. John, Pierre, and I. When we stopped in Vinkovsky.
When was that?
Around midnight.
Okay, can't look anywhere else. He's still white though, like I got something to say to him. Maybe it's something I'll come back to.
Box is secured by some sort of locking mechanism.
It's gonna be that female
Design is
chef.
formed by 3 commas. What is the word in Japanese? Tamoe. And it's obviously missing a piece.
Well, this was his room, so it could have been him too, but why would he be involved? I don't see anything. Okay, there she is.
Good evening, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Mr. Poirot. I'm not going to bed right away.
Okay, what did you do in Venice?
Can you tell me your movements while we were stopped in Venice?
That'll be easy. I didn't move much at all. Let's see. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier without success.
What is this with this woman and her
the dessert
orders?
menu for tomorrow.
See your knives.
Dr. Constantine found a stab wound on Ratchet's body that was caused by a much thinner and sharper blade than the others.
Possibly a chef's knife?
My thought, precisely.
And you'd like to see my knives?
If you wouldn't mind.
I would gladly show you if I had any, but I don't. I use the regular kitchen knives. You may search if you don't believe me.
I see.
You
All
don't
the
have
knives
any.
The staff use are in the kitchen or in the lounge, except Otaro prefers to use his own.
Monsieur Mori doesn't use the kitchen knives?
Not usually. I know he keeps a set of traditional Japanese knives in a box in his room.
But he's
He
using
doesn't
them
let
right
anyone
now.
else use them. Although now that I think of it, he has been using the kitchen knives lately.
I almost feel like she's setting him up.
Can you tell me exactly about your poker game the night of the murder?
We started around 11 p.m. In Vinkovsky, we took a short break. Hotaru and Pierre went outside to smoke. Oh, and Hotaru got sick around a few minutes past 1 a.m. 1:10 a.m. maybe? He spent about 15 minutes in the bathroom, but he didn't want to quit on a losing streak.
Did his luck improve?
No, so we played to around 2 a.m. He lost every hand.
Ah, Michel, I have a few more questions to ask you, if you will allow me.
Anything, Monsieur Poirot. We are in your debt.
Okay, so what did you do in Venice?
Please, tell me your movements when we were stopped at Venice Station.
Once the compartments were cleaned and the linen refreshed, I stayed in my quarters.
Did you notice anything special? Comings and goings?
Monsieur Bouc had asked everyone to stay in their compartments. I would occasionally walk the train to ensure everyone was comfortable. Oh, I saw Monsieur Mori was all alone loading his crates of provisions. A great chef like that, reduced to petty labor, I would have helped him.
That girl
But
said
Monsieur
she
Bouc
helped
had
him.
ordered me not to leave the train for any reason.
I knew it. She's setting him
Monsieur
up.
Mori was forced to labor alone.
That's why his back hurt.
Let us review the actual timeline of the night of Ratchet's
Is
murder,
that chef?
not the one manufactured to hide your crime.
I left the train in Vinkovsky for a smoke. Then I resumed my post. That was the truth. The train departed on schedule. But then, of course, an avalanche of snow blocked the tracks. At 12:45, Madame Hubbard and I met in her compartment to discuss how to adapt our plan.
Due to the snow and Poirot.
The little play we had staged for you had to be rewritten. I left her compartment at approximately 1:15.
Then the curtain went up. Calls in the night, the red kimono, all for my benefit.
And all for nothing, as it turned out.
Do not blame yourself, Michel. I am the theater critic no playwright wants to see in the audience.
Alright, so now we just have to talk to...
Doctor, I need to question Countess Andrény.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Poirot. The Countess had an anxiety attack when we arrived in Venice. She was
did she now?
terrified the police would come for her and her husband, despite how you concluded your investigation. I had to give her a sedative. She has been sleeping since.
You have stayed with her all the time we were in Venice?
Count Andrény begged me to watch over her. I have not left this room.
You're the reason she's in this state.
no, you're the
Who
reason.
voted to absolve you
Just
all?
saying.
I accepted his verdict.
I told her. I tried to reason with her. What she has already suffered, the strain of these last few days, it was too much.
I understand, Count. It's quite all right. I have the answers I came for.
Yeah, so she was knocked out.
Everyone, but some elements of the testimonies do not seem to correspond. I need to recheck a few things.
I mean, it's really simple. It's that woman. Mr. Shell, Mr. Mori, and Mr. Future left the train in Vivix to smoke. Select 2 elements that give the staff an alibi for the time of the murder. It's this one.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Okay, there's that one. Mr. Murray boarded the train at 10. Okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I thought I put those two together, but maybe I didn't.
Any of the 3 staff members had the opportunity to kill Ratchet when Monsieur Michel wasn't watching the hallway. My little gray cells did not let me down.
Took me a few minutes because I was getting confused by some of the stuff. Because she did say she helped him board the stuff, but supposedly she didn't.
Remind me of what you did when the train stopped in Venice.
No problem. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier, without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's not true. I brought in the food crates. I realized I forgot half of my order. I spent an hour on the phone. Had to change them. It'll be this one.
Mademoiselle, I believe you're hiding the truth from me.
What makes you say that?
Michel.
Michel saw Monsieur Mori carrying the crates of food alone. You weren't on the platform.
I did help Hotaru.
The entire time? He carried so many crates, his back was sore.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm guilty. I did leave him before we were finished, but I had to. There was no saffron he needed for a recipe. I volunteered to go into Venice and get him some. The Rialto market will be open late because of the carnival. He gave me money. I knew we weren't supposed to leave the train, but I only wanted to help. Mr. Mori can confirm this. Ask him. I saved dinner.
That's sus.
On behalf of my palate, I thank you. How long were you gone?
I left at 9:10 p.m. and was back with the saffron around 11. That's when I called my supplier for the items I was missing.
Seems like a long time.
Had almost 2 hours to buy the saffron, find a costume, kill Monsieur Wadi, elude Detective Locke, and make it back to the train for that phone call. Yes, it's possible that was enough time.
I mean, that's a lot of time.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Nielsen. That is all for now.
Sorry again, Mr. Poirot. I hope you enjoy tonight's dessert.
Did you put poison in it? Ooh, mustache.
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
I don't... Wait, what's that? A feather.
A black feather. That reminds me of something.
A bird. I wonder if that feather was always there and I just didn't notice it. There we go. God, that took forever.
An object that looks like a broken comma. It must be part of something else. Colteria Venezia. Sushi knives. razor sharp. Sushi knives, right?
So the only one that had a different name was that one there. Let's double check them all though.
Sushi knives. Sushi knife.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Mori, but haven't you forgotten something? You haven't told me about the knives hidden in your room.
Ha! Yes, indeed. I forgot to tell you about those. They are my personal knives. I only use these knives. There are none better. I bought them all in Japan. No one is allowed to touch them except me.
Personal knives. Only knives I use are these, and I'm better about them in Japan. No one's allowed to touch them but me. Let's try this one.
What evidence can help me prove he's lying?
Oh, well, I use only these knives. Well, he's not using them. That's why I thought it was a lie. Maybe it's this one?
I need some hard evidence to prove he's lying.
Maybe it's Japan because of the...
I'm afraid you are
Yeah.
better at sushi than lying.
What? What do you mean?
This one.
One of the knives has an inscription, Coltelleria Venezia. Did you happen to go shopping tonight, monsieur?
Damn you, Poirot. Very well. One of my sushi knives has been missing since the night of the murder. I thought you were going to believe I killed Ratchet. He routinely sent back my dishes to be ruined. Why does God give rich people the money to afford the best cuisine, but not the palate to appreciate it? I panicked. I know a very good store in Venice. I went to buy a knife to replace the one that had gone missing, so I wouldn't be accused. I assure you that I had nothing to do with any murders.
I would have an easier time believing you, monsieur, if you put that knife down.
Oh, yes, of course.
I think he's being set
What time
up.
did you leave on your little shopping trip?
I left around 9:30 p.m. I was back a little after 11. 11:15 p.m.
Time enough to stab Monsieur Waddy and return.
Very well, Monsieur Mori. That's all for now. If I have another question...
I'll be right here, cooking.
Who doesn't have an alibi for the murder of Mr. Waldy? She doesn't. He doesn't.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Is there more than one?
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Maybe it's all three of them? Okay, it was all three.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Because that's true, because they have time that's unaccounted for. What about the bird feather, though? It means that they visited that old lady. Because she has a bird. I don't remember where I left Locke. Is she in her room? Yeah, because this is my room. So she must be in her room.
What have you been doing, Poirot? I am completely in the dark.
I will shine some light on the situation, my friend. I have 3 new suspects who could have killed Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Fauché, and Monsieur Maury. They all had periods of time during both murders to commit the deed, and their alibis are weak. A visit to family, and not 1, but 2 shopping trips.
But all are my employees.
Alas, yes, my dear Book. But we have no proof against any of them. None of the 3 appears to have any motive whatsoever.
But this is a tragedy.
Do not give up hope. We will catch this murderer. There is still one place that may hold the evidence we need.
Geneva.
Exact.
Do not give up hope? Well, that's easy for you to say. But what if it's Freya? What becomes of dessert? If it's Sotaru, who will cook?
Dude,
Me
what does it
and
matter?
Brett? If it's Jean, who will serve the drinks?
I've been
Really,
checking
dude?
up on
That's
the
what you're
Banque
worried
du
about?
Lac. I had to confirm my identity for Interpol, so they contacted my captain at the Berkshire Police.
I suspect he was not pleased.
That my vacation was actually an unofficial investigation? I'll say.
I would be happy to speak to him on your behalf.
Thank you, but he'll get over it. It's a chance to close the books on the Armstrong kidnapping. He stopped yelling, asked for a report, then granted me an extra week.
Excellent. What did you learn from Interpol about the Banque du Lac?
It's had a bad reputation for over a century. Customers have included the mafia, Nazis, corporate swindlers of every description, even heads of state.
It is true, this. It is the worst-kept secret in banking. They take advantage of the bank's strict policy of protecting the anonymity of its clients. This is in defiance of many laws from multiple countries, including Switzerland itself. Of course, I have never taken advantage of such a corrupt system.
That goes without saying, my friend.
There are ongoing investigations, subpoenas, court orders. The bank will eventually have to comply, or its assets may be seized. But until then, it still thrives, thanks to its wealthy and powerful clients.
It sounds perfect for the late Monsieur Ratchet. Do you have any ideas?
The serial numbers from some of the bills match those from the Armstrong kidnapping. We agreed in Venice that the bulk of the money must still be physically in the bank's vault.
I concur, Detective Locke. Exemplary work. So, our next task is clear. We need to get into Ratchet's safety deposit box.
There will be codes, passwords.
And Monsieur Wadi would, of course, have known them all. The bag of money he carried is proof of that.
We'll need to find information about Ratchet's box in Wadi's office at the bank.
Most assuredly, but remember the secrecy involved. I doubt his office will contain all we need. Where else must we dig?
Okay, so Ratchet safe deposit box. His diary? I don't...
No, not good.
Maybe
was
Mr.
nothing
McQueen?
helpful in Ratchet's diary. I do not think that's the right answer.
Waldy's
Mr.
apartment? There's no way you can
McQueen
get it on the
was
internet.
curious about it. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Mr. Wadi couldn't keep all of his secrets at the bank. Hopefully we'll find something in his apartment. We already have his address thanks to his passport, and his keys we retrieved from his body.
The train stops in Lausanne at 8 a.m. But that's far from Geneva. I can delay the departure until 11 a.m. No later. The police are expecting us in Paris by the end of the afternoon, at the latest. They won't tolerate any delay.
The bank doesn't open until 9. I can see only one way that gives us a chance to be on time.
How do we get to Geneva? Boat? Taxi. Taxi? I feel like the boat would be too slow.
Let's take a taxi. I checked a map. It should take us less than an hour to get to Geneva from Lausanne, which leaves us just enough time to access that safety deposit box. We have no choice if we want to be back to the train by 11 a.m.
I had to search the apartment and the office effectively. Probably separately.
The best thing is to separate. One of us searches his apartment, the other searches his office. To access the safety deposit box, we need to find the key,
the box number, and the passcode.
Suppose you find all this. How do you plan to get into the vault?
Impersonate Ratchet's search warrant.
We are going to use the bank's anonymity policy to our advantage.
And the quickest way is for you to impersonate Ratchet.
I would rather impersonate Jack the Ripper, but in the interest of justice, I will do it.
We need to find the account number.
Along with everything else.
I will say I want access to the vault. They don't ask for papers or even names. The vault information is enough.
I'm not hearing any of this. I run a train company. I don't rob banks.
Perfect. Let's recap the plan.
Okay. So put the steps of the plan in the right order. Find information about Ratchet's safe. Okay, so go to Geneva by taxi would be the first one. They're going to separate. Search Mr. Waldy's office and apartment. They're going to meet up at the bank. Pretend to be Ratchet. Actually, maybe that goes first. And then there we go.
Et voila.
To sum up, we're going by taxi to Geneva. Then we'll split up. You're going to search Mr. Waddy's apartment. I'll search the office at the bank. When we have all the information we need, you pretend to be Ratchet, and we can finally find out what Ratchet is keeping hidden in his safety deposit box.
It sounds impossible.
Not for Detective Joanna Locke and Hercule Poirot.
We should get some rest.
You are right, Detective. We face our greatest challenge tomorrow. Together.
Final questions. Finish chapter 10. So there's 11 chapters. Goodness gracious, this is a very long game. I think I'm going on like 9 hours now almost.
9 o'clock. Our driver did well. It took barely an hour to get here from Lausanne.
But we must conclude our business in 1 hour as well. Book can only hold the train until 11 o'clock.
1 hour to find the key of Ratchet's safety deposit box, the box number, and its passcode. A lot to ask.
Indeed. Which is why we must split our forces. I will take the cab to Monsieur Waddy's address. You must search his office.
I have you on speed dial. And thank you, Mr. Poirot.
For what, mademoiselle?
For trusting me.
All right, so here we go. Excuse me. Mustache.
I've earned a gold mustache.
Okay, meeting Mr. Waldy.
You there. I have an appointment with Mr. Waddy.
You there.
Let me check. I'm sorry, I don't see any appointments this morning at all. Mr. Waddy hasn't even arrived yet. Although he should be here by now.
I convinced the clerk to let you in. Probably if I told her who I was. I don't think being anonymous is going to help.
I'm Joanna Locke. I made an appointment with Mr. Waddy 2 weeks ago.
Madam, please. You must know in the Banque du Lac, all accounts are anonymous. Unfortunately, I cannot verify your identity.
Then you will forget I mentioned my name.
I already have.
Good. I'll wait in Mr. Waddy's office. I can't stand out here in public. If someone should recognize me, you understand?
Oh yes, of course. I'm sure Mr. Waddy will be here shortly. I can send him right in when he arrives. His office is this way.
The one with the only door open?
I can't understand where Mr. Waddy might be.
You're right. I don't have much time at all. It's closed.
It's probably behind that
Alice in
picture.
Wonderland. Again. Mr. Waddy seems to have really liked this book. A souvenir Tower of Babel. Makes sense. We know that Mr. Waddy is from Iraq, and the ancient tower is said to have been built there.
Oh no, it's a puzzle. Well, how am I supposed to know how it goes? Okay, let me come back to that.
Locked. I need the password. Maybe Poirot can help me. I'm taking a picture of it. I'll send it to Poirot. It might be useful to him.
Okay, call Poirot.
I managed to get into Waddy's office. I did a quick preliminary search. Everything is locked, including his computer. All I could find was a photo with a date on it. I just sent it to you. Maybe you can use it.
Thank you. That might help. I've just arrived at the apartment. I'll call you when I find something.
As quick as you can. I can't stay here long.
All right.
This is definitely
Meyer.
not Monsieur Waddy's apartment.
Hoff.
Ah, here we are. Let's see if the key I picked up in Monsieur Waddy's luggage in Venice will open his door.
Great.
Mustache.
Another golden mustache to treasure.
A dart. A familiar projectile found in any pub in England.
Alice in Wonderland again? Chapter 7 Mad Tea Party. Was at a table out under a tree in front of a house, and the March Hare and the Hatter. Mouse was sitting there. Oh, there's a 3 and a 3. Nine. 6. Three, 3, 9, 6. Okay, meet me in Venice on December 18th at 10 p.m. Confirm the appointment by sending me a postcard with the meeting place. Bring me 50 bundles, the Italian passport, and the red glasses. As usual, I have changed the passcode. The new one is, look in the old edition of 1865 on pages 88, 91, 94, 96, and 98. Okay, so there was more than what I was reading. Wrong button. Yeah, because there's 3, 3. Nine, 6. Yeah, because I only see 4 numbers. I think it should. Let me check it one more time. Wrote down the numbers so I would have them. So 3. Yeah, see, this would be 91, but I don't see anything. Hmm. 3, 94, and then it would be 9. And then it would be 6. And this would be 98. Hmm. Come back to it.
That may be useful to Mademoiselle Locke or me. I'll take a photo.
Oh yeah, right there, the Tower of Babel. Uh-oh. That's the guy from the picture.
Who are you? What are you doing in there?
I am Hercule Poirot. I am working with the police. You are Monsieur Wadi's neighbor?
Yes, next door. I heard a noise. I thought it was Mr. Wadi who had come home. I don't know him very well. A delivery man left a package for him with me.
You do know him.
You don't know your neighbor very well.
Yes, what of it?
Photo?
How is it that Monsieur Wadi has a picture of you on his desk? There is quite a family resemblance. You wouldn't be his brother by any chance?
Why are you going through his things?
As I told you, I am working with the police.
All right, yes. I'm his brother, Mehdi Wadi. Do you know where he is?
I am very sorry, sir, but I have some terrible news for you. Your brother has been murdered. You have my sincere condolences.
Oh no. Aziz. My wife. My son. Their hearts will break. Everything he did was for his family. He brought us here from Iraq to give my son a better future. We can't go back. You won't. You won't.
Do not fret, Monsieur Wadi. I do not want to cause trouble for you and your family. I am here to catch his murderer. When did you last see your brother?
2 days ago. He was on his way to Venice. It was not a journey he was looking forward to. I knew something was wrong, but he promised all would be well soon. My son will be heartbroken. Aziz made a point of reading to Fadi every night so he could learn English. We hope to legally emigrate there one day.
Your son, Fadi. What did Monsieur Wadi read to him?
His favorite book is Alice in Wonderland. The nonsense of it all. Why?
It is the answer to a question I had. I believe your brother was a good man, forced for some reason to keep secrets, and that got him killed.
Sir, there is something else. Aziz left me a letter to open if anything should happen to him.
Could you show it to me?
Yes, I will get it.
It all makes sense. It's horrific. But to Ratchet, it would be just business as usual. At least I have Ratchet's account number, 82664.
Brother, a man named Ratchet found me at the bank. He threatened to kill you and your family to force me to do illegal things. Mehdi, if I die violently, this man will be responsible. Send an anonymous letter to the police. Tell them of his safety deposit box in the Bank du Lac. His bank account number is 82664. They will know what to do. Goodbye, my brother. Give my love to Aisha and Fadi. I wish you all a good life. Aziz. Oh, so he wasn't wanting to be involved with this guy.
Thank you for giving me this letter.
So he was kind of like collateral damage. Somebody had just
Ratchet
assumed he
cannot
did?
harm you. He was killed before your brother was.
Really? Who did it? The one you say hunted Ratchet?
Yes, without a doubt. I promise you I will find them.
Sir, we have no papers. The police...
Your secret is safe with me, monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I must go to my wife and son. Tonight, I will read to Fadi from Alice in Wonderland, and we will remember my brother.
I need to notify Mademoiselle Locke that I have Ratchet's bank account number.
But I haven't gone through the whole apartment yet. With the achievement, just like a police lineup, complete the characters menu.
This computer won't give up its secrets easily. A Swiss and Arabic keyboard.
Is there anything I can do with it?
Staring at the clock won't help. Wow. This could be the password to Monsieur Wadi's office computer. He must change it every month. It seems to have a logical sequence, but I need to find the one for December.
As I say, it looks like he skips some of the stuff. Wait a minute. They're always increasing by 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 0, because it would go back around 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I see the pattern now. So this one would be 5. That would be 1. The 9 was right. I just happened to get lucky with that one. And the 3 as well.
If that's the
Got it.
password to the
It increased by 1 diagonally. I don't know why I didn't notice that right off the bat.
To translate the Arabic characters. And there weren't any Arabic characters on the office computer's keyboard. We need to find out which keys these Arabic characters correspond to.
Oh, that was on the
a
keyboard.
Swiss keyboard with its Latin characters like the one in Monsieur Wadi's office. That's the right answer. Staring at the clock won't help. Wow. A bizarre endgame to be sure, but I suspect checkmate is possible for white in 3 moves. Let's see.
Oh man, please don't let me have to do a chess puzzle, I swear.
This keyboard should help me translate this code.
Should be R. A. P. Is that E?
I must admit I'm not right this time.
I put P in the wrong spot. And then skip this one. That's what it was. F.
Arabic is read from right to left, so the password must surely be read that way too. With any luck, this will unlock the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office. Let me text it to Miss Locke. That was easy.
Choose the right move to make in the situation above. I don't know. Checkmate in 3 moves.
Must admit I'm not right this time.
See, I'm not very good at chess.
Fantastic. This is wrong.
I keep just what you said.
Never far from the truth. Great. Nice. That was easy.
Master Chess, solve the chess workshop. Okay, let's call Miss Locke.
Ah, the peculiar habit some people have of displaying things on the door of their refrigerator. I've just sent a photo to you, in case it might help you.
Thank you.
I texted Ratchet's account number to you.
Wonderful.
Did you receive my text? This must be the password to Mr. Wadi's computer.
I have it. Thank you.
It's back to back to back. Okay, can I look at the picture? How do I see the picture? There we go. I can't see it and it won't stay on it. There we go. There we go. Got a key.
A key. I wonder if it will fit the desk drawer.
Can I shade with the pencil?
Those indentations are from the sheet of the notepad that was on top. This is great. All those mystery movies I watched as a kid. I know what to do. I'll send a picture of this to Poirot.
The only thing I'd like for her to check is this. Okay, so I wish they'd let me look at the. Okay, let me write this down real quick because I'm not going to remember and they're not letting me see it on the main page like they normally do. Okay. Okay, and then the account number was 82664.
The number of Ratchet's safety deposit box. At last. I should let Mr. Poirot know.
Okay, so 82664, May 4th, 1998, 0CHF, and 4346. Okay, now we got to figure out what to do with that shading that she took a
Mr. Waddy's computer.
picture of.
I have Ratchet's safety deposit box number.
Excellent.
Just checking here again. I never did look at this.
I think this belongs here.
B, C, D. Aha. This might have something to do with that shading she gave me. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So here, 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 here. Whew.
It looks like a safe key to me.
Yep, for the bank.
Finally found it.
So I got the box and the key for it.
The key to the password is close. I can feel it.
There we go. I hadn't looked at the stupid note. Okay, so the password... Okay, let me look at my notes real quick. Should be 3, 4, 9, 6, 2 from her book and his book.
Ratchet's password.
There we go.
Here it is. That's the right answer. Make certain you have accomplished everything.
I believe I have discovered Ratchet's safety deposit box passcode.
We're almost there. We're running out of time. Do we have everything?
I have the key to the safety deposit box.
I have the number of the box.
And we have the passcode. I'm on my way. Time to rob a bank.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't heard from Monsieur Waddy. You'll have to reschedule with him.
This is quite annoying. I'll have to reschedule.
Absolutely. I hope I have been of service.
You have no idea. That was fast. We do this as planned?
Yes, I am, Monsieur Ratchet. But with the bank's questionable policy, I do not expect anyone to ask.
Right. Absolute secrecy regarding their clients. The last Swiss bank of its kind.
Do I need to go to him or the lady? I might have to go to the lady. Yeah, she's standing over there. I was thinking I had to go to the officer, but...
Madame,
because he's blocking the way.
I still haven't heard from Mr. Waddy.
Well, we'll have to make do without him. Now that my friend is here, it's his box we want to access.
And the clock is ticking. I trust there is no problem.
No, no problem at all. May I have your safety deposit box number?
4346.
May I see your key? Do you know your passcode?
Yes. Mademoiselle will be able to accompany me? No names, of course.
Of course. I'll open the door. Go down the stairs. The guard will accompany you.
There we go.
Please leave your personal belongings in this bin and then go through the portal. I'll open it for you.
Okay, it's box... Oh, crap. 4, 3... It's 4362, isn't it?
No, it's not this safety deposit box.
That's the passcode. Oh, 4346. 4343. There's 4346. 4348. Here we go.
At last, we
4346.
reached our goal.
Now I will insert my key, if you allow.
Thank you.
Put in my key. And the passcode, which is 34962. 34962.
I'll be by the door should you need any assistance.
At last.
I suspect the effort will be worth it. This collection of various personal items. Do you know what they are, Detective Locke?
I do, Mr. Poirot. God help me, I do. Souvenirs. The trophies serial killers take from their victims to remind them of their kills. Ratchet wasn't just a kidnapper.
No, indeed.
He's
He
a
was
serial
monster.
killer.
The one on the left. Ratchet.
Whoever he is with, their friendship seems over.
The build. The
Unless
hair.
it's probably Noah.
It could be Noah, his partner in Daisy's kidnapping.
It appears they had a falling out.
Got a ring. MC.
The real journalist, Michael Clark. Ratchet would have needed to kill him to assume his identity. He took this ring as his trophy.
Okay. Got a bracelet. Let's see what's it say on it. Valentine.
Another victim.
He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced. The rest of the Armstrong ransom money. The serial numbers match.
Another bracelet. Another victim.
Another trophy. And then there's the one that we already found, Suzanne's red glasses.
Kitten wagon?
Wonder who this keychain belonged to. Certainly not Ratchet.
Maybe he had a daughter. Maybe the daughter's the chef.
Diamonds.
A fortune. Crime does pay.
No, mademoiselle. This time it was the criminal who finally paid.
Dang. To my best
For
friend.
every soul Ratchet claimed, even more are suffering. Another
Cheers,
trophy.
Peter, mate.
We may never know how many people he killed. Another
Oh,
trophy.
didn't mean to.
We may never know
Click
how
on that
many
again.
people he killed.
I gotta look at the necklace.
Another trophy. A woman. We may never know her name. You were lucky, mademoiselle, when you met him at that cabin in the
Yeah.
forest, alone.
How many victims do you think Ratchet had?
Too many.
4 years of investigation. It's all over.
Still don't know who the 13th
Finally
murderer
have
was,
the
though.
last piece of evidence that Ratchet was Daisy's kidnapper and murderer.
More than that, you have helped unmask a serial killer responsible for so many deaths.
But even with all this, we're no closer to solving Ratchet's murder.
On the contrary, mademoiselle, everything. It is coming together. Don't you agree, detective?
What?
The damaged photograph.
It could be Noah. You think Noah killed Ratchet for revenge?
The train.
What about the train?
I know how a killer could vanish without leaving a trace in the snow.
Wings?
Camouflage. The trophies.
Poirot, we have a train to catch.
Not just a train, Detective Locke. We have a murderer
So-
to catch.
Do they think that Noah didn't die and that wasn't Noah? Time to Rob a Bank, finish chapter 11. Good lord, 12 chapters. It's probably that young guy at the bartender. Orient Express, December 19th, 2023, 12:30 p.m. I mean, he has the dark hair like the guy in the picture. It's hard to tell.
Poirot, enough! You have kept us in suspense ever since we left Lausanne.
Forgive me, my friend. Detective Locke and I needed the time to put the last pieces of the puzzle in their proper places.
I'll fill in where I can, but this is Mr. Poirot's show.
I confess I can't help, but I feel a certain déjà vu.
You are correct, Doctor. We have been here before. However, without you, we wouldn't have been able to reach the true conclusion of this story. My friends, your attention, please. I hope you have finished your dessert. You have every right to think the solution to the murder of Ratchet is a closed book. You are wrong. I, Poirot, admit that I was wrong. There is a final chapter.
What in bloody hell?
What does he mean? Perhaps if we are silent, Monsieur Poirot will explain.
Most of us naturally expect a journey by train to proceed in an orderly fashion from station to station. But this journey has gone off the rails. A comfortable journey, which should have been restful, turned out to be quite a challenge for my little gray cells. I beg your indulgence. I know it will be painful, but I must update you on the strange turn the Ratchet murder investigation has taken. I had two hypotheses, as you recall. A stranger boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then exited the train unobserved. That was the first possibility. The second solution gave us 12 jurors who condemned Ratchet to death for the kidnapping and murder of Daisy Armstrong. My friend, Book, properly chose the first solution for the authorities. However, thanks to Dr. Constantine here, a 13th stab wound was discovered, throwing that solution into disarray. Moreover, the words of a witness called into question the chronology of the night of the murder upon which the first two solutions were based. Detective Locke?
Okay, which witness threw doubt upon the timeline? Night of the murder. Buch or Michel? Michel?
Michael admitted to having been absent several times during the night. His absence, therefore, gave multiple opportunities for a 13th murderer to slip into Ratchet's room before the other 12 jurors lined up to stab him.
You are saying the man Ratchet was when we...
Yes. You executed a man who was already dead. But
Okay,
there
so
were
that's why none of
other
them were guilty.
suspects that night.
Other suspects? Who?
They stand before you. Mr. Fauché, Mr. Maury, and Ms. Nielsen. And they all also had a hole in their stories about their movements that night. Mr. Poirot?
Most of you don't know it, but there was a second murder in Venice.
Mein Gott, another murder.
The victim was a man named Aziz Wadi, a banker in Geneva who was on the payroll of Ratchet. He looked after the money Ratchet obtained from the Armstrong ransom. Ratchet needed money and arranged to meet Mr. Waddy in Venice. One of these three knew about that money. Now, each of them had an alibi of a sort, but if any of their alibis was a
Looking
lie,
guilty there,
that
dude.
person had time to
You said
murder Monsieur Waddy, Monsieur Fauché, Mademoiselle Nielsen, and Monsieur Maury. One of you murdered Ratchet and Monsieur Waddy.
Are you kidding? I pour drinks for our guests. I don't murder them.
It's nonsense.
You are accusing me because of my knives?
But why would one of my employees kill Ratchet?
Is Daisy's death the motive of the 13th murder? I don't think it is. I think it was to get back at Ratchet.
The killer's motive for killing Ratchet was revenge, but not for Daisy's death. The motive for Aziz Wadi's murder was also revenge. Mr. Wadi was helping Ratchet.
Ratchet had an accomplice in the kidnapping named Noah. They kidnapped Daisy together. Ratchet stored the ransom money in a Swiss bank that protected anonymous clients. He forced Monsieur Wadi to watch over the money. Once enough time had passed, Ratchet felt it was safe to have Monsieur Wadi bring him cash whenever Ratchet needed it.
The serial numbers of the bills would still be in a file, but no one would be actively checking it.
Precisely. But Ratchet didn't just keep the ransom in his safety deposit box. There was something much worse.
Weapons used in the crime, victims' trophies.
There was something much worse than Daisy's ransom money in that safety deposit box. During her investigation, Detective Locke found evidence proving that Ratchet was what is known as a trophy killer. He kept souvenirs of his crimes. We found trophies in the safety deposit box. There were others in a cabin Ratchet used in the Berkshire Mountains, including a beloved toy of little Daisy's.
If I'd have known that, I would have cut the bastard's head off.
Associate two objects whose length would be the motive for Ratchet's murder. Oh man, I'm not sure.
This is wrong.
Okay, that one is
but
right.
Never far from the truth.
I'm not sure on this one. Oh, I see it now, the bracelet in the picture. I just now noticed that.
The bracelet found in the safety deposit box was also on Noah's wrist in a photograph. It's obvious Ratchet killed Noah, and therefore, at last, I can tell you with absolute certainty who the murderer of Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi is.
Is it somebody who knew Noah then? So it wasn't Noah. Noah is dead. Oh my god, I don't know. Is that blood on your... Huh. Why is his thumb like that? Oh my god, I don't know. Do I get to talk to him?
No, this doesn't help. That doesn't prove anything. This isn't the right evidence. No, this doesn't help.
Mademoiselle
Oh,
Nielsen
I did not see
has
that.
the same bracelet as the one found in the safety deposit box in Geneva. A trophy from a victim of Ratchet. Noah.
Having a similar bracelet doesn't prove anything.
Yes, that might be true. If there were not an inscription on it.
Mr. Poirot, you're right. The bracelet looks similar to mine, but I have no idea what the marks on it mean. I just like the design.
The marks are not random, mademoiselle. These are special bracelets. They are called Morse code bracelets. Because, well, you know why. The marks are Morse code. Happily, I learned Morse when I was a young man doing my service for the Belgian army.
Ooh. Let's see, I need to... Hold on, that might be the last one. Dot dot dash dot 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 dash dot dot dash dot dot dash dot 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 dash dash dash. So 3 dashes and a dot. Oh. Freya? Do I have that right?
Et voilà.
Why does that sound familiar?
On the bracelet found in Ratchet's safety deposit box was the name Freya in Morse code. Your first name.
Oh, that's right, that is her first
Your
name.
father, Noah. Noah Nielsen. Let's stop playing this little game, mademoiselle. What does yours say? Noah?
It says father. Ratchet. That bastard. He kept my father's bracelet as a trophy.
Thank you.
I figured it was
I have to
probably
admit
her.
your timing
That's who I
for
was
Ratchet's
leaning towards.
murder was perfect. Do you mind if I continue?
Would it matter? Go ahead. You've earned the right to crow.
I do not make bird sounds, mademoiselle. I take
But
no
what was with
pleasure.
the bird feather that I found? That clue never went anywhere.
You drugged Ratchet's dessert to ensure he would be unconscious when you went to his room. You stole a knife from Monsieur Maury. If it was identified as the murder weapon, he would be accused. You
I knew it was a
Pierre
setup.
Michel would leave the train for a smoke whenever it was stopped at a station. At Vinkovsky, you waited until he was on the station platform. Then, you carefully made your way along the first-class corridor to Ratchet's room. You entered Ratchet's room with the pass key, accessible to all employees in the crew quarters. You stabbed Ratchet at midnight.
But that knife, where is it?
Probably thrown out of Ratchet's window before the train left the station. A thorough search after the snow melts should turn it up.
My beautiful knife.
Then, you carefully returned to the crew quarters, replaced the passkey, and returned to your poker game. Et voila. The affair was not so complicated in the end. But what made the crime seem more complex, well...
It was us.
Exactly. The 12 jurors who proceeded to carry out their far more complicated plan
And none of them
literally
committed
in
murder.
the dark without realizing that the man was already dead.
Speaking only for myself, of course, but I believe we would have invited you to join us.
Ms. Nielsen, you killed Ratchet because he killed your father. Your motive is crystal clear. But why did you kill Aziz Wadi?
Because he helped him?
It's because of Aziz that my father died. My father knew Aziz was the only one with access to Ratchet's safe, so he convinced Aziz to steal the money from the safety deposit box. But Aziz was too afraid of Ratchet. Instead, he betrayed my father by reporting him to Ratchet. Obviously, Ratchet then murdered my father. Aziz was just as guilty of my father's death as Ratchet.
Ratchet was the worst of humanity. But Monsieur Wadi, if you knew his story...
My father is dead because of him.
I will not debate the point with you, mademoiselle. He had done nothing to justify his death. I do not see any extenuating circumstances that should allow you to escape justice. You will be arrested at the Gare de Lyon when we arrive in Paris.
Judge and jury are you, Monsieur Poirot. And you get away with it. It must be nice. But think of this. I know what you did. What you all did.
She's right. She could turn us all in.
They didn't do anything, though.
Hector, is it? Your secret is safe with me. I'm not going to jail. Farewell, Poirot. Enjoy your victory.
Oh, shit, do I have to chase her again? Surely she would have grabbed her by then.
You're going to die. I've made my choice. We'll let fate decide.
No!
Yeah, you're dead. How did she not smack her head on those metal poles? Yeah, you're dead, girl. Wow.
She jumped off the train. Even if she hit the water, considering the height, I doubt she survived. And with this tunnel, either way, she's gone, Poirot.
Crazy. Leap of faith, to be sure. Finish chapter 12. Okay, now this has to be the end of it. I mean, Orient Express, December 19th, 2023, 5 p.m.
I still can't believe what happened. 13 people took revenge on the same person. This investigation is so incredible. It almost looks like a detective story.
It would surely be a bestseller. It is true that this case will remain as one of the most important investigations of my career.
My only regret will be that I couldn't bring Ratchet to justice, but I can finally close this chapter of my life.
Your determination paid off. You can be proud of yourself.
I think we'll be arriving in Paris soon.
If you will pardon me, Detective Locke, I have to settle a few details with Monsieur Bouc before we arrive.
Please, go ahead.
I still can't believe Freya was the killer. She never even cheated when we played poker.
She used too much sugar.
Nonsense! Her desserts were divine.
Unfortunately, her actions were not so divine.
There you are, my friend.
Bouc, I have a favor to ask.
Anything.
When we arrive in Paris, will you speak to the police? I would rather keep a low profile.
But why?
Bouc, my first solution was incorrect.
Nonsense. The nuttier the mystery became, the greater your brilliance.
Please.
Very well, if you insist.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service. The cuisine, Under difficult conditions, you surpass the reputation of the Orient Express.
That is true.
I look forward to seeing you again abroad, Monsieur Poirot. I promise, not all of our trips are this eventful.
Princess Dragomirov would like a word with you, Monsieur Poirot. It is important. She is waiting for you in her compartment.
When a princess summons me, how can I refuse? Ah, Mademoiselle Debenham et Captain Arbuthnot. Allow me to congratulate you on your upcoming nuptials.
I hope you won't be too disappointed if you're not invited.
Archie, really? Thanks to Mr. Poirot, there will actually be a wedding.
As you say, my darling. Sorry, old man, and thanks for everything, including finding my train ticket.
Count Andreny, how is the Countess?
Much better now that it's all over. I misjudged you, Poirot.
And I you.
There is something else about my wife you should know. Why I am so overprotective.
She's pregnant.
She is pregnant.
You are quite the detective.
Actually, Dr. Constantine told me. She admitted as much when he was attending to her.
If it's a girl, we're going to name her Daisy. If it's a boy,
Hercule,
he'll be stuck with Rudolph. It's a family tradition.
I wish you and all of your family much happiness.
Thank you.
His middle name better be Hercule. Oh, that's my room. Make sure there's no last minute moustaches. Even though I didn't get to collect them all, but...
My daughter, my great friend, and I wanted to talk to you one last time. I speak on behalf of the entire Armstrong family, as well as those close to us. You have shown compassion. We know your reputation, and we understand that your choice was not easy for you. We are all the more grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, my dear. You managed to say the word thank you, although he did manage to put us through quite a lot.
You have given us all closure and some peace of mind.
You should know that I regret nothing. If this Freya Nielsen person had not been involved, I would have done it again.
Someone told me the Stalinists were frightened of you. I believe them.
The country of my birth breeds its share of brutes and bullies, but also some of the greatest intellectual and artistic minds the world has ever known. I pray that one day we will again be remembered for that.
I share your hope, Princess.
And of course, with the real murderer of that man out there somewhere, we are no longer guilty of much. Correct?
Princess,
just
don't
abuse
push
of
your
a
luck too
corpse.
far. If you'll excuse me, I have some packing to do. Ladies?
Let's double check that there's nobody else to talk to down here. Then we'll go pack our suitcase. To end the game? Possibly. I know the last time the credits rolled, it ended up being more to the game.
At the end of this investigation, I still have my doubts. Did I make the right choice with the 12 self-proclaimed jurors?
Was I correct to let the 12 jurors go for it? Honestly, I think so.
Yes, it was the right thing to do.
Because they technically didn't kill him. They just abused the corpse.
As for Mademoiselle Nielsen, what would I have done if she had not escaped?
If Freya Nielsen had escaped, would I have had her arrested. Yeah.
Is it justice to let the 12 go free but have Mademoiselle Nielsen arrested? A vast question indeed.
I mean, get the conundrum, but still, she's the one that committed the murder.
Judges often take motive into consideration when deciding the sentence for a crime. You are not a judge. Your job is to establish the facts, which you have done. The case has been solved. Another already awaits you. It is the reason you were on this train. It is time. Time to move on.
Wonder what the next case is. We need a new pastry chef.
I hope you will travel with us again, Monsieur Poirot.
Monsieur Poirot, I spoke with my associates. I convinced them to give you a deal on our new Firenze SUV. No need to thank. It's the least I could do.
That is very generous, but no, I do not drive.
You don't? What? But it's electric. It's good for the planet.
I am good for the planet, as long as I don't drive.
I was gonna say, technically, he's not polluting. He doesn't drive.
Understand? He refused. Very.
Aha! Golden mustache.
Oh, there's two in this level. Let's just check really quick. Maybe there's one back here.
Monsieur, you can't pass. Monsieur, you can't pass.
Don't tell me what to do. I'll go where I want. It stands out. It's almost like they kind of put those in as an afterthought.
Yes.
Already talked to them, so.
Poirot is a nasty man. Poirot is a nasty man.
I wonder where Princess Dragomirov's bird can have heard that.
Rude.
Have you lost something? May I help you?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, you have done so much already.
What is it you have lost?
My friends, we are traveling to Poland to help with children. We were to meet at an information booth. But where do I get information on how to find an information booth?
There is, I believe, an information booth just inside the main terminal.
Oh, thank you, sir. You are a great detective.
I was gonna say, if I had to go help that
madame,
woman.
Are a good soul. I will miss this train. News travels fast.
Hey, Poirot. Say, have you seen a scruffy little guy in a green trench coat?
I cannot say I have. Why?
He's my next case.
Another case? That was indeed fast.
The detective's gotta eat. You know what I mean.
I have some idea, yes.
Suspected embezzler. Traveling east, but not on the Orient Express. Say, you wouldn't be interested in teaming up, would you? Some good money in it.
I have had enough of trains for a while, thank you.
Okay, suit yourself. Mr. Poirot, Mr. McQueen here thinks he may know an attorney in the Berkshires who might need a gentleman's gentleman.
He's old school English. I think the clock stopped for him in 1934.
I hope it works out for you, Monsieur Masterman. What about you, Monsieur McQueen?
Well, back to law school for me, following my father's footsteps. We can take the train to St. Pancras, then the Piccadilly line to Heathrow and check out some flights.
Might as well. We're already packed.
I wish you both bonne chance.
Didn't see another mustache. Oh well.
Ah, Poirot. Mission accomplished. I have reported to the police that Freya Nielsen killed Ratchet and that she escaped. They're issuing an international arrest warrant. There's a canal that runs alongside the tracks where she jumped from the train. But they say there's little chance she survived. The police have questioned all of the passengers and crew, so for now, they are free to leave.
I gave them the results of my preliminary autopsy, and they have the report from the Venetian authorities. They were arguing about jurisdiction when I left.
Thank you, Doctor. You have been of inestimable help.
A fascinating case. I'm pleased I could assist you.
Mr. Poirot, it seems our paths part here. It was an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
And I am with you, Detective Locke. The case would have been impossible without your tenacity and dedication to finding the truth. You also proved to be an able con artist in Geneva.
You too. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget you.
And I shall always treasure our collaboration.
Well, that's that. I'm hungry. Let's go to the Wagon Rouge restaurant. They make an excellent leg of lamb.
He's always hungry.
It's only 5:34 p.m. Is food all you really think about, my friend?
I'm the one inviting you. You've well deserved it.
I'm gonna order the steak.
I'm warning you, I'm not going to obtain for you a secret recipe this time.
Poirot, they make a chocolate mousse that is so creamy. It must have a secret ingredient in it.
The last recipe came from a murderer.
But it was sublime.
Okay, so I got the achievement end of the line. Everyone disembarked. Chapter 13. My little gray cells did not let me down. Complete a new game without any hints. Oh, there's more. Maybe it's like a hint about his next case. Whitehaven.
Dear Poirot, I didn't really have time to say goodbye when we parted.
She survived.
I thought I had beaten the greatest detective in the world. But you unmasked me. I still had my revenge, though. I even managed to help myself to a small amount of cash from Waddy's bag before you interrupted me in Venice. It will be enough to settle somewhere in a quiet little town where I will create delicacies for appreciative clients. You won't hear from me again, nor will Book get any more of my recipes. Oh, and one last thing. You may not think so, but I truly believe Ratchet and Waddy got their just desserts. Regards, F.
You, mademoiselle, are entirely too pleased with yourself. You give clues no one could follow, unless they are Hercule Poirot.
So I guess he's gonna try to track her down. Alright everyone, that is it. If you made it this far, I know it was a very, very, very long game. but I really appreciate you sticking through it if you did. That was Murder on the Orient Express. Dang, man, that was a good story. There was a couple times where I was confused about how to get the clues and stuff like that, like how I was supposed to come across some of the things, even though I felt like we didn't talk to very many of the passengers on the train. But it was definitely a good game. So let me know down in the comments what you thought about the story, the characters, the puzzles, things like that. Just give me your opinion on the game. Would love to hear it. Please leave me a like, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you next time. Bye.